Hey, dude here. Welcome to the show. First part of a new series on biographies, portraits, and metaphysics and philosophy of science. So I did my 10-part series on the philosophy of science, and I started my new series on metaphysics last week. So I saw that it probably paid to do biographies and just go over major thinkers. And then hopefully also this will lead into the multiple truth hypothesis, because metaphysics is such a complicated issue that is hard to see. Okay, yeah, Jenny, God bless. Thanks for uh, joining. Um, yeah, so metaphysics is such a complicated issue that I could go topic by topic like I did with the philosophy of science, but I think I'll lose people. I might even lose myself. So I thought it'd be more productive to go over the biography of important thinkers. And there's many different aspects of metaphysics. As we saw last week, metaphysics is not even well defined or understood. You're from the canonization of Aristotle's work, where you had his work on physics, and then the work on metaphysics, which is after physics, uh, and now to be understood like the theory of first principles, concepts within epistemology or ontology, like first causes, wholes and parts, the things that cannot be directly known. And, so we're going to look into the big names. Like the first episode, I'm going to be doing some of the heaviest lifting, go to the historical classics, although, at some point in metaphysics, I'm going to go all the way back to the Greeks. I'm going to, look, I'm not going to necessarily, maybe I will at some point, but do the like a, Aristotle and Plato and the medieval, the scholastics, um, and a whole conception of the major concepts in metaphysics that occurred over the why the whole history of intellectual thought. But this week, I thought I would cover a major issue, which is basically the logicians. So, I talked extensively about the Vienna Circle, and I'm going to go in depth into the Vienna Circle and the major thinkers of the Vienna Circle, which were somewhat anti-metaphysicians. But we saw last week, like, you have to be a metaphysician to be an anti-metaphysician, and to some extent, the people that say you don't need metaphysics are the most well steeped in metaphysics, where they're trying to derive the principles of metaphysics without metaphysics. And then you have the people, the common assessment of people who just don't think you need metaphysics, and really they're just ignorant. They're ignorant of the basis of thought, and they think they're smarter than they are. They think they know more than they do, and they don't realize the limitation of their knowledge, specifically science, where people think science could explain things, or people think that science does not have first principles, or that the first principles of science can be somehow proved. And usually, the main fallacy that they make is logic. Where does logic come into play? What is the origin of logic? And so today, we're going to deal with the main part of the metaphysics, which is the logicians and the mathematicians. And but I'm going to go over the the whole Stanford Encyclopedia of the majority of these people's thoughts. So almost all the names I picked out for today: Kant, Russell, Frege, Wittgenstein, and Bolzano, all did much more than just in logic. And we're going to cover basically an overview of all of their major thought. But the key element between these names is logic and metaphysics, and an attempt at the unification of science under um, mathematics and logic. So we talked about on Week in Review many times of the foundation of science of Galileo, Descartes, and Newton, where Galileo is one of the first major proponents of universal laws described by mathematics. And he has some attempts at it with the beginnings of understanding the nature of acceleration, um, and some part of celestial mechanics. But Descartes has the mathematical rigor to largely create the notation for algebra and the Cartesian algebra system, somewhat unifying algebra and geometry, and also the philosophical basis of Cartesian dualism, where science is coming to describe aspects of the physical world, leaving the realm of metaphysics to describe non-physical things like spirituality, the soul, and religion. And Kant is somewhat the next big name in metaphysics. So Descartes also attempts to come up with some of these universal scientific rules, but is unsuccessful. So, Descartes has his own physics, and he does things with like impulse or momentum, extensions. In the metaphysics series, we'll come to Descartes' metaphysical system and Leibniz, and Newton somewhat was more pragmatist in the sense, but Newton is the first person to successfully come up with these universal laws of nature described by mathematics, and then also actually creating a mathematical system of the calculus. So a lot of what we see today, we're going to see with Frege, Russell, is the creation of a notation, a symbology for logic, and Bolzano in terms of logic and mathematics, and how do you express these ideas. So when we look at Bolzano, you'll have these concepts of the three worlds, where you have this underlying the actual concepts, then you have the thoughts about the concepts, and then you have the language used to express the thoughts about the concepts. But the essential thing is the actual concepts themselves. So when we talk about the concepts, we're two levels away. And so the concepts themselves, can they actually be expressed in some sort of formulaic language? And so that's what you have with logical notation, and an attempt to say, well, logic is different than mathematics. So there's one question: can you unify math and logic? And that's basically the project of Bertrand Russell, that to some extent fails, and you have the Gödel's incompleteness theorem that we'll get to eventually. But the attempt that to say mathematics and logic is one and the same thing, and then you say, well, if it's not, logic is more the language of metaphysics. So you say, if there are metaphysical first principles, these metaphysical first principles are logic and maybe beyond logic, and they're representative of these things, of first cause, of groundings, of propositions, of derivations, of cause and effect. So when we look at Frege today, Frege was one of the first people to start creating the notation that's still used today to represent this logical analysis, predicate logic, predicate calculus, analytical mathematics, analytical logic, and we'll see a lot of terminology of the complications of how do you express these first principles. And there's also like piano arithmetic, and nowadays there's no universal system. So if I did the tour of my library, and I'm still organizing my father's books on mathematics and logic, and my father's got hundreds of books on logic, and all these books usually start with the notational system, and many of these notational systems will try to take the pragmatic approach, the best of all worlds, trying to take whatever works from various systems. So with that pragmatic approach, like Einstein, and we talked about Week in Review, like the Vienna Circle mixed with American pragmatism, just doing what works. And what works is not necessarily going to be coherent. because you're going to be taking certain principles of certain system. Hey, Dr. Freeman, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. You're going to be taking certain principles from different systems, and there might be contradictions within it. So for like the multiple truth hypothesis, so if I just mention, here's a metaphysical concept. So like if I go through the Stanford Encyclopedia on a given topic, like cause and effect, or grounding, or supervenience, or multiple realization. Some of these we talked about in also philosophy of mind. I might after this do a whole nother series on philosophy of mind. But all these countless topics within metaphysics that are all important to be considered. First principles, the nature of whole and parts. We talked about reductionism. Are certain principles more universal than others? And all the various things in the first week, last week, when we broke down what is part of epistemology, ontology, and metaphysics. So each one of these schools, there's a whole bunch of schools within. And you could, the universalist, the coherentist, skepticism, and you could review part one, and we'll see a whole bunch of that today. So any given topic, if I were just to review it, you would just be like, well, here's 20 different schools of thought, look like, Talmudic pilpul on this. So what's the nature of cause and effect? And then try to break down, well, what is cause and effect? And within cause and effect, then there might be a whole bunch of possibilities. And then usually there's a different school that is representative of the various possibilities. So to just hold this all in your head is near impossible. So it becomes easier to hold in your head by using names. And we talked about the history of science. There was the inevitabilist or the contingentist, and the historiography of science. And we say, well, are we inevitably coming closer and closer to truth, or does science not really represent truth? And science is somewhat a social construct indicative of the times of the thinkers. And then you have, like the blue-eyed men. Today we're going to be talking about the blue-eyed men. And, today none of these people were Jewish. In fact, most of these thinkers today even leaned counter-Semitic. So, just a interesting historical note. So is it inevitable that it just happened that these were the thinkers that discovered what was moving mankind's knowledge closer and closer to truth? Or is it indicative of a time and place and not necessarily moving closer and closer to truth? So with that, we got a lot to cover. And so I'm just going to go, basically the Stanford Encyclopedia, besides Bolzano, who's complicated, we'll look a little bit at his Wikipedia. So we're going to look today at Bertrand Russell, Gottlob Frege, Immanuel Kant, Ludwig Wittgenstein, and Bernard Bolzano. And actually, I'm going to start with Russell. And Russell's interesting because he's a modern, atheist social commentator. And we'll look at his atheism and his arguments against God. But Bertrand Russell was a polymath. He wrote near almost 100 books on all sorts of subjects. He wrote introductions. He wrote a popular history of philosophy. I think Bolzano also wrote a popular history of philosophy. And he wrote introduction to various topics like relativity. And he was a social activist. He ran for parliament. He ran for office. He was involved in anti-war activities. And a lot of these, Frege wasn't so much. He stuck to his field, although, God forbid, it turns out he, had a journal, he had thoughts, but he relatively just stuck to his field. Immanuel Kant thought on all sorts of issues. Immanuel Kant is somewhat the preeminent metaphysician philosopher that is symbolic of the changing of an era of philosophy, almost like from Newton to Kant to the modern era. And because he had a comprehensive philosophy on almost all issues and really like a metaphysical system. So, and then we'll look at Ludwig Wittgenstein of the Vienna Circle and the Tractus that kind of changes the system of like this semantic view towards logic, where um, and somewhat the end of philosophy and metaphysics that Wittgenstein attempts to have so synthesized logic that not only metaphysics is no longer necessary, but philosophy is no longer necessary. So, all important names. Then we'll look at Bernard Bolzano, who um, was after Kant, and he had a lot of thoughts on mathematics, logic, which is somewhat a precursor to Frege. But in order to properly understand these complicated ideas, we'll see a little historical backdrop, a little comprehensive picture of how thought goes together, and um, some of these ideas are more complicated than others. So let me go ahead and enter a screen share, and we'll start with Bertrand Russell, which is probably the most generically interesting of all of them, because Bertrand Russell had a whole wide variety of thoughts, and you can go in depth into Bertrand Russell thought on atheism and all his arguments against atheism and monism, and some of these other topics we'll go back into. I'm going to be, because it's long and there's a whole bunch of stuff, I'll be skipping the examples. Hey, Douglas, God bless. Good to see you. Yeah, I'll just, Douglas, I'm just going to be dealing exclusively with the topics today. Although even the Stanford Encyclopedia mentions that a lot of these thinkers have been branded with anti-Semitism. So Bertrand Russell and Frege, even the Stanford Encyclopedia brands with anti-Semitism. But that's I'm not going to be going into detail. I've mentioned that in Week in Review. I'm just going to be dealing with what they thought, and I'm not going to, I want to stay on topic with the metaphysics, what they thought. Although it's an interesting question for Frege, Russell, Kant, Heidegger, when we get to them, was it essential that they were anti-Semitic? Was it something about their logical system, how they saw the world, that they saw a Judaic way of looking at things contrary to the way they viewed the world, of like a German idealism? And it's really also, God bless. So I've dealt with that in Week in Review in the past, and I'll deal with it in the future, but it's going to be too far off topic to deal with the Judaic system. And so we'll be dealing exclusively with what they thought. But I just mentioned that even the encyclopedia brands two of these great thinkers today as anti-Semites. And Kant also, a lot of people also brand Kant as an anti-Semite, and that's also briefly mentioned. But we're going to be dealing mostly with what they thought and their systems and their analysis. And metaphysics is such a complicated subject that even just for my own research, my own knowledge, it's important to have like a whole view of these great thinkers, how they saw the world, and logic. So even like they're like anti-Semitism wasn't the modern day anti-Semitism of like, oh, group strategy, or it was more of a system. They saw the world like a German idealism operating in a certain manner, and the Judaic outlook was in contradiction to truth. So not just in terms of like, okay, like group strategy, that Jews might have too much power, God forbid, or are doing certain things, but was that whole outlook of being against truth. So it's an interesting, important topic, uh, but yeah, it's going to be too far off topic, but tune in for a Week in Review. Maybe I'll go more in depth into that, and it say like these thinkers, even just today to cover an introduction to these thinkers. Okay, yeah, Ruin Hari Krishna, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. So let's start with Bertrand Russell. We'll jump right in. And, Bertrand Russell, I guess his grandfather was like Prime Minister of the UK and was a famous atheist. And he's famous for a whole bunch of things. I even mentioned his like C.S. Lewis. And when I sang that song, Memory for Cats, and, he was actually an early proponent of things like open marriage and, God forbid. So we're not going to cover too much of that today. but more what he thought, what his accomplishments were in relation to metaphysics. But Bertrand Russell is an interesting character who had a long life, almost lived to 100 years old, and was probably the most prominent. Like Kant was very important, and Kant, like everybody knows Kant. Kant is one of the most important thinkers in the history of the West, and Kant had thoughts on everything. Like not necessarily everything, but he was like a modern day Aristotle, a systematizer of modern philosophy and metaphysics, but also mathematics and science. So as opposed to many philosophers, Bertrand Russell was a popular philosopher, but he had his credibility from math and science and logic. And you wrote one of the most famous books in mathematics and logic, and made advancements. As opposed to Frege is extremely important, but Frege was basically purely limited to math and logic and is not well known. I would not be surprised if less than like 1 out of 50 people have even heard of Frege, and even a lot of educated people. Maybe my mother. My mother's like a Jeopardy champion type person, but I wouldn't be surprised if even my mother, who like Jeopardy champion level knowledge, may not have even heard of Frege. Um, but within logic or computer science, Frege is one of the single most important people. And Wittgenstein's more popular because he was in the 20th century. He wrote on popular philosophy. Um, but I'm going to be covering more his logic and analytical philosophy. And then Bolzano is not well known at all, although he's listed in mathematical textbooks of calculus. So if you've taken calculus, you've probably seen the name Bolzano, but you probably forgot it. You just like went in and out. In the history of logic and metaphysics and mathematics, Bolzano is extremely important. But yeah, I would say like probably Americans, like less than like 1 out of 20, maybe 1 out of 50 Americans have even heard the name Frege or Bolzano. Um, but when we're looking at like mathematical notation, logical notation, they're extremely important. And one final note on the multiple truth hypothesis. So like the multiple truth hypothesis as a popular philosophy, um, I would like the essential multiple truth hypothesis would be like um, Frege or Bolzano or Russell. It would be in a logical mathematical notation, um, where I would be able to explain, but like the actual multiple truth hypothesis would be written, and I'd have to look over the notational conventions, whether I'd use like Frege or piano, or then I actually have to clarify at the beginning, some sort of utilitarian where I'm taking the best of various notational systems. So, that's why this is also going to be extremely important for my research. So when I eventually start publishing things related to the multiple truth hypothesis, a lot of it will have this mathematical logical formulation, but it will take some sort of I'll basically have to create my own amalgamated logical notation system, because there really is no universal system, because they borrow from different conventions. So we'll see today. Maybe later we'll cover Russell borrows from Frege and piano, and till today most people follow the Bertrand Russell notational system. So like always, um, I'll be skipping some of the more technical part, the more notational part, and the examples. And red is the titles, orange is names and book titles, green and purple are key terms. Sometimes also yellow. Yellow is more like examples, key terms, but that aren't directly related to the topic at hand. And then often purple has a more higher order of more importance of terms than green, but that's sometimes for the topic at hand. Not necessarily that the term is more important, but it's more important for the section of what's being talked about. And then gray is for numbers and lists. So, okay, anybody in the chat, you appreciate that, and hopefully it'll be some good information here. And if you want to ask questions, do an @Duvid, or feel free to just uh, comment or talk amongst yourself in the chat. And so let's get right to this. Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Arthur William Russell, 1872 to 1970, was a British philosopher, logician, essayist, and social critic, best known for his work in mathematical logic and analytical philosophy. His most influential contributions include his championing of logicism, the view that mathematics is in some important sense reducible to logic; his refining of Gottlob Frege's predicate calculus, which still forms the basis of most contemporary systems of logic; his defense of neutral monism, the view that the world consists of just one type of substance which is neither exclusively mental nor exclusively physical; and his theories of definite descriptions, logical atomism, and logical types. Together with G.E. Moore, Russell is generally recognized as one of the founders of modern analytical philosophy. His famous paradox, theory of types, and work with Alfred Knight Whitehead on Principia Mathematica invigorated the study of logic through the 20th century. In the public mind, he was made famous as much for his evangelical atheism as for his contributions to technical philosophy. Over the course of a long career, Russell also made important contributions to a broad range of other subjects, including ethics, politics, educational theory, and religious studies, cheerfully ignoring Hooke's admonition to the Royal Society against meddling with divinity, metaphysics, morals, politics, grammar, rhetoric, or logic. Generations of general readers have also benefited from his popular writings on a wide variety of topics in both the humanities and the natural sciences, like Voltaire, to whom he has been compared. He wrote with style and wit and had enormous influence. After a life marked by controversy, including dismissals from both Trinity College, Cambridge, and City College, New York, Russell was awarded the Order of Merit in 1949 and the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1950. Noted also for his many-spirited anti-nuclear protest and for his campaign against Western involvement in the Vietnam War, Russell remained a prominent public figure until his death at the age of 97. So if anyone wants to see the full timeline, just look at a few highlights from the chronology of Russell's life. Russell's grandfather was Lord Jonathan Russell, the former prime minister. I'm not going to do too much of his biography. Just 1896, appointed lecturer at the London School of Economics. 1900, meets piano at the First International Congress of Philosophy in Paris. 1901, discovers Russell's paradox. 1902, corresponds with Frege. 1905, develops his theory of descriptions. 1908, elected fellow at the Royal Society. 1910, fails to receive Liberal Party nomination for Parliament because of his atheism. 1911, meets Wittgenstein, elected president of the Aristotelian Society, separates from his first wife. 1914, visits Harvard and teaches courses in logic and the theory of knowledge, meets T.S. Eliot. 1918, imprisoned for 5 months as a result of anti-war writings. So, his personal biography is quite interesting. As we'll see, he wrote 5 different autobiographies, and Bertrand Russell by far is the most well-known of the people I'll be talking about today. Attempts to sum up Russell's life have been numerous. One of the most famous comes from Oxford philosopher A.J. Ayer. As Ayer writes, the popular conception of a philosopher as one who combines universal learning with the direction of human conduct was more nearly satisfied by Bertrand Russell than any other philosopher of our time. Another telling comment comes from Harvard philosopher W.V. Quine. I think many of us were drawn to our profession by Russell's book. He wrote a spectrum of books for a graduated mind, layman to specialist. We were beguiled by the wit and a sense of newfound clarity with respect to the central traits of reality. Despite such comments, perhaps the most memorable encapsulation of Russell's life and work comes from Russell himself, as Russell tells us. 3 passions, simply but overwhelmingly strong, have governed my life: the longing for love, the search for knowledge, and the unbearable pity for the suffering of mankind. These passions, like great winds, have blown me hither and thither in a wayward course over a great ocean of anguish, reaching to the very verge of despair. I sought love first because it brings ecstasy so great that I would often have sacrificed all the rest of life for a few hours of this joy. I have sought it next because it relieves loneliness, that terrible loneliness in which one shivering consciousness looks over the rim of the world into the cold, unfathomable lifelessness abyss. I have sought it finally because in the union of love I have seen, in a mystic miniature, the prefiguring vision of the heavens that saints and poets have imagined. This is what I sought, and though it might seem too good for human life, this is what at least I have found. With equal passion I have sought knowledge. I have wished to understand the hearts of men. I have wished to know why they stars shine. I have I have tried to apprehend the Pythagorean power by which number holds sway above the flux. A little of this, but not much I have achieved. Love and knowledge, so far as they were possible, led me upward towards the heaven, but always pity brought me back to earth. Echoes of cries of pain reverberate in my heart. Children in famine, victims tortured by oppressors, helpless old people, a hated burden to their sons, and the whole world of loneliness, poverty, and pain make a mockery of what human life should be. I long to alleviate this evil, but I cannot, and I too suffer. This has been my life. I have found it worth living, and would gladly live it again if the chance were offered to me. By any standard, Russell led an enormously full life. In addition to his groundbreaking intellectual work in logic and analytical philosophy, he involved himself for much of his life in politics. As early as 1904, he spoke up frequently in favor of internationalism, and in 1907, he ran unsuccessfully for parliament. Although he stood as an independent, he endorsed the full 1907 liberal platform. He also advocated extending the franchise to women, providing that such a radical political change could be introduced through constitutionally recognized means. 3 years later, he published his Anti-Suffragist Anxieties in 1910. With the outbreak of World War I, Russell became involved in anti-war activities. In 1916, he was fined £100 for authoring an anti-war pamphlet. Because of his conviction, he was dismissed from his post at Trinity College, Cambridge. 2 years later, he was convicted a second time, this time for suggesting that American troops might be used to intimidate strikers in Britain. The result was 5 months in Brixton prison. In 1922 and 23, Russell ran twice more for Parliament, again unsuccessfully, and together with his second wife, Dora, he founded an experimental school that they operated during the 20s and early 30s. Perhaps not surprisingly, some of Russell's more radical activities, including his advocacy of post-Victorian sexual practices, were linked in many people's minds to his atheism, made famous in part by his 1948 BBC debate with the Jesuit philosopher Frederick Coppelson over the existence of God. Although Russell became the third Earl Russell upon the death of his brother in 1931, Russell's radicalism continued to make him a controversial figure well through the Middle Age. While teaching at UCLA in the United States in the late 1930s, he was offered a teaching appointment at City College, New York. The appointment was revoked following a series of protests and a 1940 judicial decision which found him morally unfit to teach at the college. The legal decision had been based partly on Russell's atheism and partly on his fame as an advocate of free love and open marriages. In 1954, Russell delivered his famous Man's Peril broadcast on the BBC, condemning the Bikini H-bomb test. A year later, together with Albert Einstein, he released the Russell-Einstein Manifesto, calling for the curtailment of nuclear weapons. In 1957, he became a prime organizer of the first Pugwash Conference, which brought together a large number of scientists concerned about the nuclear issue. He became a founding president of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament in 1958, and honorary president of the Committee of 100 in 1960. In 1961, Russell was once again imprisoned, this time for a week in connection with his anti-nuclear protests. The media coverage surrounding his conviction only served to enhance Russell's reputation and to further inspire the many idealistic youth who were sympathetic to his anti-war and anti-nuclear message. Beginning in 1963, he began work on a variety of additional issues, including lobbying on behalf of political prisoners under the auspices of the Bertrand Russell Peace Foundation. Throughout much of his life, Russell saw himself primarily as a writer rather than as a philosopher, listing authors as profession on his passport. As he says in his autobiography, I resolved not to adopt a profession, but to devote myself to writing. Upon being awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1950, Russell used his acceptance speech once again to emphasize themes relating to his social activism. Over the years, Russell has served as the subject of numerous creative works, including Apollinax in 1917, D.H. Lawrence's The Blind Man, 1920, Aldous Huxley's Chrome Yellow, 1921, Bruce Duffy's The World as I Found It, 1987, and is a graphic novel by Apostolos Doxiadis and Christos Papadimitriou, Logicomics, and Epic Search for Truth in 2009. Readers wanting additional information about Russell's life are encouraged to consult Russell's 5 autobiographical volumes. Russell's work in logic. Russell's main contribution to logic and the foundations of mathematics include his discovery of Russell's paradox, also known as the Russell-Zermelo paradox, his development together with Whitehead of the theory of types, his championing of logicism, the view that mathematics is in some significant sense reducible to formal logic, his impressively general theory of logical relations, his formalizations of the mathematics of quantity and of the real numbers, and his refining the first-order predicate calculus. Russell discovered the paradox that bears his name in 1901 while working on his Principles of Mathematics, 1903. The paradox arises in connection with the set of all sets that are not members of themselves. Such a set, if it exists, will be a member of itself if and only if it is not a member of itself. In his 1901 draft of the Principles of Mathematics, Russell summarized the problem as follows. The axiom that all reference with respect to a given relation form a class seems, however, to require some limitation, and that for the following reason. We saw that some predicates can be predicated on themselves. Consider now those on which this is not the case. There's no predicate which attaches to all of them and to no other terms, for this predicate will be either be predicable or not predicable of itself. If it is not predicable of itself, it is one of those referents by relation to which it was defined, and therefore, in virtue of their definition, it is not predicable of itself. Conversely, if it is not predicable of itself, then again, it is one of the said reference of all of which, by hypothesis, it is predicable, and therefore, again, it is predicable of itself. This is a contradiction. This paradox is significant since, using classical logic, all sentences are entailed by a contradiction. Russell's discovery thus prompted a large amount of work in logic, set theory, and the philosophy and foundations of mathematics. Russell's response to the paradox came between 1903 and 8 with the development of his theory of types. It is clear to Russell that some of the form of restrictions needed to be placed on the original comprehension or abstraction axiom of naive set theory, the axiom that formalizes the intuition that any coherent condition or property may be used to determine a set. Russell's basic idea was that reference to sets such as the so-called Russell set, the set of all sets that are not members of themselves, could be avoidable by arranging all sentences into a hierarchy, beginning with sentences about individuals at the lowest level, sentences about sets of individuals at the next lowest level, sentences about sets of individuals at the next lowest level, and so on. Using a vicious circle principle similar to that adopted by the mathematician Henry Poincare, together with his so-called no-class theory of classes, in which class terms gain meaning only when placed in the appropriate context, Russell was able to explain why the unrestricted comprehension axiom fails. Propositional functions such as the function x is a set may not be applied to themselves, since self-application would involve a vicious circle. As a result, all objects for which a given condition or predicate holds must be at the same level or the same type. Sentences about these objects will then always be higher in the hierarchy than the objects themselves. Although first introduced in 1903, the theory of types was further developed by Russell in his 1908 article Mathematical Logic as Based on the Theory of Types, and in the 3-volume work he co-authored with Alfred North Whitehead, Principia Mathematica. The theory thus admits of two versions, the simple theory of 1903 and the ramified theory of 1908. Both versions of the theory came under attack, the simple theory for being too weak, the ramified theory for being too strong. For some, it was important that any proposed solution be comprehensive enough to resolve all known paradoxes at once. For others, it was important that any proposed solution not disallow those parts of classical mathematics that remain consistent, even though they appeared to violate the vicious circle principle. Russell himself had recognized several of these same concerns as early as 1903, noting that it was unlikely that any single solution would resolve all the known paradoxes. Together with Whitehead, he was also able to introduce a new axiom, the axiom of reducibility, which lessened the vicious circle principle's scope of application and so resolved many of the most worrisome aspects of type theory. Even so, critics claim that the axiom was too simple, ad hoc to be justified philosophically. Of equal significance during this period was Russell's defense of logicism, the theory that mathematics in some important sense is reducible to logic. First defended in his 1901 article, Recent Work on the Principles of Mathematics, and later in greater details in its Principles of Mathematics and Principia Mathematica, Russell's logicism consisted of two main theses. The first was that all mathematical truths can be translated into logical truths, or in other words, that the vocabulary of mathematics constitutes a proper subset of the vocabulary of logic. The second was that all mathematical proofs can be recast as logical proofs, or in other words, that the theorems of mathematics constitute a proper subset of the theorems of logic. As Russell summarizes, the fact that all mathematics is symbolic logic is one of the greatest discoveries of our age, and when this fact has been established, the remainder of the principles of mathematics consist in the analysis of symbolic logic itself. Like Gottlob Frege, Russell's basic idea for defending logicism was that numbers may be identified with classes of classes, and that number theoretic statements may be explained in terms of quantifiers and identity. It follows that number theoretic operations may then be explained in terms of set theoretic operations such as intersection, union, and difference. In Principia Mathematica, Whitehead and Russell were able to provide many detailed derivations of major theorems in set theory, finite and transfinite arithmetic, and elementary measure theory. They were also able to develop a sophisticated theory of logical relations and a unique method of founding the real numbers. Even so, the issue of whether set theory itself can be said to have been successful reduced to logic, whether set theory itself can be said to have been successfully reduced to logic remained controversial. A fourth volume on geometry was planned but was never completed. Russell's most important writings related to these topics include not only his Principles of Mathematics, 1903, Mathematical Logic is Based on Theory of Types, 1908, and Principia Mathematica, 1910 through 13, but also his earlier essay on the foundations of geometry, 1897, and his Introduction to Mathematical Philosophy, 1919, the last of which was written while Russell was serving time in Brixton Prison as a result of his anti-war activities. Coincidentally, it was roughly at the same time that Ludwig Wittgenstein, Russell's most famous pupil, was completing his Tractatus Logico Philosophicus, 1921, while being detained as a prisoner of war in Monte Cassino in Italy during World War I. Russell's work in analytic philosophy. In much the same way that Russell used logic in an attempt to clarify issues in the foundations of mathematics, he also used logic in an attempt to clarify issues in philosophy. As one of the founders of analytic philosophy, Russell made significant contributions to a wide variety of areas, including metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and political theory. His advances in logic and metaphysics also had significant influence on Rudolf Carnap and the Vienna Circle. According to Russell, it is the philosopher's job to discover a logically ideal language, a language capable of describing the world in such a way that we will not be misled by the accidental, imprecise surface structure of natural language. As Russell writes, ordinary language is totally unsuited for expressing what physics really asserts, since the words of everyday life are not sufficiently abstract. Only mathematics and mathematical logic can say as little as the physicist means to say. Just as atomic facts, the association of properties and relations with individuals, combine to form molecular facts in the world itself, such a language will allow for the description of such combinations using logical connectives such as and or, in addition to the existence of atomic and molecular facts. Russell also held that general facts about all of something, are needed to complete our picture of the world. Famously, he vacillated on whether negative facts are also required. The reason Russell believed many ordinarily accepted statements are open to doubt is that they appear to refer to entities that may be only known through inference. Thus, underlying Russell's various projects was not only his use of logical analysis, but also his long-standing aim of discovering whether and to what extent knowledge is possible. There's one great question, he writes in 1911, can human beings know anything? And if so, what and how? This question is really the most essentially philosophical of all questions. Motivating the question was the traditional problem of the external world. If our knowledge of the external world comes through inferences to the best explanation, and if such inferences are always fallible, what guarantees do we have that our beliefs are true? Russell's response to this question was partly metaphysical and partly epistemological. On the metaphysical side, Russell developed his famous theory of logical atomism, in which the world is said to consist of a complex of logical atoms and their properties and relations. This theory was crucial for influencing Wittgenstein's theory of the same name. Together, these atoms and their properties from the facts which in turn combine to form logically complex objects. What we normally take to be inferred entities, for example, in enduring physical objects, and then understood as logical constructions formed from the immediately given entities of sensation, sensibilia. On the epistemological side, Russell argued that it is also important to show how each questionable entity may be reduced to or defined in terms of another entity or entities whose existence is more certain. For example, on this view, an ordinary physical object that normally might be thought to be known only through inference may be defined instead as a certain series of appearances connected with each other by a continuity and by certain causal laws. More generally, a thing will be defined as a certain series of aspects, namely those which would commonly be said to be of the thing. To say that a certain aspect is an aspect of a certain thing would merely mean that it is one of those which, taken serially, are the thing. The reason we are able to do this, says Russell, is that our world is not wholly a matter of inference. There are things that we know without asking the opinion of men of science. If you are too hot or too cold, you can be perfectly aware of this fact without asking a physicist what heat and cold consist of. We may give the name data to all things of which we are aware without inference. We can then use these data or sensibility or sense data with which we are directly acquainted to construct the relevant objects of knowledge. Similarly, numbers may be reduced to collections of classes, points and instance may be reduced to ordered classes of volumes, and events and classes themselves may be reduced to propositional functions. It is with these kinds of examples in mind that Russell suggests we adopt what he calls the supreme maxim of scientific philosophizing, namely the principle that whenever possible logical constructions, or as he also sometimes puts it, logical fictions, are to be substituted for inferred entities. Anything that resists construction in the sense may be said to be an ontological atom. Such objects are atomic, both in the sense that they fail to be composed of individual substantial parts and in the sense that they exist independently of one another. Their corresponding propositions are also atomic, both in the sense that they contain no other propositions as parts and in the sense that the number of any pair of true atomic propositions will be logically independent of one another. Russell believes that formal logic, if carefully developed, will mirror precisely not only the various relations between all such propositions, but their various internal structures as well. It is in this context that Russell also introduces his famous distinction between two kinds of knowledges of truths: that which is direct, intuitive, certain, and infallible, and that which is indirect, derivative, uncertain, and open to error. To be justified, every indirect knowledge claim must be capable of being derived from more fundamental, direct, or intuitive knowledge claims. The kinds of truths that are capable of being known directly include truths about immediate facts of sensation and truths of logic. Examples are discussed in The Problem of Philosophy, 1912, where Russell states that propositions with the highest degree of self-evidence, what here he calls intuitive knowledge, includes those which merely state what is given in sense, and also certain abstract logical and arithmetical principles, and though with less certainty, some ethical propositions. Eventually, Russell supplemented this distinction between direct and indirect knowledge of truths with his equally famous distinction between knowledge by acquaintance and knowledge by description. As Russell explains, I say that I am acquainted with an object when I have a direct cognition relation to that object, when I am directly aware of the object itself. When I speak of a cognitive relation here, I do not mean the sort of relation which constitutes judgment, but the sort which constitutes presentation. Later, he clarifies this point by adding that acquaintance involves not knowledge of truths, but knowledge of things. Thus, while intuitive knowledge and derivative knowledge both involve knowledge of propositions or truths, knowledge by acquaintance and knowledge by description both invoke knowledge of things or objects. This distinction is slightly complicated by the fact that even though knowledge by description is in part based upon knowledge of truths, it is still knowledge of things and not of truths, since it is things with which we have direct acquaintance that are the least questionable members of our ontology. It is these objects upon which Russell ultimately based his epistemology. Also relevant was Russell's reliance on his so-called regressive method and his eventual abandoning of foundationalism in favor of a more recognizably coherentist approach to knowledge. As Russell puts it, even in logic and mathematics, we tend to believe the premises because we can see that their consequences are true, instead of believing the consequences because we know their premises to be true. But the inferring of premises from consequences is the essence of induction. Thus, the method in investigating the principles of mathematics is really an inductive method and is substantially the same as the method of discovering general laws in any other science. Russell's contribution to metaphysics and epistemology are also unified by his views concerning the centrality of scientific knowledge and the importance of there being an underlying methodology common to philosophy and science. In the case of philosophy, this methodology expresses itself through Russell's use of logical analysis. In fact, Russell often claims that he has more confidence in his methodology than any particular philosophical conclusion. The broad conception of philosophy arose in part from Russell's idealist origins. This is so even though Russell tells us that his one true revolution in philosophy came as the result of his break from idealism. Russell saw that the idealist doctrine of internal relations led to a series of contradictions regarding asymmetrical and other relations necessary for mathematics. As he reports, it was towards the end of 1898 that More and I rebelled against both Kant and Hegel. More led the way, but I followed closely in his footsteps. Our rebellion centered upon the doctrine that fact is independent of experience. Although we were in agreement, I think that we differed as to what most interested us in our new philosophy. I think that More was more concerned with the rejection of idealism, while I was most interested in the rejection of monism. These two ideas were closely connected through the so-called doctrine of internal relations. In contrast to this doctrine, Russell proposed his own new doctrine of external relations. The doctrine of internal relations held that every relation between two terms expresses primarily intrinsic properties of the two terms and an ultimate analysis of property of the whole which the two compose. With some relations, this view is plausible. This is the type of doctrine Russell opposed, especially with respect to the asymmetrical relations necessary for mathematics. Thus, by the end of 1898, Russell had abandoned the idealism that he had been encouraged to adopt as a student at Cambridge, along with his original Kantian methodology. In its place, he adopted a new pluralistic realism. As a result, he soon became famous as an advocate of the new realism and of his new philosophy of logic, emphasizing as he did the importance of modern logic for philosophical analysis. The underlying themes of this revolution included Russell's belief in pluralism, his emphasis on anti-psychologism, and his belief in the importance of science. Each of these themes remained central to his philosophy for the remainder of his life. Russell's most important writing relating to these topics include Knowledge by Acquaintance and Knowledge by Description, 1911, The Problems of Philosophy, 1912, Our Knowledge of the External World, 1914, and On the Nature of Acquaintance, The Philosophy of Logical Atomism, 1918, Logical Atomism, 1924, The Analysis of Mind, 1921, The Analysis of Matter, 1927, Human Knowledge, Its Scope and Limits, 1948, and Theory of Knowledge. Russell's theory of definite descriptions. Russell's philosophical method has at its core the making and testing of hypotheses through the weighing of evidence. Hence Russell's comment that he wished to emphasize the scientific method in philosophy. His method also requires the rigorous analysis of problematic propositions using the machinery of first-order logic. It was Russell's belief that by using the new logic of his day, philosophers would be able to exhibit the underlying logical form of natural language statements. A statement's logical form, in turn, would help resolve various problems of reference associated with the ambiguity and vagueness of natural language. Since the introduction of the modern predicate calculus, it has been common to use these three separate logical notations to represent three senses of the natural language world is. The is of predication, the is of identity, and the is of existence. It was Russell's suggestion that just as we use logic to make clear these distinctions, we can also use logic to discover other ontologically significant distinctions that should be reflected in the analysis we give of each sentence's correct logical form. On Russell's view, the subject matter of philosophy is then distinguished from that of the sciences only by the generality and a priority of philosophical statements, not by the underlying methodology of the discipline. In philosophy, just as in mathematics, Russell believed that it was by applying logical machinery and insight that advances in analysis would be made. Russell's most famous example of his new analytic method concerns so-called denoting phrases that include both definite descriptions and proper names. Like Alexius Menon, Russell had initially adapted the view that every denoting phrase denoted, or referring to an existing entity. On this view, every fictional and imaginary entities had to be real in order to serve as truth makers for true sentences. By the time his landmark article on denoting appeared in 1905, Russell had modified his extreme realism, substituting in its place the view that denoting phrases need not possess a theoretical unity. As Russell puts it, the assumption that every denoting phrase must refer to an existing entity was the type of assumption that exhibited a failure of that feeling for reality which ought to be preserved even in the most abstract studies. While logically proper names, words such as this or that, which refer to sensations of which an agent is immediately aware, do have reference associated with them, descriptive phrases should be viewed merely as collections of quantifiers, and propositional functions, as such, they are not to be viewed as referring terms, but rather as incomplete symbols. In other words, they're to be viewed as symbols that take on meanings within appropriate context, but that remain meaningless in isolation. Put another way, it was Russell's insight that some phrases may contribute to the meaning or reference of a sentence without themselves being meaningful. In Skip Russell's famous example, the king of France is bald, and also is the barber who shaves himself. This distinction between logical forms allows Russell to explain three important puzzles. The first concerns the operation of the law of excluded middle and how this law relates to denoting terms. Encourage people to read in more detail in their own. Skip through some of this. The second puzzle concerns the law of identity as it operates in so-called opaque contexts. The third puzzle relates to true negative existential claims, here once again by treating definite descriptions as having a logical form distinct from that of proper names. Russell is able to give an account of how a speaker may be committed to the truth of a negative existential without also being committed to the belief that the subject term has reference. Russell's most important writings relating to his theory of descriptions include not only On Denoting 1905, but also The Principles of Mathematics 1903, Principia Mathematica 1910, and Introduction to Mathematical Philosophy 1919. Russell's theory of neutral monism. Yet another of Russell's contributions in his defense of neutral monism is his defense of neutral monism, the view that the world consists of just one type of substance which is neither exclusively mental nor exclusively physical. Like idealism, the view that nothing exists but the mental, and physicalism, the view that nothing exists but the physical, neutral monism rejects dualism, the view that there exist distinct mental and physical substances. However, unlike both idealism and physicalism, neutral monism holds that a single existing substance may be viewed in some contexts as being mental and in others as being physical. As Russell puts it, neutral monism, as opposed to idealistic monism and materialistic monism, is the theory that things commonly regarded as mental and things commonly regarded as physical do not differ in respect of any intrinsic property possessed by one set and not by the other, but differ only in respect of arrangement and context. To help understand this general suggestion, Russell introduced his analogy of a postal directory. The theory may be illustrated by a comparison with a postal directory in which the same names come twice over, once in alphabetical and once in geographical order. We may compare the alphabetical order to the mental and the geographic order to the physical. The affinities of a given thing are quite different in the two orders, and the causes and effects obey different laws. The objects may be connected in the mental world by the association of ideas, and in the physical world by the law of gravitation, just as every man in the directory has two kinds of neighbors, namely alphabetical neighbors and geographical neighbors. So every object will lie at the intersection of two causal series with different laws, namely the mental series and the physical series. Thoughts are not different in substance from things. The stream of my thoughts is a stream of things, namely of the things which I should commonly be said to be thinking of. What leads to it being called a stream of thoughts is merely that the laws of succession are different from the physical laws. In other words, when viewed as being mental, a thought or idea may have associated with it other thoughts or ideas that seem related, even though when viewed as being physical, they have very little in common. As Russell explains, in my mind, Caesar may call up Charlemagne, whereas in the physical world, the two were widely sundered. Even so, it is a mistake on this view to postulate two distinct types of things that are composed of two distinct substances, the mental and the physical. Instead, the whole duality of mind and matter, according to this theory, is a mistake. There is only one kind of stuff out of which the world is made, and this stuff is called mental in one arrangement, physical in the other. Russell appears to have developed this theory around 1913 while working on his Theory of Knowledge manuscript and on his 1914 monist article on the nature of acquaintance. Decades later, in 1964, he remarked that I am not conscious of any serious change in my philosophy since I adopted neutral monism. Even so, over the next several decades, Russell continued to do a large amount of original work, authoring such important books as The Analysis of Mind, 1921, The Analysis of Matter, 1927, An Inquiry into Meaning and Truth, 1940, and Human Knowledge, Its Scopes and Limits, 1948. Today, several authors, including David Chalmers, Thomas Nagel, and Eric Banks, have shown renewed interest in considering Russell's general approach to the mind. In addition to the above titles by Russell, Russell's most influential writings relating to his theories of metaphysics and epistemology include Our Knowledge of the External World, 1914, The Relation of Sense Data to Physics, The Philosophy of Logical Atomism, On Propositions, What They Are and How They Mean, 1919, and An Outline of Philosophy, 1927. Okay, now Russell's atheism. Russell sums up his views about religion quite plainly. My own view on religion is that of Lucretius. I regard it as a disease born of fear and a source of untold misery to the human race. According to Russell, not only are most religious beliefs intellectually and morally pernicious, the religious point of view itself is a conception quite unworthy of free men. Throughout his life, Russell put significant effort into opposing religious ideas and institutions of all kinds. As he reports in his autobiography upon arriving at Brixton Prison in 1918, I was much cheered on my arrival by the warder at the gate, who had to take particulars about me. He asked my religion, and I replied agnostic. He asked how to spell it, and I remarked with a sigh, well, there are many religions, but I suppose they all worship the same God. This remark kept me cheerful for about a week. Russell's discussion about religion fall largely into four categories: his criticisms of arguments favoring the existence of God, his observation that religion has historically served to impede the advancement of knowledge, his observation that religion has regularly advanced theories of morality that are more harmful than good, and his analysis of religion not simply as a body of belief, but as a mode of feeling. Perhaps most importantly, Russell opened the door for demystification of religion, writing in plain language at a time when people had been told that serious discussions about religion required a detailed knowledge of Latin and church history. The result was twofold. First, that many people came to understand religion as a subject about which they were entailed to develop their own beliefs and views. Second, that arguments from ecclesiastical authorities suddenly became less formidable and less influential than they had been for centuries. In this respect, it is not too much to say that Russell did as much to usher in the 20th century's age of secularism as Luther did to usher in the 16th century age of Protestantism. At the Nobel Prize Committee noted, the 1950 award went to Russell in recognition of his varied and significant writings in which he champions humanitarian ideals and freedom of thought. Russell himself reports that he received the award primarily for his anti-religious book, Marriage and Morals. Russell's analysis of traditional arguments in favor of the existence of God appears in both his popular and philosophical writings. In his book on Leibniz, he discusses Leibniz's treatment of several such arguments, noting that they are the weakest parts in Leibniz's philosophy, the part most full of inconsistencies. In his more popular writings, he repeatedly emphasizes his view about religion, noting that the fact that an opinion has been widely held is no evidence whatsoever that it is not utterly absurd. In his 1922 booklet, Free Thought and the Official Propaganda, he tells his reader that I am myself a dissenter from all known religions, and I hope that every kind of religious belief will die out. Later in 1941 collection of his essays, Let the People Think, he adds that modern science gives us no indication whatsoever of the existence of the soul. And in his preface to his 1957 book, Why I'm Not a Christian, and other essays on religion and related subjects, he notes that I am firmly convinced that religions do harm, as I am that they are untrue. Russell's criticism of arguments traditionally offered in favor of the existence of God include his discussion of the first cause argument, the problem of evil, the ontological argument, the teleological argument, the argument from pre-established harmony, the natural law argument, the argument from morality, the remediation of injustice argument, and the argument from religious experience. Underlying all of these discussions is Hume's suggestion that belief needs to be proportioned to the available evidence. The first cause or cosmological argument is the argument that says everything has a cause, there must have been a first cause. And it is so to this first cause that we give the name God. In response to this argument, Russell notes the obvious: if everything must have a cause, then God must have a cause. If everything must have a creator, then God must have a creator. Alternatively, if God can exist without a cause, then it is just as likely that the world can exist without a cause. In fact, it is even more likely than the existence of an uncaused, hypothetical, supernatural creator who manufactures and then intervenes in the world, since there is no reason to suppose that the world had a beginning at all. To those who suggest that, unlike God, since every part of the world has a cause, it follows that the world itself must have a cause. Russell notes that just because every man has a mother, it does not follow that the human race must have a mother. Put in a more formal language, although causation connects each contingent stage of the world to the next, it need not follow that there is an extra mundane creator of the world as a whole. To those who claim that without such a creator, there can never be sufficient reason for why there are any states at all, Russell points out that the traditional view of God as being uncaused because he exists necessarily is simply inconsistent with God's creation of a contingent universe. No series of contingent states may have come about by the necessity that accompanies God's actions, since the contingency of existential propositions rests on the assertion that God acts not from necessity but contingently. Thus, either the world itself has no supernatural cause, or the supernatural cause itself will act and exist contingently, and so it too cannot be necessarily and must require a creator. Related to this argument is the problem of evil. As Russell notes, the creation of a contingent world could never eliminate God's responsibility for the existence of evil. The world, we are told, was created by God, who is both good and omnipotent. Before he created the world, he foresaw all the pain and misery that it would contain. He is therefore responsible for all of it. It is useless to argue that the pain in the world is due to sin. In the first place, this is not true. It is not sin that causes rivers to overflow their banks or volcanoes to erupt. But even if it were true, it would make no difference. If I were going to beget a child knowing that the child was going to be a homicidal maniac, I should be responsible for his crimes. If God knew in advance the sins of which man would be guilty, he was clearly responsible for all the consequences of those sins when he decided to create man. In response to the ontological argument, the argument that since perfection implies existence, the idea of non existence, perfect God, and self contradictory, Russell points out that the argument rests ultimately on the mistaken claim that existence is a property, or, in Russell's terminology, a predicate. His reasoning is as follows: if existence were a predicate, then, like all other predicates, it would or would not be part of the nature of any given substance. But upon being created, each substance would acquire a new predicate. Hence, the special position of existence as a contingent and synthetic predicate falls to the ground. If all substances always contain all their predicates, then all substances also contain or do not contain the predicate existence, and God must be as powerless over this predicate as over any other. To add the predicate existence must be metaphysically impossible. Thus, either creation is self-contradictory, or if existence is not a predicate, the ontological argument is unsound. In response to the teleological argument or argument from design, the argument that the complexity and purpose we find in the world shows that there must have been a creator, Russell points out that since the time of Darwin, we understand much better why living creatures are adapted to their environment. It is not that their environment was made to be suitable to them, but that they grew to be suitable to it. And that is the basis of adaptation. There's no evidence of design about it. Russell also reminds his reader about the pre-Darwin observation made famous by David Hume, that it is most astonishing thing that people can believe that this world, with all the things that are in it, with all of its defect, is the best that an omnipotent, omniscient creator could have been able to create in the millions of years. In response to the argument from pre-established harmony, the argument that the world is so well constructed, we are told that it must have had a highly skillful architect, or as Leibniz preferred to say, that the harmony of all the monads could only have arisen from a common cause. Russell notes that this is simply a version of the argument from design, and that being more palpably inadequate than any of the others, it has acquired a popularity which they have never enjoyed. In response to the natural law argument, the argument that the existence of the laws of nature shows that there must have been a lawgiver, Russell points out the argument arises simply as a result of a confusion between natural and human laws. Human laws are commands that we choose to follow or ignore. In contrast, laws of nature are simply descriptions of how things in fact are. There is thus no need to assume a lawmaker unless the argument from design is sound, which it is not. Alternatively, if we assume that there must have been a lawmaker who brought about these laws, this raises the question of why the lawmaker chose to make these laws and not others. If you say that he did it simply from his own good pleasure and without any reason, then you find that there is something which is not subject to law, and so your train of natural law is interrupted. If you say, as the more orthodox theologians do, that in all the laws which God issues, he had a reason for giving those laws rather than others, the reasons, of course, being to create the best universe, although you would never think it to look at it. If there was a reason for the laws which God gave, then God himself was subject to the law, and therefore you do not get any advantage by introducing God as an intermediary. In either case, there is no need to postulate a supernatural lawmaker. In response to the argument from morality or the divine command theory argument, the argument that there could be no right or wrong unless God existed, Russell adapts the reply given by Socrates to Euthyphro 2,300 years ago. Assuming there is a difference between right and wrong, is this difference due to God's command or not? If it is, then for God there must have originally been no difference between right and wrong, and it is no longer a significant statement to say that God is good. Alternatively, if we take a more traditional theological line and insist that God is good, and it is for this reason that God commands some actions and not others, then we will also have to say the right and wrong have some meaning, which is independent of God's fiat, because God's fiats are good and not bad independently of the mere fact that he made them. If you're going to say that, you'll have to say that it is not only through God that right and wrong came into being, but that they are in their essence logically anterior to God. Of course, we might then feel compelled to suggest the existence of a superior deity, one who ordered the God who created the world to act as he did, but this opinion will be of no value to the traditional theist. There is also the line that some of the Gnostics take, a line which I often thought was a very plausible one, that as a matter of fact, this world that we know was made by the devil at a moment when God was not looking. But again, this is not the kind of option that would give comfort to the traditional theist. In response to the remediation of injustice argument, the argument that God is needed to bring justice to the world to ensure that at the end of time the scales of justice have been balanced, Russell asked what evidence we have that such remediation is ever going to occur. In the part of this universe that we know there is great injustice, and often the good suffer, and often the wicked prosper, and one hardly knows which of those is the more annoying. But if you are going to have justice in the universe as a whole, you have to suppose a future life to redress the balance of life here on earth. So they say that there must be a God and there must be heaven and hell in order that the long run there may be justice. Despite such wishful thinking, we have no concrete evidence that such remediation is ever going to occur. Supposing you got on a crate of oranges that you opened and you found all the top layers of oranges bad, you would not argue the underneath ones must be good so as to redress the balance. You would say probably the whole lot is bad consignment, and that is really what a scientific person would argue about the universe. Finally, in response to the argument from religious experience, the argument that people report having had direct experience of the supernatural or the divine, Russell simply notes that we are just as likely to make mistakes when reporting such experiences as we are to make mistakes in other areas of our life. If you have jaundice, you will see things yellow that are not yellow. You're making a mistake. That is our total body of evidence that needs to be considered when making such judgments, a body of evidence that leans heavily against the existence of anything divine or supernatural. On the question of whether religion has impeded the advancement of knowledge and introduced harmful theories of morality, Russell writes equally plainly the objection to religions are of two sorts, intellectual and moral. The intellectual objection is that there is no reason to suppose that any religion true. The moral objection is that religious precepts date from a time when men were more cruel than they are, and therefore tend to perpetuate inhumanities with the moral conscience of the age would otherwise outgrow. The conclusion to be drawn, says Russell, is that religious faith has served as a shield against the advancement of knowledge, both in ethics and in the sciences. When two men of science disagree, they do not invoke the secular arm. They wait for further evidence to decide the issue, because as men of science, they know that neither is infallible. But when two theologians differ, since there are no criterion to which either can appeal, there's nothing for it but mutual hatred and an open or covert appeal to force. Today, no one believes that the world was created in 4004 BC, but not so very long ago, skepticism on this point was thought an abominable crime. It is no credit to the Orthodox that they do not now believe all the absurdities that were believed 150 years ago. The gradual emasculation of the Christian doctrine has been effected in spite of the most vigorous resistance and solely as a result of the onslaughts of free thinkers. The tortures of the Inquisition, the condoning of slavery in the Bible and the Quran, the burning of women and men for witchcraft, the coming together to pray for deliverance at times of plague, which only led to further spread of disease, all resulted from religious beliefs and practices. The conclusion, says Russell, is obvious. The more intense has been the religion of any period, and the more profound has been the dogmatic belief, the greater has been the cruelty, and the worst has been the state of affairs. In his own time, Russell was criticized severely for his view that the church's attempt to keep sexual knowledge away from the young was extremely dangerous to mental and physical health. Against the practice of his time, he advocated sex education for the young. He also recommended temporary childless marriages for those not ready to begin a family, and held that Christian ethics inevitably, through the emphasis laid upon sexual virtue, did a great deal to degrade the position of women. In support of his view that the writings handed down by the church fathers were full of invectives against women, he quotes the historian Lecky: woman was represented as the door to hell, as the mother of all human sins. She should be ashamed at the very thought that she is a woman. She should live in continual penance on account of the curses she has brought upon the world. Russell concludes that it is only in quite modern times that women have regained the degree of freedom which they have enjoyed in the Roman Empire. Among Russell's critics, it was argued that in this case and in others like it, Russell had simply got his facts wrong. And it is incredible that a philosopher of note could be so unreliable and so unfamiliar with the fact that early Christianity had exalted the conception of a woman in the adoration given to Mary and the saints, and that by treating marriage as a sacrament, it emancipated women of all classes from the old traditions of the absolute authority of parents and the signorial power of feudal lords. It is the intellectual blindness not to recognize the revolutionary import of early Christianity, whatever the contemporary feelings concerning the sacrament of marriage may be, when it set itself like a wall against the tides of boundless sensuality and impressed upon the Roman world the sanctity of human life. Contrary to what is often said about his personal life, it is worth noting that Russell did not practice or defend a libertine ethic. He thought that sex was a natural need, like food and drink, but that it should not be trivialized by disassociating it from serious emotion and from feelings of affection. As Alan Woods noted, the result was that more than anyone else, he changed the outlook of sex morality of a whole new generation, and during his lifetime, he saw the cause of women's rights, once regarded as a crank's crusade, end up as an established part of the laws and customs of the land. As Wood also notes, perhaps the finest tribute to his success is that few people now even realize the nature of the old ideas. Russell, it must be repeated, was fighting a cruel and indefensible state of affairs where sexual ignorance was deliberately fostered, so a boy might think that the changes of puberty were signs of some dreadful disease, and a girl might marry without knowing anything of what lay ahead of her on her bridal night, where women were taught to look at sex not as a source of joy, but as a painful matrimonial duty, where prudery went to the extent of covering the legs of pianos and draperies, where artificial mystery evoked morbid curiosity, and where humbug went hand in hand with unhappiness. Underlying Russell's writing on religion was also his observation that religion is not simply a body of doctrine, but is also a vehicle for the expression of emotion. This explains why arguments against the existence of the supernatural, although influential among intellectuals, are not the main driving force behind most religious belief. Instead, religion is based largely on fear and ignorance, our fear of the mysterious, our lack of knowledge of natural causes, our fear of death. With regard to the propositional content of a religion, or what Russell calls theology, Russell notes that central to the to the idea of Christianity are belief in God, belief in the immortality, and the very least belief that Christ was, if not divine, at least the best and wisest of men. If you're not going to believe that much about Christ, I do not think you have any right to call yourself a Christian. Since it is a propositional content that varies from religion to religion, it turns out as a matter of logic that at most one religion can be true. Even so, as Jack Pitt writes, Russell is more than just a heroic heretic hounding the sacred cows of sterile tradition while spreading a new gospel of human freedom and secular enlightenment. Instead, Russell sees religion as distinct from theology, as essentially a mode of feeling, perhaps as a set of attitudes which invariably have practical consequences for the ethical tone and style of a person's life. Russell says much the same thing when he notes that religion has three main aspects. In the first place, there are man's serious personal beliefs insofar as they have to do with the nature of the world and the conduct of life. In the second place, there's the theology. In the third place, there's the institutionalized religion, the churches. The first of these three aspects is somewhat vague, but the word religion, in coming more and more to be used in the sense, what makes my attitude towards religion complex is that although I consider some form of personal religion highly desirable and feel many people unsatisfactorily thought through the lack of it, I cannot accept the theology of any well known religion, and I'm inclined to think that most churches at most times have done more harm than good. One suggestion about the source of his threefold division is connected to Russell's love of Attilene morale. Separating religious feelings from religious belief would have allowed Russell to find some common ground with Morel's spirituality without having to accept any particular theology. An alternative view is that the complexity of Russell's view was generated by the fact that even our most serious emotions and most important feelings need not result solely from the propositional content of our beliefs. Among Russell's most famous suggestions about the nature of the good life is his observation that the good life is one inspired by love and guided by knowledge. For Russell, this is the view so basic that is more like a goal than a description. As a result, it becomes impossible to think of it as a claim purely connected to a propositional content. As Russell explained, suppose, for instance, your child is ill, love makes you wish to cure it, and science tells you how to do so. There is an intermediate stage of ethical theory where it is demonstrated that your child had better be cured. Your act springs directly from the desire for an end, together with the knowledge and means. This is equally true of all acts, whether good or bad. The result is that in many cases emotion drives belief. I cannot therefore prove that my view of the good life is right. I can only state my view and hope that as many people will agree. These observations should be interpreted as giving unfettered license to religious belief. As Russell points out, some very important virtues are more likely to be found among those who reject religious dogma than those who accept them. I think this applies especially to the virtue of truthfulness and intellectual integrity. I mean by intellectual integrity, the habit of deciding vexed questions in accordance with the evidence or of leaving them undecided where the evidence is inconclusive. In the case of religion, is not simply that such virtues are ignored, instead they are positively frustrated. If theology is thought necessary to virtue, and if candid inquirers see no reason to think the theology true, the authorities will set to work to discourage candid inquiry. In former centuries, they did so by burning the inquiries at the stake. In Russia, they still have methods which are a little better, but in Western countries, the authorities have perfected somewhat milder forms of persuasion. Of these schools are perhaps the most important. The young must be preserved from hearing the arguments in favor of the opinions which the authorities dislike, and those who nevertheless persist in showing an inquiring disposition will incur social displeasure and if possible be made to feel morally reprehensible. Societies as well as individuals, say Russell, need to choose whether the good life is one that is guided by honest inquiry and the weighing of evidence or by familiarity or superstition and the comforts of religion. Russell's writing on religion and topics include chapter 15 of his critical exposition of the philosophy of Leibniz, 1900, as well as A Free Man's Worship, 1923, Why I'm Not a Christian, 1927, reprinted in Why I'm Not a Christian, other essays on religion-related subjects, 1957, The Existence and the Nature of God, 1939, Is There a God, 1952, and What I Believe. Okay, so that I thought was one of the most interesting parts. Yeah, Dr. Freeman, if you were there, yeah, I mean, I know you like to debate against atheism. So Russell is the quintessential intellectual atheist, the founder of guys like Dawkins and Hitchings, the British intellectual atheist, and almost all of the modern day arguments for atheism are really just rehashing of Russell, who was pretty comprehensive in that. So, certainly in metaphysics, a lot of the topics, especially in the older time, are of the religious nature and the proposition of unknown forces in relationship to God. As I'm doing the heavy lifting today for the modern metaphysics as the metaphysical precursors to science, namely being math and logic, of which Russell was extremely important. And then you see Russell for this precursor to the Vienna Circle and Wittgenstein to conceptually where philosophy and metaphysics could basically be discarded for logical method. So we'll definitely be looking more into this. And it was almost enjoyable just to read through Russell's arguments. And maybe at some point, time being there, I will try to counter all of Russell's arguments, or we'll look more in depth into this. Russell's social and political philosophy. Russell's significant social influence stems from three main sources: his long-standing social activism, his many writings on social and political issues of his day, as well as on more theoretical concerns, and his popularizations of numerous technical writings in philosophy and the natural sciences. Among Russell's many popularizations are his two best-selling works, The Problems of Philosophy in 1912 and A History of Western Philosophy in 1945. Both of these books, as well as numerous books popularizing science, have done much to educate and inform generations of general readers. His history is still widely read and did much to initiate 20th century research on a wider range of historical figures, such as the pre-Socratics to Leibniz. His Problems still used as an introductory textbook over a century after it was first published. Both books can be read by the layman with satisfaction. Other popular books, particularly those relating to the development of modern sciences, the ABCs of Atoms, 1923, and the ABC of Relativity, 1925, are now of more historical interest. Even so, they continue to convey something of the intellectual excitement associated with advances in 20th century science and philosophy. Naturally enough, Russell saw a link between education in this broad sense and social progress. As he put it, education is the key to the new world. Partly this is due to our need to understand nature, but equally important is our need to understand each other. The thing, after all, that a teacher should endeavor to produce in his pupils, if democracy is to survive, is the kind of tolerance that springs from an endeavor to understand those who are different from ourselves. It is perhaps a natural human impulse to view with horror and disgust all manners and customs different from those to which we are used. Ants and savages put strangers to death, and those who have never traveled either physically or mentally find it difficult to tolerate the queer ways and outlandish beliefs of our nations and other times, other sects, and other political parties. This kind of ignorant intolerance is the antithesis of a civilized outlook and one of the gravest dangers to which our overcrowded world is exposed. It is in this same context that Russell is famous for suggesting that a widespread reliance upon evidence rather than suspicion would have enormous social consequences. I wish to propose for the reader's favorable consideration, says Russell, a doctrine which may, I fear, appear widely paradoxical and subversive. The doctrine in question is this: that it is undesirable to believe a proposition when there is no ground whatsoever for supporting it true. Unlike Russell's view about the importance of education, the precise connection between Russell's political activism and his more theoretical work has been more controversial. In part, this has been because Russell himself repeatedly maintains that he saw no significant connection between his philosophical work and his political activism. Others have seen things differently. One of the best summaries is given by Alan Wood. Russell sometimes maintained that, partly, I think, out of perverseness, that there was no connection between his philosophical and political opinions. But in fact, I think there are perfectly obvious connections between Russell's philosophical and other views. To begin with, it is natural enough to find an analytical anti-monist philosopher like Russell upholding the individual against the state, whereas Hegel did the reverse. In addition, the whole bent of Russell's mind and philosophy was the attempt to eliminate the a priori and to accentuate the empirical, and there was exactly the same trend in his political thinking, unless it is realized that Russell's approach to political questions was usually empirical and practical, based on the evidence of the moment and not on a priori principles and preconceptions. It's quite impossible to understand why his views appeared to vary so much. This was perfectly legitimate and even praiseworthy in a world which never stays the same and where changing circumstances continually change the balance of arguments on different sides. Thus, in addition to Russell's numerous contributions to the politics of his day, he also contributed significantly to our understanding of the social world around us. Among Russell's more theoretical contributions were his anticipation of John Mackey's error theory in ethics, the view that moral judgments are cognitive, that is, that they are either true or false, but because of their content, they are in fact are invariably false. Russell also anticipated the modern theory of emotivism as introduced by A.J. Ayer in his 1936 Language, Truth, and Logic, arguing that primary we call something good when we desire it and bad when we have an aversion from it, a view that he had been flirting with since 1913. Even so, Russell remains less than satisfied with his views on metaethics for most of his life. The dissatisfaction appears not to have extended to his work in political theory. There, Russell focused primarily on the notion of power, or what he called the production of intended effects. As McGill writes, the concept of power overshadows all of Russell's political and economic writings. Russell himself summarizes his point of view with the observation that the laws of social dynamics are, so I shall contend, only capable of being stated in terms of power in its various forms. As a result, it is only by understanding power in all its human instantiations that we understand the social world around us. Russell's cataloging of the perceived evils of his age are well known. As Popper neatly sums up Russell's general outlook, we are clever, perhaps too clever, but we are also wicked, and this mixture of cleverness and wickedness lies at the root of our troubles. Even so, underlying Russell's criticism of both the political left and the political right lies a common worry, the unequal distribution of power. As McGill sums up, evidently he had become convinced that the thirst for power is the primary danger of mankind, that possessiveness is evil mainly because it promotes the power of man over man. The problem with this analysis and of Russell's desire for more equitable distribution of powers is that any proposed solution appears to lead to paradox. Suppose certain men join a movement to de-establish power or to distribute it more equally among people. If they are successful, they carry out the behest of power, becoming themselves as powerful. In terms of Mr. Russell's definition, as any tyrant, even though they spread the good life to millions, the more successful they are, the more usurpacious and dangerous. Like his writings about religion, Russell's writings in ethics and politics brought him to the attention of a large number of non-academic readers. His most influential books on these topics include Principles of Social Reconstruction, 1916, On Education, 1926, Marriage and Morals, 1929, The Conquest of Happiness, 1930, The Scientific Outlook, 1931, and Power, A New Social Analysis, 1938. Contemporary Russell scholarship. Since his death in 1970, Russell's reputation as a philosopher has continued to grow. This increase in reputation has been accompanied by a corresponding increase in scholarship. The increase in scholarship has benefited greatly from the existence of the Bertrand Russell archives at McMaster University, where the bulk of Russell's library and literary estate are housed, and from the Bertrand Russell Research Center. Since 1983, the Bertrand Russell editorial project, initiated by John Slater and Kenneth Blackwell, has also begun to release authoritative annotated editions of Russell's collected papers. When complete, this edition will run over 35 volumes and will bring together all of Russell's writing other than his correspondence in previously published monographs. Recent scholarship has also helped remind readers of the influence Russell's students had on Russell's philosophy. Ludwig Wittgenstein and Frank Ramsey especially presented Russell with helpful criticism of his work and new problems to solve. Both men pushed Russell to develop new theories in logic and epistemology, despite the fact that Wittgenstein was less than satisfied with Russell's introduction to his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, 1921, Michael Porter's Wittgenstein's Notes on Logic, 2009, and the introductory materials published in Russell's Theory of Knowledge, the 1913 manuscript, show the extent and fruitfulness of the interaction between teacher and student. Since Russell's death, debate has also taken place over the ultimate importance of Russell's contributions, not just to philosophy, but to other disciplines as well. Advocates of Russell's inclusion in the canon remind readers that few have done more to advance both formal logic and analytical philosophy. As Strawson concludes, Russell's influence on the philosophy of his and our time has perhaps been greater than that of any other single individual. Critics of Russell's inclusion in the canon, or at least of his canonization, remind readers of Russell's early enthusiasm for British imperialism and of his controversial comments about eugenics and race. Others have noticed his apparent early anti-Semitism and his advocacy of preemptive nuclear war against the Soviet Union following World War II. On the issue of preemptive war, Russell himself later denied he had ever advocated such a course of action. However, after carefully reviewing the historical record, biographer Ronald Clark comes to a different conclusion. Clark is unequivocal about Russell's lack of sincerity on the issue. If the suggestion that he deliberately tried to conceal his earlier view is repugnant, the record does not really allow any other conclusion to be drawn. Perhaps as a result of such observation, many readers remain undecided when attempting to evaluate Russell's overall contribution to the intellectual life of the 20th century. Monk's two volumes are a significant case in point. In addition to his groundbreaking biographical work, Monk relates Wittgenstein's humorous suggestion that all of Russell's books should be bound into two colors, those dealing with mathematical logic in red, and all students of philosophy should read them, and those dealing with ethics and politics in blue, and no one should be allowed to read them. Others, such as Peter Stone, have argued that such characters are based on a misunderstanding of the nature of Russell as a political figure, and that whatever one might think of Russell's politics, he was one of the few public figures in the West to stand against capitalism without succumbing to the illusions about Stalinist Russia. If for no other reason than this, Russell deserves some credit for his political instincts. However, it is the ordinary reader to decide between such conflicting evaluations. Unlike the many logical advances Russell introduced in politics, he is still usually understood to be more of an advocate than a theoretician. As a result, his reputation as a political thinker has not been as high as his reputation in logic, metaphysics, and epistemology. Even so, regardless of his many particular contributions, Russell's lasting reputation has also benefited significantly from his constant willingness to abandon unsupported theories and outdated beliefs. To his great credit, with new evidence presented itself, Russell will always among the first to take it into account. Against my will, in the course of my travels, the belief that everything worth knowing was known at Cambridge gradually wore off. In this respect, says Russell, my travels were very useful to me. A short anecdote recounted in Russell's autobiography is also typical. As a young man, he says he spent part of each day for many weeks reading George Cantor and copying out the gist of him into a notebook. At the time, I falsely supposed all of his arguments to be fallacious, but I nevertheless went through them all in the minutest detail. This stood me in good stead when later on I discovered that all the fallacies were mine. So in the spirit of what Bertrand Russell said there about George Cantor, that's what Duvid is doing in this series. So yeah, Bertrand Russell, I did him first today because Russell is one of the most important people for modern metaphysics of the 20th century, the basis of the Vienna Circle in the making of the modern, somewhat atheistic, materialistic mind, the logicism of mathematics, and other things. And Russell was a polymath who covered many, many areas. And so I decided to start with Russell. Okay, Gottlieb Frege. So Russell is somewhat like, as I mentioned, that Russell had correspondence with Frege, and Russell's logicism is largely based upon Frege. So we're going in somewhat reverse order. Like, to some aspect, like I should have started with Kant and then Bolzano, then Frege, then Russell, then Wittgenstein. But at least for the start, I decided I'm going to go Russell, Frege, Kant, because most people, it's too difficult, because we already have these conceptions. So if you're just starting new, if you knew nothing and you wanted a historical progression, but that's not the case. We live in the modern world, and the modern world is more made up upon Bertrand Russell leading into the Vienna Circle and logical positivism, scientific realism, and an anti-metaphysician stance. And so how did we get to this point? You have to appreciate, what is our current circumstance? And then how did we get to this point to start understanding alternatives? So Frege, extremely important in the history of logic, and Bertrand Russell's project of logicism, the creating a logical framework for mathematics. So Frege, unlike Russell, basically stayed in his lane. So almost all of this is technical, and encourage people to read the technical parts on their own. A lot of it is notational. So Frege, if anybody has studied formal logic, Frege is the originator of a lot of the notation and ideas for our modern understanding of logic. Frege is extremely important for modern computer science and all sorts of fields. So let's jump right in. Gottlob Frege. Friedrich Ludwig Gottlob Frege was a German mathematician, logician, and philosopher who worked at the University of Jena. Frege essentially reconceived the discipline of logic by constructing a formal system which, in effect, constituted the first predicate calculus. In this formal system, Frege developed an analysis of quantified statements and formalized the notion of proof in terms that are still accepted today. Frege then demonstrated that one could use his system to resolve theoretical mathematical statements in terms of simpler logical and mathematical notions. One of the axioms that Frege later added to his system in the attempt to derive significant parts of mathematics from logic proved to be inconsistent. Nevertheless, his definition of the predecessor relation and of the concept of natural number and methods for deriving the axioms of number theory constituted a significant advance. To ground his view about the relationship of logic and mathematics, Frege conceived a comprehensive philosophy of language that many philosophers still find insightful, though recent scholarship suggests that Frege borrowed a significant number of elements in his philosophy of language from the Stoics. Moreover, his lifeline project of showing that mathematics was reducible to logic was not successful. So this is mainly going to focus on Frege's logic and philosophy of mathematics, and then his philosophy of language. And both of these are extremely fundamental to the modern conception of metaphysics, of anti-metaphysics, even though Frege didn't necessarily hold like that, but by providing the logical framework to base mathematics, which eventually led for the unification of science and understanding of the material realm through the laws of logic and mathematics. So Frege, extremely important, not well known or appreciated outside of experts in the field. Frege's life and influences. Frege entered University of Jena and Frege was born in 1848, died in 1925. At Jena, Frege attended lectures by Ernst Karl Abbe, who subsequently became Frege's mentor, who had a significant intellectual and personal influence on Frege's life. Frege transferred to the University of Göttingen in 1871, and 2 years later, in 1873, he was awarded a PhD in mathematics, having written a dissertation under Ernst Schering titled On a Geometric Representation of Imaginary Forms in the Plane. Frege explains the project in his thesis as follows: by a geometric representation of imaginary forms in the plane, we understand accordingly a kind of correlation in virtue of which every real or imaginary element of the plane has a real intuitive element corresponding to it. Here by imaginary forms, Frege is referring to imaginary points, imaginary curves, and lines. Interestingly, one section of the thesis concerns the representation of complex numbers by magnitudes of angles in the plane. In 1874, Frege completed his Habituation Schrift entitled Methods of Calculation based on an extension of the concept of quantity. Immediately after submitting this thesis, the good offices of Abbe led Frege to become a private docent lecturer at the University of Jena. Library records from the University of Jena established that over the next 5 years, Frege checked out text in mechanics, analysis, geometry, Abelian functions, and elliptical functions. No doubt many of these texts helped him to prepare the lecture he is listed as giving by the University of Jena course bulletin. For those lectures are on topics that often match the text: analytical geometry, elliptical and Abelian functions, algebraic analysis, functions of complex variables, and more. This course of Frege's reading and lectures during the period of 1874 to 9 dovetailed quite naturally with the interest he displayed in his dissertation. The extension of the concept of quantity referred to in the title concerns the fact that our understanding of quantities, lengths, surfaces, and more has to be extended in the context of complex numbers. He says right at the beginning of his work, according to the old conception, length appears as something material which fills the straight line between its endpoints and at the same time prevents another thing from penetrating into its space and its rigidity. In adding quantities, we therefore are forced to place one quantity against another. Something similar holds for surfaces and solid contents. The introduction of negative quantities made a dent in this conception, and imaginary quantities made it completely impossible. Now, all that matters is the point of origin and the endpoint. The idea of fulfilling the space has been completely lost. All that has remained is certain general properties of addition, which now emerge as the essential characteristic marks of quantity. The concept has thus gradually freed itself from intuition and made itself independent. This is quite objectionable, especially since its earlier intuitive character was at bottom mere appearance. Bounded straight lines and planes enclosed by curves can certainly be intuited, but what is quantitative about them, what is common to lengths and surfaces, escapes our intuition. There is accordingly a noteworthy difference between geometry and arithmetic in the way in which their fundamental principles are grounded. The elements of all geometrical constructions are intuitions, and geometry refers to intuition as the source of its axioms. Since the object of arithmetic does not have an intuitive character, its fundamental propositions cannot stem from intuition. Here we can see the beginning of two lifelong interests of Frege, namely, one, in how concepts and definitions develop from one domain fair when applied to a wider domain, and two, in the contrast between legitimate appeals to intuition in geometry and illegitimate appeals to intuition in the development of pure number theory. Indeed, some recent scholars have shown how Frege's work in logic was informed in part by his understanding of the analogies and disanalogies between geometry and number theory, and shown that Frege was intimately familiar with the divisions among later 19th century mathematicians doing complex analysis who split over whether it's better to use the analytical methods of Weierstrass or the intuitive geometric methods of Riemann. Weierstrass' 1872 paper describing a real value function that is continuous everywhere but differential nowhere was well known and provided an example of an ungraphable function that places limits on intuition. Yet at the same time, Frege clearly accepted Riemann's practice and methods derived from taking functions as fundamental as opposed to Weierstrass's focus on functions that can be represented or analyzed in terms of other mathematical objects like complex power series. In 1879, Frege published his first book, Concept Notation of Formula Language of Pure Thought, modeled upon that of arithmetic, and was promoted to extraordinaris professor at Jena, although the Begriffenschrift constituted a major advance in logic. That's the German for this first book of his, the Begriffenschrift, constituted a major advance in logic. It was neither widely understood nor well received. Some scholars have suggested that this was due to the fact that the notation was two-dimensional instead of linear, and that he didn't build up upon the work of others, but rather presented something radically new. Though our discussion below is framed primarily with eyes towards the system, Frege developed his two-volume work of 1893 and 1903, the Grundgesetzen der Arithmetik. The principal elements of this later system can be found already in the Begriffsschriften of 1879. Frege's next real significant work was his second book, Der Grundlagen, published in 1884. Frege begins this work with criticisms of previous attempts to define the concept of number, and then offers his own analysis. The Grundlagen contains a variety of insights still discussed today, such as the claim that a statement of number is a higher order assertion about a concept. His famous context principle never asks for the meaning of a word in isolation, but only in the context of a proposition, and the formulation of a principle now called Hume's principle in the secondary literature that asserts the equivalence of the claim the number of F's is equal to the number of G's, with the claim that there is a one-to-one correspondence between the objects falling under F and the objects falling under G. More generally, Frege provides in the Grundlagen a non-technical philosophical justification and outline of the ideas that he was to develop technically in his two-volume work, Grundgesetze der Arithmetik. In the years 1891 and 2, Frege gave more thought to the philosophy of language that would help to ground his philosophy of mathematics. He published three of his most well-known papers, Function and Concept, 1891, on Sense and Reference, 1892, on Concept and Object. In this period, these works were eventually supplemented by three other papers on the philosophy of language from a later period, The Thought, 1918, in Negation, and Compound Thoughts, 1923. These works have to be considered in light of recent scholarship providing evidence that Frege heavily borrowed from Stoic philosophy, though Frege always motivated and recast, often in rigorous terms, ideas that he absorbed from others. The documentation concerning the origins of many of his ideas in the Stoic corpus has to be taken seriously. In 1893, he published his first volume of the technical work previously mentioned, the Gesetze der Arithmetik. In 1896, he was promoted to regular honorary professor. 6 years later, he was preparing the proofs of the second volume of the Grundgesetze. He received a letter from Bertrand Russell informing him that one could derive a contradiction in the system he had developed in the first volume. Russell's letter frames the paradox first in terms of the predicate of being a predicate which cannot be predicated of itself, and then in terms of the class of all those classes that are not members of themselves. Frege, in the appendix to the second volume, rephrases the paradox in terms of his own system. Frege never fully recovered from the fatal flaw discovered in the foundations of his Grundgesetze. His attempts at salvaging the work by restricting Basic Law 5 were not successful. However, he continued teaching at Jena, and from 1903 to 1917, he published 6 papers, including What is a Function, 1904, on the foundations of geometry. In the latter, Frege criticized Hilbert's understanding and use of the axiomatic method. From this time period, we have the lecture notes that Rudolf Carnap took as a student of his 2 courses. In 1917, he retired from the University of Jena. In the last phase of his life, from 1917 to 25, Frege published only the papers mentioned earlier and developed some unpublished fragments of philosophical works. Unfortunately, his last years saw him become more than just politically conservative. His diary for a brief period in 1924 shows sympathies for fascism and anti-Semitism. Frege's logic and philosophy of mathematics. Frege provided a foundation for the modern discipline of logic by developing a more perspicacious method of formally representing the logic of thoughts and inferences. He did this by developing a system allowing one to study inferences formally, an analysis of complex sentences, and quantifier phrases that showed an underlying unity to certain classes of inferences, an analysis of proof and definition, a theory of extensions, which, though seriously flawed, offered an intriguing picture of the foundation of mathematics, an analysis of statements about number, of answers to the question how many, definitions and proof of some of the basic axioms of number theory from a limited set of logically primitive concepts and axioms, and a conception of logic as a discipline which has some compelling features. We will discuss these developments in the following subsections. However, it should be noted that for those who are encountering it for the first time, we have simplified the presentation of Frege's logic in a significant number of ways. The basis of Frege's term logic and predicate calculus. In an attempt to realize Leibniz's ideas for a universal formal language and a rational calculus, Frege developed a formal notation for regimenting thought and reasoning. Though this notation was first outlined in Begriffenschrift in 1879, the most mature statement of Frege's system was in his 2-volume Grundgesetze. Frege's 2 systems are best characterized as terms logics. Since all the complete expressions are denoting terms, Frege analyzed ordinary predication in these systems, and so they can be conceived as a predicate calculi. A predicate calculus is a formal system, a formal language, and a method of proof in which one can represent valid inferences among predications, among statements in which properties are predicated of objects. In this subsection, we shall examine the most basic elements of Frege's term logic and predicate calculus. These are the statements involving function applications and the simple predications which fall out as a special case. The basis of Frege's term logic. In Frege's term logic, all of the terms in well-formed formulas are denoting expressions. These include simple names of objects, complex terms which denote objects, and sentences which are also complex terms. The complex terms in complex terms and sentences are formed with the help of incomplete expressions which signify functions. In these functional expressions is used a placeholder for which Frege called the arguments of the function. The placeholder reveals that the expressions signifying functions are, on Frege's view, incomplete and stand in contrast to complete expressions such as those in simple names of objects, complex terms, and sentences. Though Frege's thought it inappropriate to call the incomplete expressions that signify function names, we shall sometimes do so in what follows, though the reader should be warned that Frege had reasons for not following this practice. Even the sentences of Frege's mature logical system are complex, denoting terms. They are terms that denote truth values. Frege distinguished 2 truth values, the true and the false, which he took to be objects. The basic sentences of Frege's system are constructed using the expression of one thing equaling one functional expression equaling another functional expression, which signifies a binary function that maps a pair of objects x and y to the true if x is identical to y and maps x to y to the false otherwise. An important class of identity statements are statements in the form of f of x equals y, where f of is any unary function, functions of a single variable, x is the argument of the function, and f of x is the value of the function for the argument. Similarly, f of x comma y equals z is an identity statement involving binary function of two variables and so on for functions of more than two variables. If we replace a complete name appearing in a sentence by a placeholder, the result is an incomplete expression that signifies a special kind of function which Frege called a concept. Concepts are functions which map every argument to one of the truth values. Frege would say that any object that a concept maps to the true falls under the concept. In what follows, we will use lowercase expressions like f of to talk generally about functions, and uppercase expression like f of to talk more specifically about those functions which are concepts. So anybody who studied math, calculus, logic is somewhat familiar with this, as Frege is instrumental in the canonization of modern mathematics. The predicate calculus within Frege's term logic. The preceding analysis of simple mathematical predication led Frege to extend the applicability of this system to the representation of non-mathematical thoughts and predications. This move formed the basis of the modern predicate calculus. Frege analyzed a non-mathematical predicate as signifying a function of one variable which maps its argument to a truth value. A simple predication is analyzed in terms of falling under a concept, which in turn is analyzed in terms of functions which map their argument to truth values. By contrast, the modern predicate calculus, the last step of analyzing predication in terms of functions, is not assumed. Predication is seen as more fundamental than functional application. In the modern predicate calculus, functional application is analyzable in terms of predication. In Frege's analysis, the verb phrase function takes a pair of arguments x and y and maps them. Although it is a descendant of Frege's system, the modern predicate calculus analyzes a two-place relation rather than a function. Some objects stand in relation and others do not. The difference between Frege's understanding of predication and the one manifested by modern predicate calculus is simply this. In the modern predicate calculus, relations are taken as basic and functions are defined as special cases of relations. By contrast, Frege took functions to be more basic than relations. His logic is based on functional application rather than predication. A binary relation is analyzed as a binary function that maps a pair of arguments to a truth value. Thus, a three-place relation like Gibbs would be analyzed in Frege's logic as a function that maps arguments x, y, and z to an appropriate truth value depending on whether x gives y to z. The four-place relation buys would be analyzed as a function that maps the arguments x, y, z, and u to an appropriate truth value depending on whether x buys y from z for amount u, etc. Complex statements and generality. So far, we have been discussing Frege's analysis of atomic statements. To complete the basic logical representation of thoughts, Frege added notation for representing more complex statements, such as negated and conditional statements, and statements of generality, those involving the expression every and some. Though we no longer use those notation for representing complex and general statements, it is important to see how the notation in Frege's term logic already contained all the expressive power of the modern predicate calculus. There are four special functional expressions which are used in Frege's system to express complex and general statements: the statement, negation, conditional, and generality. The best way to understand this notation is by way of some tables which show some specific examples of statements and how those are rendered in Frege's notation in the modern predicate calculus. True functional connectives. The first table shows how Frege's logic can express the true functional connectives such as not, if then, and, or, and if and only if. So people could see how Frege created his notational system versus the modern notational system. And anyone who's taken a class in logic or look deeply into the philosophy of mathematics or metaphysics will instantly recognize Frege's notational system that's still used today, and we'll get more into this reduction of concepts to their pure form, which would be represented in the symbolic language of logic. And that's the importance of metaphysics, where the first principle of metaphysics is going to be logic. And although logic existed from Aristotle's time, that Frege basically opens up a whole new chapter in logic that combines all of the advancements of Newton in the calculus. And because Aristotle's logic was divorced from mathematics, and Frege's attempt is to unify mathematics under logic. So a lot of this is extremely complicated and beyond what Duvid could show here. But thank God we got a minion. So anyone watching this, who's taking advanced mathematics, hopefully we'll get more into this in the future. And I said part of the multiple truth hypothesis would have to be represented in some sort of notational system, which would likely be a derivative of Frege's notational system, kind of vibe of Peano's notation, which is what Bertrand Russell used, which is still mostly used today. As one can see, Frege didn't use the primitive connectives and or if and only if, but only use canonical equivalent forms defined in terms of negations and conditionals. So I'm not going to be able in this series to do a whole history of logic and mathematics. So I'm only going to be talking about the people today that are really important for metaphysics. So like there's Boole and Cantor and a whole bunch of other things. Like the full history of logic and mathematics is definitely beyond the scope of what Duvid is capable of. But because Frege is extremely important for the history of metaphysics, we're going to cover Frege somewhat in depth, although I'm going to skip some of the more technical parts. But people see there the Frege as the creator of what today is taken in modern mathematics and logic. Quantified statements. The table below compares statements of generality in Frege's notation and in the modern predicate calculus. Frege used a special typeface Gothic for variables in general statements. In the modern predicate calculus, the symbols for every and some are called the universal and existential quantifier, respectively, and the variable x in the sentence is called a quantified variable or a variable bound by the quantifier. Frege's logic of quantification. Frege's functional analysis of predication coupled with his understanding of generality freed him from the limitations of the subject-predicate analysis of ordinary language sentences that formed the basis of Aristotelian logic, and it made it possible for him to develop a more general treatment of inferences involving every and some. In traditional Aristotelian logic, the subject of a sentence and the direct object of a verb are not on a logical par. The rules governing the inferences between statements with different but related subject terms are different from the rules governing the inferences between statements with different but related verb complements. Proof and definition. Proof. Frege's system, his term logic predicate calculus, consisted of a language and an apparatus for proving statements. The latter consisted of a set of logical axioms, statements considered to be truths of logic, and a set of rules of inferences that lay out the conditions under which certain statements of language may be correctly inferred from others. Frege made a point of showing how every step in a proof of a proposition was justified either in terms of one of the axioms or in terms of one of the rules of inference, or justified by a theorem or derived rule that had already been proved. Thus, as part of the formal system, Frege developed a strict understanding of proof. In essence, he defined a proof to be any finite sequence of statements such that each statement in the sequence either is an axiom or follows from previous members of a valid rule or inference. Thus, a proof of a theorem of logic is therefore any finite sequence of statements, such that each member of the sequence is one of the logical axioms of the formal system, or follows from previous members of the sequence by a rule of inference. These are essentially the definitions that logicians still use today. Definition. Frege was extremely careful about the proper description and definition of logical and mathematical concepts. He developed a powerful and insightful criticism of mathematical work which did not meet his standards for clarity. For example, he criticized mathematicians who defined a variable to be a number that varies rather than expression of language, which can vary as to which determinate number it may take as a value. More importantly, however, Frege was the first to claim that a properly formed definition had to have two important meta-theoretical properties. Let us call the new defined symbol introduced in his definition the definendum, and the term that is used to define the new term, the defiens. Thus, Frege was the first to suggest that proper definitions have to be both eliminable. Definendum must always be replaceable by its definiens in any formula in which the former occurs. And conservative, a definition should not make it possible to prove new relations among formulas that were formerly unprovable. Concerning one of his definitions in the Begriffsschrift, Frege writes, we can do without a notation introduced by this sentence, and hence without this sentence itself as its definition. Nothing follows from the sentence that could not also be inferred without it. Our sole purpose of introducing such definitions is to bring about an extrinsic simplification by stipulating an abbreviation. Frege later criticized those mathematicians who developed a piecemeal definitions or creative definitions. In the Grundgesetze, Frege criticized the practice of defining a concept on a given range of objects and later redefined the concept on a wider, more inclusive range of objects. Frequently, this piecemeal style of definition led to conflict, since the redefined concept did not always reduce to the original concept when one restricts the range to the original class of objects. In that same work, Frege criticized the mathematical practice of introducing notation to name unique entities without first proving that there exist such unique entities. He pointed out that such creative definitions were simply unjustified. Creative definitions failed to be conservative, and this was explained above. Course of values, extensions, and proposed mathematical foundations. Course of values and extensions. Frege's ontology consists of two fundamentally different types of entities, namely functions and objects. Functions are in some sense unsaturated. They are the kind of things which take objects as arguments and map those arguments to a value. This distinguishes them from objects. As we've seen, the domain of objects included two special objects, namely the truth values, the true and the false. In the work of 1893-1903, Frege attempted to expand the domain of objects by systematically associating with each function an object which he called the course of values of the function. The course of values of a function is a record of the value of the function for each argument. The principle Frege used to systematize course of values is the basic law 5. Unfortunately, much of this is too technical for me to cover today. Unfortunately, basic law 5 implies a contradiction, and this was pointed out to Frege by Bertrand Russell, just as the second volume of the Grundgesetze was going to press. Frege recognized that some extensions are elements of themselves and some are not. The extension of the concept extension is an element of itself, since the concept would map its own extension to the true. Proposed foundation for mathematics. Before he became aware of Russell's paradox, Frege attempted to construct a logical foundation for mathematics. Using the logical system contained in Basic Law 5, he attempted to demonstrate the truth of the philosophical thesis known as logicism, the idea that not only that mathematical concepts can be defined in terms of purely logical concepts, but also that mathematical principles can be derived from the laws of logic alone. But given that the crucial definitions of mathematical concepts were stated in terms of extensions, the inconsistency of the Basic Law 5 undermined Frege's attempt to establish the thesis of logicism. Few philosophers today believe that mathematics can be reduced to logic in the way that Frege had in mind. Mathematical theories such as set theory seem to require some non-logical concepts, such as set membership, which cannot be defined in terms of logical concepts, at least when axiomatized by certain powerful non-logical axioms, such as the proper axiom of the Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory. Despite the fact that a contradiction invalidated part of his system, the intricate theoretical web of definitions and proof developed in the Grundgesetze nevertheless offered philosophical logicians an intriguing conceptual framework. The ideas of Bertrand Russell and Alfred White Nortad in Principia Mathematica owe a huge debt to the work found in Frege's Grundgesetze. Despite Frege's failure to provide a coherent systemization of the notion of extension, we shall make use of the notion in what follows to explain Frege's theory of numbers and analysis of number statements. Without assuming Basic Law 5, it suffices to our informal understanding of the notion through extension can be rehabilitated in various ways, either axiomatically as in modern set theory, or as in the various ways logicians have found to weaken Frege's system. The analysis of statements of number. In what has come to be regarded as the seminal treatise, Die Grundlagen der Arithmetik, 1884, Frege began work on the idea of deriving some of the basic principles of arithmetic from what he thought were more fundamental logical principles and logical concepts. Philosophers today still find the work insightful. The leading idea is that a statement of number is really a statement about a concept. Frege realized that one and the same physical phenomenon could be conceptualized in different ways, and that answers to the question how many only make sense once a concept is supplied. Natural numbers. In order to define the concept of natural number, Frege first defined for every two-place relation of R natural numbers, the general concept X is an ancestor of Y in the R series. This new relation is called the ancestral of the relation R. The ancestral of the relation R was first defined in Frege's Begriffsschrift. Using this definition as a basis, Frege later derived many important theorems of number theory. Philosophers appreciated the importance of his work only relatively recently. Wright, 1983, in particular, showed that the Didicampiano axioms for number might be derived from one of the consistent principles that Frege discussed in 1884, now known as Hume's principle. Following the lead of George Boulos, philosophers today call the derivation of the Didicampiano axioms Hume's principle, Frege's theorem. Frege's conception of logic. AKL, God bless. Frege's conception of logic. And I encourage people to read through the technical parts on their own, but Frege's conception of logic. Before receiving the famous letter from Bertrand Russell informing him of the inconsistency of his system, Frege thought that he had shown that arithmetic is reducible to the truths of logic. It is recognized today, however, that at best Frege showed that arithmetic is reducible to second-order logic extended only by Hume's principle. Some philosophers think that Hume's principle is analytically true, while others resist the claim, and there is an interesting debate on this issue in the literature. However, for the purpose of the introduction to Frege's work, there are prior questions on which it is more important to focus. Whereas Frege thought that the truths of arithmetic are derivable from analytical truths of logic, Kant thought arithmetic principles are synthetic, in which case they wouldn't be derivable from analytic truths. Their different conceptions of logic helps to explain why these two philosophers came to such different conclusions. In this section, we therefore turn to the following questions. How did Frege's conception of logic differ from Kant's? In particular, what resources or law did Kant and Frege both consider to be logical? Did Kant and Frege agree about the content and subject matter of logic? How did Frege's conception of logic differ from that of later logicians? An answer to the first question sets the stage for answering the second. How Frege's conception of logic differed from Kant's. One of the most important differences between Kant and Frege concerns the resources available to logic. Kant's logic is limited to Aristotelian term logic with a simple theory of disjunctive and hypothetical propositions and representing inclusion relations among concepts. By contrast, Frege's logic includes a term-forming operator which allows one to form the singular term from the function expression, and the rule of substitution, which allows one to substitute complex open formulas for free second-order variables in theorems of logic, but also allows one to define and assert the existence of complex concepts, including concepts defined in terms of quantifiers over concepts. We'll discuss both of these resources below, but first the discussion needs some context. The differences concerning the resources available to logic revolve around a key issue, namely whether the additional resources Frege assigns to logic requires an appeal to non-logical construction, specifically to a faculty of intuition. That is, the extra-logical source which represents our minds with phenomenon about which judgments can be formed. Recall the discussion above about Frege's early interest in appeals to intuition. The debate over which resources do and do not require an appeal to intuition is an important one. Frege continues a trend started by Bolzano, 1817, who eliminated the appeal to intuition in the proof of the intermediate value theorem in the calculus, which in its simplest form asserts that a continuous function having both positive and negative values must cross the origin. Bolzano proves this theorem from the definition of continuity, which had recently been given in terms similar to the definition of a limit. A Kantian might simply draw a graph or a continuous function which takes values above and below the origin and thereby demonstrate that such a function must cross the origin. But appeal to a graph involves an appeal to intuition, and both Bolzano and Frege saw such appeals to intuition as potentially introducing logical gaps into a proof. There are reasons to be superstitious about such appeals. There are functions which we can't graph or otherwise construct for presentation to our intuitive faculty. The function which maps rational numbers to 0 and irrational numbers to 1, or functions noted by Weierstrass, which are everywhere continuous but nowhere differentiable. Once we take certain intuitive notions and formalize them in terms of explicit definitions, the formal definition might imply counterintuitive results, and the rules of inference might form statements to constructions and back are not always clear. Frege dedicated himself to the idea of eliminating appeals to intuition in the proofs of the basic propositions of arithmetic. He explicitly remarked upon the fact in a number of works throughout his career. Thus, he would deny Kant's dictum, without sensibility no object would be given to us, and claim instead that 0 and 1 are objects, but they can't be given to us in sensation. Frege's view is that we can understand or grasp them as objects if we define them as extensions of a concept and show that singular terms of the form of the expression function can be axiomatized by analytic proposition. The latter was to be accomplished by basic law 5, and so the collapse of this law in light of Russell's paradox undermined this part of his plan for avoiding appeals to intuition. Moreover, philosophers have questioned whether Frege's rule of substitution also required an appeal to intuition. The rule of substitution allows one to substitute complex formulas for free second-order variables and logical theorems to produce new logical theorems. Boulos argued that since Frege's rule of substitution is equivalent to a comprehensive principle for concepts, it is extra logical in character. The comprehension principle for concepts asserts the existence of a concept corresponding to every expressible condition of an object. From Kant's point of view, such existence claims were thought to be synthetic and in need of justification by the faculty of intuition. So although it was one of Frege's goals to avoid appeals to the faculty of intuition, there is a question as to whether a system of second-order logic minus basic law 5, which implies a principle asserting the existence of a wide range of concepts, really is limited in scope to purely logical laws of analytic nature. If we now put aside the difference about logic's resources and the appeal to intuition, there are other ways in which the Kantian and Fregean conceptions of logic differ. Both Macfarlane and Lenebro point out that one of Kant's central views about logic is that its axioms and theorems are purely formal in nature, abstracted from all semantic contexts, are concerned only with the forms of judgment and are applicable across all physical and mathematical sciences. And Kant takes the laws of logic to be normative and prescriptive, something one can get wrong, and not just descriptive. They provide constitutive norms of thought. Indeed, Lenebro takes these two theses, that logic is formal and provides laws that are constitutive norms of thought, to be distinctive of Kant's conception. By contrast, Frege rejects the idea that logic is purely formal enterprise. He took logic to have its own unique subject matter, which included not only facts about concepts concerning negation, subsumption, and identity, but also facts about relations, their properties, and ancestral. Frege says, just as the concept point belongs to geometry, so logic too has its own concepts and relations, and it is only in virtue of this that it can have content towards what is thus proper to it. Its relation is not at all formal. No science is completely formal, but even gravitational mechanics is formal to a certain degree, insofar as optical and chemical properties are all the same to it. To logic, for example, there belongs the following: negation, identity, subsumption, subordination of concepts. And of course, as we have seen, Frege supposed that there is a domain of special logical objects, courses of values, among which he defined and, until confronted by Russell's paradox, took himself to approve facts about extensions and natural numbers. Logic, then, is not purely formal from Frege's point of view, but rather can provide substantive knowledge of concepts and objects. There is some question, however, as to the extent to which Frege took logic to provide constitutive norms of thought. If there are logical objects at all, then there must also be a means of apprehending or recognizing them. This is performed by the fundamental law of logic that permits the transformation of any quality holding generally into an equation. Given Frege's commitment to logical objects as part of the content of logic, the above passage suggests that he might have regarded the law which transformed an equality holding generally into an equation as a constitutive norm of thought. But many Frege scholars are convinced that Frege took the laws of logic to provide constitutive norms of thought. McFarlane in particular argues that Kant and Frege may have agreed that one of the most important characteristics of logic is its generality, and that this generality consists in the fact that it provides normative rules and prescriptions. He notes that the generality of logic for Frege, as for Kant, is a normative generality. Logic is generally general in the sense that it provides constitutive norms for a thought as such, regardless of its subject matter. So, though they may differ as to which principles are logical, there may be at least one point of reconciliation concerning how Kant and Frege conceived of logic. How Frege's conception differed from later logicians. Given the constraints of the present entry, we shall not attempt to discuss this question in any detail. Instead, we present only the barest of outlines. After all, modern logicians and philosophers of logic have not yet come to an agreement about the proper conception of logic. Many have a conception of logic that is yet different from both Kant and Frege's, one that was to some extent anticipated by Bolzano, namely that logical concepts and laws remain invariant under reinterpretation of the non-logical constants or under permutations of the domain of quantification. But since this modern conception is still a matter of debate, it may be that elements of Frege's conception will yet play a role in our understanding of what logic is. It is important to recognize just how much Frege took himself to be focusing on the content as opposed to the form of thoughts. His concern to more precisely represent the content of thoughts is stated explicitly in an 1882 lecture before Jena Society for Medicine and Natural Science, where he distinguished his 1879 system from Boole's logic by saying, "I'm not trying to represent abstract logic and formulas. I was trying to express contents in an exacter and more precipitous manner than is possible in words by using written symbols. I was trying, in fact, to create a lingua characteristica in the Leibnizian sense, not a mere calculus ratiocinator. Not that I do not recognize such a deductive calculus as necessary constituent of a Begriffenschrift." So Frege was not just trying to develop an abstract reasoning system for the precise derivation of theorems from axioms. Frege was at least interested in formalizing the content of reasoning, as he was in formulating the rules for deriving a given thought from some group of thoughts. Frege would not have regarded the logical axioms as a formal system, as axiom schemata, as a metalinguistic sentence pattern whose instances, the sentences of the object language that match the pattern, are axioms, nor would he have agreed that the logical axioms of his system were uninterpreted sentences. His unease with the modern conception of an uninterpreted formal system was expressed in his reaction to Hilbert's foundation of geometry. The word interpretation is objectionable, for when he properly expressed, a thought leaves no room for different interpretations. We have seen that ambiguity simply has to be rejected. Instead, Frege thought that his logical axioms are fundamental truths governing negation, conditionalization, quantification, identity, and description, and principles from which other such fundamental truths could be derived. Indeed, even though Frege sometimes introduces methods for abbreviating these truths, he takes great pains to insist that these abbreviations are to be understood in terms of the full content being expressed. Frege's understanding of and attitude towards the formulas of his formal logic goes a long way towards explaining why his position in the now famous debate with Hilbert about the status of axioms in a formal system is not an unreasonable one. At first glance, it looks as if Frege has mistakenly challenged Hilbert's method of relative interpretability, whereby one can prove the consistency and independence of axiom systems by reinterpreting and thereby reducing them to systems assumed to be consistent. Frege's objections about what exactly has been established by these relative consistency proofs may seem misguided to a modern ear, but since Frege and Hilbert's understanding of the notions of consistency and independence differently, they did not always directly engage with one another's ideas. Although Frege had a formal system in which the open sentence f of x does not logically imply g of x, he takes logical consequence to be relation among thoughts. He wouldn't answer the question of whether one thought is a logical consequence of another solely by looking at the form of the sentence that expressed them, but rather by looking at the content of those sentences. This analogy might help one to see how Frege and Hilbert might differ in their approach to questions of consistency and interpretation. On Frege's view, the consistency of a group of axioms depends on its content, and if the form of these axioms under logical analysis sufficiently captures their content, this consistency will be inherited by the formal representations as well. But this brings us to one final issue that is crucial to Frege's conception of logic, namely the content to which his formal representations capture the content of the claims being analyzed. This issue is relevant because Frege's primary tool for analyzing the content of mathematical or philosophical claim is by way of representing the content in a system that axiomatizes the fundamental concepts that are needed for the analysis. Frege's philosophy of language. While pursuing his investigations into mathematics and logic, and quite possibly in order to ground these investigations, Frege was led to develop a philosophy of language. His philosophy of language has had just as much, if not more, impact than his contributions to logic and mathematics. However, Bobzian 2021 offers compelling documentation suggesting that significant elements of Frege's philosophy of language were adapted from Stoic logic. In this section, therefore, we first rehearsed a key element of Frege's philosophy of language, namely the distinction between sense and denotation. To motivate this distinction, we go through two key puzzles Frege attempted to solve, and then examine how these distinctions between sense and denotation of terms and sentences solve these puzzles. Finally, we attempt to put Frege's philosophy of language in context in light of new research suggesting for the significant influence that Stoic texts had on his ideas. Frege's puzzles. Frege's seminal paper in the philosophy of language on sense and reference, 1892. In this paper, Frege considers two puzzles about language and noticed in each case that one cannot account for the meaningfulness of logical behavior of certain sentences simply on the basis of denotations of the terms, names, and descriptions. In the sentence, one puzzle concerned identity statements and the other concerned sentences with subordinate clauses such as propositional attitude reports. To solve these puzzles, Frege suggested that the terms of the language have both a sense and denotation, that at least two semantic relations are required to explain the significance of meaning of the terms of the language. This idea has inspired research in the field for over a century. Frege's puzzle about identity statements. Frege believed that statements all have the form A equals B, where A and B are either names or descriptions that denote individuals. He naturally assumes that a sentence of the form A equals B is true if and only if the object A is just is identical to the object B. But Frege noticed that this account of truth can't be all there is to the meaning of identity statements. The statement A equals A has a cognitive significance or meaning that must be different from the cognitive significance of A equals B. Now that problem becomes clear. The meaning of A equals A clearly differs from the meaning of A equals B, but given the account of the truth described in the previous paragraph, these two identity statements appear to have the same meaning whenever they are true. So the puzzle Frege discovered is, how do we account for the difference in cognitive significance between A equals A and A equals B when they are true? Frege's puzzle about propositional attitude reports. Frege is generally credited with identifying the following puzzle about propositional attitude reports. Propositional attitude is a psychological relation between a person and a proposition. Belief, desire, intention, discovery, knowledge are all psychological relationships between persons on the one hand and propositions on the other. When we report the propositional attitudes of others, these reports all have similar logical form. To see the problem posed by the analysis of propositional attitudes reports, consider what appears to be a simple principle of reasoning, namely the principle of identity substitution. If a name, say N, appears in a true statement S and the identity sentence N equals M is true, then the principle of identity substitution tells us the substitution of the name M for the name N in S does not affect the truth of S. This principle seems to capture the idea that if we say something true about an object, then even if we change the name by which we refer to that object, we should still be saying something true about objects. But Frege, in effect, noticed the following counterexample to the principle of identity substitution. This argument is not valid. There are circumstances in which the premises are true and the conclusion false. The premises of the above argument, therefore, do not logically entail the conclusion, so the principle of identity substitution appears to break down in the context of propositional attitude reports. This puzzle, then, is to say what causes the principle to fail in these contexts. Why aren't we still saying something true about the man in question if all we have done is change the name by which we refer to him? Frege's theory of sense and denotation. To explain these puzzles, Frege suggests that in addition to having a denotation, Names and descriptions also express a sense. The sense of an expression accounts for its cognitive significance. It is the way by which one conceives of the denotation of the term. Using the distinction between sense and denotation, Frege can account for the difference in cognitive significance between identity statements of the form A equals A and those of the form A equals B. Since the sense of A differs from the sense of B, the components of the sense A equal A and the sense of A equals B are different. Frege can claim that the sense of the whole expression is different in the two cases, since the sense of an expression accounts for its cognitive significance. Frege has an explanation of the difference in cognitive significance between A equals A and A equals B, and thus a solution to the first puzzle. Moreover, Frege proposed that when a term, name, or description follows a propositional attitude verb, it no longer denotes what it ordinarily denotes. Instead, Frege claims that such a context, the term denotes its ordinary sense. This explains why the principle of identity substitution fails for terms following the propositional attitude verbs in propositional attitude reports. The principle asserts that truth is preserved when we substitute one name for another having the same denotation. If they don't denote the same object, then there's no reason to think that the substitution of one name for another would preserve truth. Frege developed the theory of sense and denotation into a thoroughgoing philosophy of language. Frege's philosophy of language and context. In his important paper, Bolzano 2021 developed an inductively strong argument to the conclusion that Frege adopted ideas by the Stoics, as the latter was described in Karl Pranttl's 4-volume History of Western Logic and in Diogenes' Lartius Lives of the Philosophers. Bolzano notes how widely read Pranttl's work was and how Frege's training left him well qualified to understand the many quoted passages in Greek and Latin in his work. She then compiles evidence of the conclusion that Frege borrowed heavily and without attribution from these works. The evidence is cumulative, for there's no smoking gun. We can't point to any dog-eared copies with marginalia in Frege's own hand, or of any copies of works of Prantl and Diogenes that can be traced to Frege's library, or any records of Frege checking out the work by Prantl and Diogenes from the Jena University Library. Bolzano constructs numerous tables of comparison that place passages from the Stoic and Frege corpora side by side and interlaces them with observations and careful scholarship that connect the most salient Greek phrases with their German counterparts. The overall effect is a kind of res ipsa locator. The thing speaks for itself and places the ball squarely in the court of those who would attempt to deny the identities and similarities. The evidence doesn't challenge the insight and ingenuity that Frege brought to bear when he formalized the language logic of mathematics and certain constructions of natural language in terms of the 19th century understanding of functions. And so the formal representations presented earlier in the century were something that was not borrowed from the Stoics, even though Frege independently motivated the idea he absorbed from the Stoics. Bolzano shows that many aspects of Frege's underlying approach to language is directly found in the idea from 1500 years ago, and so are not as new as originally thought. It remains to get a sense of the range of the elements in common, some of which were pointed out by others in previous research. At the most general level, Bolzano compares the ways that the Stoics and Frege relate semantic content to the linguistic expression of the content. Both distinguish the incomplete content of predicates from the complete content of sentences, and there are parallels in what the Stoics and Frege have to say about complete assertable content, especially in connection with the fact that these contents are the primary bearers of truth and falsity. Bolzano then compares the two philosophies with regard to the other kinds of complete contents, such as those expressed by commands, sentence questions, expressions of emotion, word questions, and indexicals. In each case, Frege's description of the content presented by these linguistic expressions closely follows those of the Stoics. Another group of similarities arises in his comparison of the doctrines regarding complex content produced with propositional connectives, such as those expressed by sentences with negations, including contradictories, double negations, conjunctions, disjunctions, conditional sentences with because. A comparison of the two approaches to quantification and universality concludes the paper. By producing so many passages in parallel between the Stoic and Frege corpora, the details and evidence accumulate, thereby becoming increasingly persuasive. Any student of Frege who wants to understand the full range of his views on language will have to come to grips with how those views are related to Stoic philosophy. Okay, so there you have an introduction to Frege. Frege, extremely important And just a little overview of how this relates to metaphysics and the relation to theory of mind to objective ideas. So let's jump right into Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein's probably the most important for the modern mind, and Wittgenstein is Bertrand Russell's student and becomes the foundation for the Vienna Circle and the elimination of metaphysics. So after this, we'll go back to Kant and Bolzano, but the culmination of Frege and Russell is in Wittgenstein, and Wittgenstein supposedly so well completes the project of this reduction of ideas to logic that you no longer even need philosophy or metaphysics. And like with Church of Entropy, these arguments of definitional regresses, that basically anything in philosophy or metaphysics is largely useless and is only useful in terms of a definitional regress. And once the terms are properly defined, the substance is no longer important. So that metaphysics and philosophy in general become empty. Okay, so let's jump right in. Ludwig Wittgenstein. Considered by some to be the greatest philosopher of the 20th century, Ludwig Wittgenstein played a central, if not controversial, role in the mid-20th century analytical philosophy. He continues to influence and encourage debate in current philosophical thought on topics as diverse as logic and language, perception and intention, ethics and religion, aesthetics and culture, and even political thought. Furthermore, a central factor in investigating Wittgenstein's work is the multifarious nature of the project of interpreting them. This leads to untold difficulties in the ascertainment of his philosophical substance and method. Originally, there were two commonly recognized stages of Wittgenstein's thought, the early and the later, both of which were taken to be pivotal in their respective periods. In this orthodox two-stage interpretation, it is commonly acknowledged that the early Wittgenstein is epitomized in his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. By showing the application of the modern logic to metaphysics via language, he provided new insight into the relationship between world thought and language, and thereby into the nature of philosophy. It is the later Wittgenstein, mostly recognized in the philosophical investigations, who took the more revolutionary step in critiquing all of traditional philosophy, including its climax in his own early work. The nature of his new philosophy is heralded as an anti-systematic thought through and through, yet still conducive to genuine philosophical understanding of traditional problems. In more recent scholarship, this division has been questioned. Some interpreters have claimed a certain unity between all stages of his thought, while others talk of a more nuanced division, adding stages such as a middle Wittgenstein and a post-later Wittgensteinian. And the main focus here is going to be dividing the early and later, the Tractatus, and later the philosophical investigations. Biographical sketch. Wittgenstein was born on April 26, 1889 in Vienna, Austria, to a wealthy industrial family, well situated in intellectual and cultural Viennese circles. In 1908, he began his studies in aeronautical engineering at Manchester University, where his interest in philosophy of pure mathematics led him to Frege. Upon Frege's advice, in 1911, he went to Cambridge to study with Bertrand Russell. Russell wrote, upon meeting Wittgenstein, an unknown German appeared, obstinate and perverse, but I think not stupid. Within 1 year, Russell was committed. I shall certainly encourage him. Perhaps he will do great things. I love him and feel he will solve the problems I'm too old to solve. Russell's insight was accurate. Wittgenstein was idiosyncratic in his habits and his way of life, yet profoundly acute in his philosophical sensitivity. During his years in Cambridge from 1911 to 13, Wittgenstein conducted several conversations on philosophy and the foundations of logic with Russell, with whom he had an emotional, intense relationship, as well as with More and Keynes. He retreated to isolation in Norway for months at a time in order to ponder these philosophical problems and work out their solutions. In 1913, he returned to Austria, and in 1914, at the start of World War I, joined the Austrian army. He was taken captive in 1918 and spent the remaining months of the war at a prison camp. It was during this war that he wrote the notes and drafts of his first important work, Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. After the war, the book was published in German and translated into English. In the 1920s, Wittgenstein, now divorced from philosophy, having to his mind solved all the philosophical problems in the Tractatus, gave away his part of his family's fortune and pursued several professions: gardener, teacher, architect, in and around Vienna. It was only in 1929 that he returned to Cambridge to resume his philosophical vocation after having been exposed to discussions of the philosophy of mathematics and science with members of the Vienna Circle, whose conception of logical empiricism was indebted to his Tractatus account of logic as tautologous and his philosophy as concerned with logical syntax. During these first years in Cambridge, his conception of philosophy and his problems underwent dramatic changes that are recorded in several volumes of conversation, lecture notes, and letters. Ludwig Wittgenstein, the Vienna Circle, the Blue and Brown books, philosophical grammar, philosophical remarks, sometimes termed the Middle Wittgenstein. This period heralds a rejection of dogmatic philosophy, including both traditional works and the Tractatus itself. During the 1930s and 40s, Wittgenstein conducted seminars at Cambridge, developing most of the ideas that he intended to publish in his second book, Philosophical Investigations. These included the turn from formal logic to ordinary language, novel reflections on psychology and mathematics, and a general skepticism concerning philosophy's pretensions. In 1945, he prepared the final manuscript of Philosophical Investigations, but at the last minute withdrew it from publication and only unauthorized in posthumous publication. For a few more years, he continued his philosophical work, but this is marked by a rich development of rather than a turn away from his second phase. He traveled during this period to the United States and Ireland and returned to Cambridge, where he was diagnosed with cancer. Legend has it that at his death in 1951, his last words, "Tell them that I've had a wonderful life." The early Wittgenstein, Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus was first published in German in 1921 and then translated by Ogden and Ramsey and published in English in 1922. It was later retranslated by Piers and McGinnis, coming out of Wittgenstein's Notes on Logic 1913 and notes dictated by G.E. Moore in 1914, his notebooks written in 1914 to 16, and further correspondence with Russell, Moore, and Keynes, and showing Schopenhauerian and other cultural influences. It evolved as a continuation of and reaction to Russell and Frege's conception of logic and language. Russell supplied an introduction to the book, claiming that it certainly deserves to be considered an important event in the philosophical world. It is fascinating to note that Wittgenstein thought little of Russell's introduction, claiming that it was riddled with misunderstandings. Later interpretations have attempted to unearth the surprising tension between the introduction and the rest of the book, or between Russell's reading of Wittgenstein and Wittgenstein's own self-assessment, usually harping on Russell's appropriation of Wittgenstein for his own agenda. The Tractatus structure purports to be representative of its internal essence. It is constructed around 7 basic propositions, numbered by the natural numbers 1 to 7, with all the other paragraphs in the text numbered by decimal expansions. The 7 basic propositions are: the world is everything that is the case. What is the case? The fact is the existence of atomic facts. The logical picture of the facts is the thought. The thought is the significant proposition. Propositions are true functions of elementary propositions. An elementary proposition is a true function of itself. The general form of a true function. This is the general form of a proposition, whereof one cannot speak, therefore one must be silent. This book addresses the central problems of philosophy, which deal with the world, thought, and language, and present a solution, as Wittgenstein terms it, of these problems that is grounded in logic and in the nature of representation. The world is represented by thought, which is a proposition with sense, since they all, world, thought, and proposition, share the same logical form. Hence, the thought and the proposition can be pictures of the facts. Starting with a seemingly many metaphysics, Wittgenstein sees the world as consisting of facts rather than traditional atomistic conceptions of the world made up by objects. Facts are existent states of affairs, and states of affairs in terms of combinations of objects. Objects are simple, but objects can fit together in various determinate ways. They may have various properties and may hold diverse relations to one another. Objects combine with one another according to their logical internal properties. That is to say, an object's internal properties determine the possibilities of its combination with other objects, that is, its logical form. Thus, states of affairs, being comprised of objects in combination, are inherently complex. The states of affairs which do not exist could have been otherwise. This means that states of affairs are either actual, existent, or possible. It is the totality of states of affairs, actual and possible, that makes up the whole of reality. The world is precisely those states of affairs which do exist. The move of thought, and therefore after to language, is perpetuated with the use of Wittgenstein's famous idea that thoughts and propositions are pictures. The picture is a model of reality. Pictures are made up of elements that together constitute the picture. Each element represents an object, and the combination of elements in the picture represents the combination of objects in a state of affairs. The logical structure of the picture, whether in thought or in language, is isomorphic with the logical structure of the state of affairs which it pictures. More subtle in Wittgenstein's insight is the possibility of the structure being shared by the picture, the thought, the proposition, and the state of affairs is the pictorial form. That is how the picture is attached to reality. It reaches right out to it. This leads to an understanding of what the picture can picture, but also what it cannot, its own pictorial form. Well, the logical picture of the facts is the thought. In the move to language, Wittgenstein continues to investigate the possibilities of significance in propositions. Logical analysis, in the spirit of Frege and Russell, guides the work, with Wittgenstein using logical calculus to carry out the construction of a system, explaining that only the proposition has sense, only in the context of a proposition has a name meaning. He provides the reader with two conditions for sensical language. First, the structure of the proposition must conform to the constraints of logical form, and second, the elements of the proposition must have reference. These conditions have far-reaching implications. The analysis must culminate with a name being a primitive symbol for a simple object. Moreover, logic itself gives us the structure and limits of what can be said at all. The general form of a proposition is, this is how things stand, and every proposition is either true or false. The bipolarity of propositions enables the composition of more complex propositions from atomic ones by using true functional operators. Wittgenstein supplies in the treatise a vivid presentation of Frege's logic in terms of what is known as became known as truth tables. This provides the means to go back and analyze all propositions into their atomic parts, since every statement about complexes can be analyzed into a statement about their constituent parts, and into those propositions which completely describe the complexes. He delves even deeper by then providing the general form of a true function. This form makes use of one formal operation and one propositional variable to represent Wittgenstein's claim that any proposition is the result of successive applications of logical operations to elementary propositions. Having developed this analysis of the world through thought language and relying on the one general form of the proposition, Wittgenstein can now assert that all meaningful propositions are of equal value. Subsequently, he ends the journey with the admonition concerning what can or cannot and what should or should not be said, leaving outside the realm of the sayable propositions of ethics, aesthetics, and metaphysics. Sense and nonsense. In the treatise, Wittgenstein's logical construction of the philosophical system has a purpose to find the limits of world, thought, and language. In other words, to distinguish between sense and nonsense. The book will draw a limit to think, or rather not to thinking, but to the expression of thoughts. The limit can only be drawn in language, and what lies on the other side of the limit will be simply nonsense. The condition for a proposition having sense have been explored and have seen to rest on the possibility of representation or picturing. Names must have a Bedeutung, reference meaning, but they can only do so in the context of a proposition which is held together by logical form. It follows that only factual states of affairs which can be pictured can be represented by meaningful proposition. This means that what can be said are only propositions of natural science and leaves out the realm of sense a daunting number of statements which are made and used in language. There are first the propositions of logic itself. These do not represent states of affairs, and the logical constants do not stand for objects. My fundamental thought is that the logical constants do not represent, that the logic of the facts cannot be represented, that this is not a happenstance thought. It is fundamental precisely because the limits of sense rest on logic. Tautologies and contradictions, the propositions of logic, and the limits of language and thought, and thereby the limits of the world. Obviously, then, they do not picture anything and do not therefore have sense. They are, in Wittgenstein's terms, senseless. Propositions which do not have sense are bipolar. They range within the truth conditions drawn by the truth tables, but the propositions of logic themselves are not pictures of the reality, for the One allows every possible state of affair, the other none. Indeed, tautologies and contradictions, being senseless, are recognized as true or false in the symbol alone, and this fact contains in itself the whole philosophy of logic. The characteristic of being senseless applies not only to the propositions of logic, but also to the mathematics and the pictorial form itself of the pictures that do represent. These are like tautologies and contradictions, literally senseless. They have no sense. Beyond or aside from senseless proposition, Wittgenstein identifies another group of statements which cannot carry sense, the nonsensical propositions. Nonsense, as opposed to senselessness, is encountered when a proposition is even more radically devoid of meaning, when it transcends the bounds of sense. While some nonsensical propositions are blatantly so, others seem to be meaningful, and only analysis carried out in accordance with the picture theory can expose their nonsensicality. Since only what is in the world can be described, anything that is outside it denied meaningfulness, including the notion of limit and the limit points themselves. Traditional metaphysics and the proposition of ethics and aesthetics, which try to capture the world as a whole, are also excluded, as is the truth in solipsism, the very notion of a subject, for it is also not in the world but at its limit. Wittgenstein does not, however, relegate all that is not inside the bounds of sense to oblivion. He makes a distinction between saying and showing, which is made to do additional crucial work. What can be shown cannot be said. That is, what cannot be formulated in sayable, sensical propositions can only be shown. This applies, for example, to the logical form of the world, the pictorial form, which shows themselves in the form of contingent propositions, in the symbolism, and in logical propositions. Even the unsayable, metaphysical, ethical, aesthetic propositions of philosophy belong in this group, which Wittgenstein finally describes as things that cannot be put into words. They make themselves manifest. They are what is mystical. The nature of philosophy. Accordingly, the word philosophy must mean something which stands above or below, but not besides the natural sciences. Not surprising, then, most of the propositions and questions to be found in philosophical works are not false but nonsensical. Is, then, philosophy doomed to be nonsense, or at best senseless, when it does logic, but in any case meaningless? What is left for the philosopher to do if traditional or even revolutionary propositions of metaphysics, epistemology, aesthetics, and ethics cannot be formulated in a sensical manner? The reply to these two questions is found in Wittgenstein's characterization of philosophy. Philosophy is not a theory or a doctrine, but rather an activity. It is an activity of clarification of thoughts, and more so of critique and language. Described by Wittgenstein, it should be the philosopher's routine activity to react or respond to the traditional philosopher's musings by showing them where they were wrong, using the tools provided by logical analysis. In other words, by showing them that some of their propositions are nonsense. All propositions are of equal value. That could also be the fundamental thought of the book, for it employs measure of the value of propositions that is done by logic and the notion of limits. It is here, however, with the constraints on the value of propositions that the tensions in Tractus is most strongly felt. It becomes clear that the notions used by the Tractus, the logical philosophical notions, do not belong to the world and hence cannot be used to express anything meaningful. Since language, thoughts, and the world are all isomorphic, any attempt to say in logic, in language, this is this, there is in the world, and that there is not, is doomed to be a failure, since it would mean that logic has gone outside of the limits of the world of itself. That is to say, the Tractus has gone over its own limits and stands in danger of being nonsensical. The solution to this tension is found in Wittgenstein's final remark, where he uses the metaphor of the ladder to express the function of the Tractus. It is to be used in order to climb onto it, in order to see the world rightly, but thereafter it must be recognized as nonsense and to be thrown away. Hence, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. Interpretive problems. The Tractus is notorious for its interpretive difficulties. In the decades that have passed since its publication, it has gone through several waves of general interpretations. Beyond exegetical and hermeneutical issues that revolve around the particular sections, such as the world-reality distinction, the differences between representing and presenting, the Frege-Russell connection to Wittgenstein, or the influence on Wittgenstein by existentialist philosophy, there are a few fundamental, not unrelated disagreements that inform the map of interpretation. These revolve around the realism of the Tractus, the notion of nonsense, and its role in reading the Tractus itself and the reading of the Tractus as an ethical tract. There are interpretations that see the Tractus as espousing realism, positing the independent existence of objects, states of affairs, and facts. That this realism is achieved via a linguistic turn is recognized by all or most interpreters, but this linguistic perspective does no damage to the basic realism that is seen to start off the Tractus. The world is all that is the case, and to run throughout the text, objects form the substance of the world. Such realism is also taken to be manifested in the essential bipolarity of propositions. Likewise, a straightforward reading of the picture in relation posits objects there to be represented by signs. As against these readings, more linguistically oriented interpretations give conceptual priority to the symbolism. When reality is compared with propositions, it is the form of propositions which determines the shape of reality and not the other way around. In any case, the issue of realism versus anti-realism in the Tractus must address the question of the limits of language and the more particular questions of what there is or is not beyond language. Subsequently, interpreters of the Tractus have moved on to questioning the very presence of metaphysics within the book and the status of the propositions of the book themselves. Nonsense became the hinge of Wittgenstein's interpretive discussion during the last decade of the 20th century. Beyond the bounds of language lies nonsense, propositions which cannot picture anything, and Wittgenstein bans traditional metaphysics to that area. The quandary arises concerning the question of what it is that inhibits the realm of nonsense. Wittgenstein does seem to be saying that there is something there to be shown rather than said, and does indeed characterize it as the mystical. The traditional readings of the Tractus accepted, with varying degrees of discomfort, the existence of which is unsayable, that which cannot be put into words, the nonsensical. More recent readings tend to take nonsense more seriously as exactly that, nonsense. This also entails taking seriously Wittgenstein's words, his famous ladder metaphor, and throwing out the Tractus itself, including the distinction between what can be said and what can only be shown. This Tractus in the stance does not point at inevitable truths of metaphysics, ethics, aesthetics, but should lead us away from such temptations. An accompanying discussion must then also deal with how this can be recognized, what this can possibly mean, and how it should be used, if at all. This discussion is closely related to what has come to be called the ethical reading of the Tractus. Such a reading is based first on the supposed discrepancy between Wittgenstein's construction of a world language system, which takes up the bulk of the Tractus, and several comments that are made about the construction in the preface of the book, in its closing remarks, and in a letter he sent to a publisher, Ludwig von Ficker, before publication. In these places, all of which can be viewed as external to the content of the Tractus. Wittgenstein preaches silence as regards anything that is of importance, including the internal parts of the book, which contain, in his own words, the final solution of the problems of philosophy. It is the importance given to the inevitable that can be viewed as an ethical position. My work consists of two parts, the one presented here, plus all that I have not written, and is precisely the second part that is the important point, for the ethical gets its limits drawn from the inside, as it were, by my book. I've managed in my book to put everything firmly into place by being silent about it. For now, I would recommend you to read the preface and the conclusion, because they contain the most direct expression of the point. Obviously, such seemingly contradictory tensions within the and about the text written by its author give rise to interpretive conundrums. There is another issue often debated by interpreters of Wittgenstein, which arises out of the questions above. This has to do with the continuity between the thought of the earlier and later Wittgenstein. Again, the standard interpretations were originally united in perceiving a clear break between the two distinct stages of Wittgenstein's thought, even when ascertaining some developmental continuity between them. And again, the more recent interpretation challenges the standard, emphasizing that the fundamental therapeutic motivation clearly found in the later Wittgenstein should also be attributed to the later Wittgenstein. Transition and critique of the Tractus. The idea that philosophy is not a doctrine and hence should not be approached dogmatically is one of the most important insights of the Tractus. Yet as early as 1931, Wittgenstein referred to his own early work as dogmatic. Wittgenstein used this term to designate any conception which allows for a gap between question and answer, such that the answer to the question could be found at a later date. The complex edifice of the Tractus is built on the assumption that the task of logical analysis was to discover the elementary proposition whose form was not yet known. What marks the transition from the early to later Wittgenstein can be summed up as a total rejection of dogmatism. as the working out of all consequences of this rejection, the move from the realm of logic to that of grammar of ordinary language as the center of the philosopher's attention, from an emphasis on definition and analysis to family resemblance and language games, and from systematic philosophical writings to an aphoristic style, all have to do with the transitions towards anti-dogmatism to its extreme. It is in the philosophical investigations that the working out of the transitions comes to culmination. Other writings of the same period, though, manifest the same anti-dogmatic stance as it is applied to the philosophy of mathematics and to the philosophy of psychology. Philosophical Investigations. Philosophical Investigations was published posthumously in 1953. In the preface to Philosophical Investigations, Wittgenstein states that his new thoughts would be better understood by contrast with and against the background of his old thoughts, those in the Tractatus. And indeed, most of part one of the Philosophical Investigations is essentially questioning. Its new insights can be understood as primarily exposing fallacies in the traditional way of thinking about language, truth, thought, intentionality, and perhaps mainly philosophy. In this sense, it is conceived of as a therapeutic work, viewing philosophy itself as therapy. Philosophical Investigations begins with a quote from Augustine's Confessions, which gives us a particular picture of the essence of human language based on the idea that the words of language name objects and that sentences are combinations of such names. This picture of language cannot be relied on as a basis for metaphysical, epistemic, or linguistic speculation. Despite its plausibility, this reduction of language to representation cannot do justice to the whole of human language, and even if it is to be considered a picture of only the representative function of human language, it is as such a poor picture. Furthermore, this picture of language is at the base of the whole of traditional philosophy, but for Wittgenstein, it is to be shunned in favor of a new way of looking at both language and philosophy. The Philosophical Investigations proceeds to offer the new way of looking at language, which will yield the view of philosophy as therapy. Meaning as use. For a large class of cases of the employment of the word meaning, though not for all, this word can be explained in this way. The meaning of a word is its use in the language. The basic statement is what underlies the change of perspective most typical of the later phase of Wittgenstein's thought, a change from the conception of meaning as a representation to view which looks to use the crux of the investigation. Traditional theories of meaning in the history of philosophy were intent on pointing to something exterior to the proposition which endows it with sense. This something could generally be located either in an objective space or inside the mind as mental representation. As early as 1933, the Blue Book, Wittgenstein took pain to challenge these conceptions, arriving at the insight that if we had to name anything which is the life of a sign, we should have to say that it was its use. Ascertainment of the use of a word of a proposition, however, is not given to any sort of constructive theory building as in the Tractatus. Rather, when investigating meanings, the philosopher must look and see the variety of uses to which the word is put. An analogy with tools sheds light on the nature of words. When we think of tools in a toolbox, we do not fail to see their variety, but the functions of words are as diverse as the functions of these objects. We are misled by the uniform appearance of our words into theorizing upon meanings, especially when we are doing philosophy. So different is this new perspective that Wittgenstein repeats, don't think but look. And such looking is done vis-a-vis particular cases, not generalizations. In giving the meaning of a word, any explanatory generalization should be replaced by a description of use. The traditional idea that a proposition houses a content and has a restricted number of Fregean forces, such as assertion, question, command, gives way to an emphasis on the diversity of uses. In order to address the countless multiplicity of uses, their unfixedness, and their being part of an activity, Wittgenstein introduces the key concept of language game. He never explicitly defines it as its sense, as opposed to the earlier picture, for instance. This new concept is made to do work for a more fluid, more diversified, and more actively oriented perspective on language. Hence, indeed, the requirement to define harkens back to an old dogma which misses the playful and active character of language. Language games and family resemblance. Throughout the philosophical investigation, Wittgenstein returns again and again to the concept of language games. To make clear his lines of thought concerning language, primitive language games are scrutinized for their insights they afford on this and that characteristic of language. Thus, the builder's language game, in which a builder and his assistant use exactly four terms, is utilized to illustrate that part of the Augustinian picture of language which might be correct, but which is nevertheless strictly limited because it ignores the essential role of action in establishing meaning. Regular language games, such as the astonishing list provided in philosophical investigation, which includes reporting an event, speculating about an event, forming and testing a hypothesis, making up a story, reading it, play acting, singing cliches, guessing riddles, making a joke, translating, asking, thinking, and so on, bring out the openness of our possibilities in using language and describing it. Language games are first a part of a broader context termed by Wittgenstein a form of life. Secondly, the concept of language games points at the rule governed character of language. This does not entail strict and definite systems of rules for each and every language game, but points to the conventional nature of this sort of human activity. Still, just as we cannot give a final essential definition of game, so we cannot find what is common to all these activities and what makes them into language or parts of language. It is here that Wittgenstein's rejection of general explanations and definitions based on sufficient and necessary conditions is best pronounced. Instead of these symptoms of the philosopher's craving for generality, he points to family resemblance as the more suitable analogy for the means of connecting particular uses of the same word. There is no reason to look, as we have done traditionally and dogmatically, for one essential core in which the meaning of a word is located and which is therefore common to all uses of that word. We should instead travel with the word's use through a complicated network of similarities, overlapping and crisscrossing. Family resemblance also serves to exhibit the lack of boundaries and the distance from exactness that characterizes different uses of the same concept. Such boundaries and exactness are the definitive traits of form, be it Platonic form, Aristotelian form, or the general form of a proposition adumbrated in the Tractus. It is from such forms that applications of concepts can be deduced, but this is precisely what Wittgenstein now eschews in favor of appeal to the similarity of a kind with family resemblance. Rule following in private language. One of these issues most associated with the later Wittgenstein is that of rule following. Rising out of the considerations above, it becomes another central point of discussion in the question of what it is that can apply to all the uses of a word. The same dogmatic stance as before has it that a rule is an abstract entity transcending all the particular applications. Knowing the rule involves grasping that abstract entity and thereby knowing how to use it. Dismantle the cluster of attendant questions. How do we learn rules? How do we follow them? Where from the standards which decide if a rule is followed correctly? Are they in the mind along with mental representations of the rule? Do we appeal to intuition in their application? Are they socially and publicly taught and enforced? In typical Wittgensteinian fashion, the answers are not pursued positively. Rather, the very formulation of the questions as legitimate questions with coherent content is put to the test. For indeed, it is both the Platonistic and mentalistic pictures which underlie asking questions of this type, and Wittgenstein is intent on freeing us from these assumptions. Such liberations involve elimination of the need to posit any sort of external or internal authority beyond the actual application of the rule. These considerations led to Philosophical Investigation 201, often considered the climax of the issue. This was our paradox. No course of action could be determined by rule, because every course of action can be made out to accord with the rule. The answer was, if everything could be made out to accord with the rule, then it could also be made out to conflict with it. And so there would be neither accord nor conflict here. Wittgenstein's formulation of the problem, now at the point of being called a paradox, has given rise to a wealth of interpretation and debate, since it is clear to all that this is the crux of the general issue of meaning and of understanding and using a language. One of the influential readings of the problems of following a rule, introduced by Voegelin and Kripke, has been the interpretation according to Wittgenstein is here voicing a skeptical paradox and offering a skeptical solution. This is to say, there's no facts that determine what counts as following a rule, no real grounds for saying that someone is indeed following a rule, and Wittgenstein accepts the skeptical challenge by suggesting other conditions that might warrant our asserting that someone is following a rule. This reading has been challenged in turn by several interpretations. Directly following the rule condition following section in Philosophical Investigations, and therefore easily thought to be the upshot of the discussion, are those sections called the interpreter's the private language argument. Whether it be a veritable argument or not, and Wittgenstein never labeled it as such, These sections point out that for an utterance to be meaningful, it must be possible in principle to subject it to public standards and criterion of correctness. For this reason, a private language in which words are to refer to what only the speaker could know, to his immediate private sensations, is not a genuinely meaningful rule-governed language. The signs in language can only function when there is a possible ability of judging the correctness of their use. So the use of a word stands in need of justification, which everybody understands. Grammar and form of life. Grammar, usually taken to consist of the rules of correct syntactic and semantic use, becomes in Wittgenstein's hands the wider and more elusive notion which captures the essence of language as a special rule-governed activity. This notion replaces the stricter and pure logic, which played such an essential role in the Tractatus in providing a scaffolding for language in the world. Indeed, essence is expressed in grammar. Grammar tells us what kind of object anything is. Theology is grammar. As opposed to grammar book rules, the rules of grammar are not technical instructions from on high for correct usage and are not idealized as an external system to be conformed to independently of context. Therefore, they are not appealed to explicitly in any formulation, but are only used in cases of philosophical perplexity to clarify where language misleads us into false illusions. Thus, for example, I can know what someone else is thinking, not what I am thinking. It is correct to say, I know what you are thinking, and wrong to say, I know what I am thinking. A whole cloud of philosophy condensed into a drop of grammar. In this example, being sensitive to the grammatical uniqueness of first person vowels saves us from the blunders of foundational epistemology. Grammar is hence situated within the regular activity with which language games are interwoven. The word language game is used here to emphasize the fact that the speaking of language is part of an activity or form of life. What enables language to function and therefore must be accepted as given are precisely forms of life. In Wittgenstein's terms, is not only agreement in definition, but also, odd as it may sound, in judgments that is required. And this is agreement not in opinions, but rather in form of life. Used by Wittgenstein sparingly 5 times in the investigation, this concept has given rise to interpretive quandaries and subsequent contradictory readings. Forms of life can be understood as constantly changing and contingent, dependent on culture, context, history, or as a background common to humankind, shared human behavior, which is the system of reference by means of which we interpret an unknown language, or as a notion which can be read differently in different cases, sometimes as relativistic, in other cases as expressing a more universalistic approach. The nature of philosophy. In his later writings, Wittgenstein holds, as he did in Tractatus, that philosophers do not or should not supply a theory, neither do they provide explanations. Philosophy just puts everything before us, and neither explains nor deduces anything. Since everything lies open to view, there is nothing to explain. The anti-theoretical stance is reminiscent of early Wittgenstein, but there are manifest differences. Although the Tractatus precludes philosophical theories, it does not construct a systematic edifice which results in the general form of the proposition, all the while relying on strict formal logic. The investigations point out the therapeutic, non-dogmatic nature of philosophy, verily instructing philosophers in the ways of therapy. The work of the philosopher consists in marshalling reminders for a particular purpose. Working with remainders and series of examples, different problems are solved. Unlike the Tractatus, which advances one philosophical method, in the investigations, there's not a single philosophical method, though there are indeed methods, different therapies, as it were. This is directly related to Wittgenstein's school of the logical form, or of any a priori generalization that can be discovered or made in philosophy. Trying to advance such general theses is a temptation which lures philosophers, but the real task of philosophy is both to make us aware of the temptation and to show us how to overcome it. Consequently, a philosophical problem has the form, I don't know my way about, and hence the aim of philosophy is to show the fly the way out of the fly bottle. The refusal of theory goes hand in hand with Wittgenstein's objection to have anything hypothetical in our philosophical considerations. All explanation must disappear, and description alone must take place. In the Blue Book, Wittgenstein explained the difficulty encountered by philosophers to work on a minor scale and to take seriously the particular case as originating from their craving for generality. This craving is strongly influenced by philosophers' preoccupation with the method of science, a reduction and unifying tendency, which is the real source of metaphysics. Wittgenstein's determined anti-scientism should not be read as an opposition to science itself, is the insistence that philosophy and science are to be kept apart, that contrary to the prevalent attitude of modern civilization, the scientific framework is not appropriate everywhere, and certainly not for philosophical investigations. The style for the investigations is strikingly different from that of the Tractus. Instead of strictly numbered sections, which are organized hierarchically in programmatic order, the investigations fragmentally voices aphorisms about language games, family resemblance, forms of life, sometimes jumping in a sudden change from one area to another. The variation in style is, of course, essential and is connected with the very nature of the investigation. As a matter of fact, Wittgenstein was acutely aware of the contrast between the two stages of his thought, suggesting publication of both texts together in order to make the contrast obvious and clear. Still, it is precisely via the subject of the nature of philosophy that the fundamental continuity between these two stages, rather than the discrepancy between them, is to be found. In both cases, philosophy serves first as a critique of language. It is through analyzing language elusive power that the philosopher can expose the traps of meaningless philosophical formulations. This means that what is formerly thought of as a philosophical problem may now dissolve, and this simply means that the philosophical problem should completely disappear. Two implications of this diagnosis, easily traced back to the Tractus, are to be recognized. One is the inherent dialogical character of the philosophy, which is a responsive activity. Difficulties and torments are encountered, which are then to be dissipated by philosophical therapy. In the Tractus, this took the shape of advice. The correct method in philosophy would really be the following: to say nothing except what can be said, propositions of natural science, and then whatever someone else wanted to say, something metaphysical, to demonstrate to him that he had failed to give meaning to certain signs in his propositions. The second, more far reaching discovery in the investigation is the one that enables me to break off philosophizing when I want to. This has been taken to revert back to the latter metaphor and the injunction to silence in the Tractus. Interpretive problems. Whereas the Tractus has been interpreted in different ways right from its publication for about 2 decades since the publication of Philosophical Investigations in 1953, there seemed to be a wide agreement on the proper way to read the book, along with the vast material from 1930 onward in Wittgenstein's Nachlass, gradually released over the years. Wittgenstein's turn from his earlier emphasis on the role of logical analysis in his philosophical method to the later preference of particular grammatical descriptions was read quite unanimously as marking two clearly distinct early and later phases in his thought. The later phases, argued, consisted mainly of particular descriptions of our ordinary uses of words, especially those words which tend to create the illusion that they represent something profound, words which seem to point to the essence of language, whereas in fact, if the word language, experience, word, world have a use, it must be as a humble one as that of the word table, lamp, door. With the publication of Stanley Cavell's Must We Mean What We Say, 1969, and especially the claim of reason, Wittgenstein's Skepticism, Morality, and Tragedy, 1979, it turned out that such notions as description, ordinary, and usage are not as innocuous as they had seemed. Cavell's reading of Philosophical Investigations suggested a more radical emphasis on the particularity of context and blocked the way to any general description of grammatical rules. For Cavell, Wittgenstein's idea that meanings are determined only within language games, only in particular cases, is the key to reading his philosophy. When ignored, we are bound to an important outside requirement into our investigation, and thus favoring a distilled and rigid account of our linguistic exchanges, miss and misrepresent their vividness, and if the meaning were in aura, the world brings along with it and retains in every kind of use. In 1980, Oxford philosopher Baker and Hacker launched the first volume of an analytic commentary on Wittgenstein's investigations. This gigantic project, spanning over 4 volumes, advocating and developed the orthodox reading of Wittgenstein's later work, according to which a systematic mapping and overview of the use of our words is not only possible but also necessary if we wish to dissolve the philosophical problems arising from the traditional philosophical intention to ordinary use due to a prior metaphysical requirement. For Baker and Hacker, a key notion for reading Wittgenstein's later philosophy is that a philosophical grammar, acute attention to grammatical rules of use, offers a way to elucidate meanings and thus to expose philosophical blunders. Gradually, these alternatives in reading Philosophical Investigations came to form 2 schools of interpretation that are broadly parallel to the ones we encounter regarding Wittgenstein's Tractus. As noted above, there is first the question of the continuity between Wittgenstein's earlier and later writings, when emphasis is given, as in the orthodox reading, to Wittgenstein's switch from logic to grammar. The break between the philosophical stages is easily marked. On the contrary, it is the resistance to generalization of any kind that is emphasized. Then the similarity in Wittgenstein's therapeutic motivation throughout his life is much more clearly seen. As in the previous stage of the debate here, has to do with the question of ethics and its centrality in reading Wittgenstein's Au revoir. According to the traditional approach, amplified in Hacker and Baker's interpretive project, Wittgenstein's main objective is to resolve or dissolve general philosophical puzzles concerning the mind, the nature of color, perception, and rule following by clarifying, arranging, and contrasting different grammatical rules relevant to the notion examined. This is an intellectual investigation, and apart from it being critical of traditional philosophy in its reflection in contemporary science, it is nothing particularly relevant to ethics and should not be read as an ethical endeavor. Readers taking their cue from Cavill, and on the other hand, believe that the gist of the Wittgenstein effort in toto is ethical, cultural, and even political. They point to the investigation's model. The trouble about progress is that it always looks much greater than it really is. Nestroy and Wittgenstein's mentioned the darkness of this time in the book's preface, but more substantially, they argue that Wittgenstein's insistence on the ordinary, the practice of everyday living, is ethical through and through. Our lives are saturated by ethics. We're members of a historically and culturally conditioned society, and our linguistic practices cannot but have an important ethical aspect. Ignoring this aspect, according to these interpreters, entail a rejection of what is our human linguistic exchanges. To be sure, the interpretation's map is much more complicated than what is briefly sketched here. There are philosophers who object to the characterization each side in the above debate attaches to the other. There are those who claim that while there is a genuine dispute about the right interpreters of the treatise, the various interpretations of philosophical investigations are much closer to one another than they are ready to acknowledge, and there are independent readings of Wittgenstein which draw their clues from both sides and attempt to a different path altogether. The middle Wittgensteinian. It is noteworthy that the conventional conceptualization of two Wittgensteins, originally thought to be clearly demarcated between the early and later Wittgensteins, has been repeatedly reworked in the ensuing interpretive project of understanding the philosopher's writings, thoughts, and ideas with no show of subsiding. One of the natural outcomes of such intense investigation is the awareness that indeed understanding Wittgenstein means recognizing other times and other developments, such as before the early Wittgenstein of the Tractatus, between the early Wittgenstein and the later Wittgenstein of philosophical investigation, and following that later Wittgenstein. In chronological order, the middle Wittgenstein, some remarks on logical form, 1929, a lecture on ethics, philosophical remarks, philosophical grammar, the big typescript, the blue and brown books, and notes from lectures on private experience and sense data from 1929 to 1936. Just as illuminating, even tantalizing, are the publication of notes taken by participants in Wittgenstein's classes in those philosophically eventful years, since it was in those surroundings that Wittgenstein was working out live the deliberations and moves into what would be called the later Wittgenstein. These are volumes replete with questions of philosophy, metaphilosophy, method, and style that provide the Wittgensteinian interpreter with voluminous raw data in order to characterize middle Wittgenstein. The themes that populate the text above are wide and varied. Some harken back to the Tractarian refrains. More appear to introduce later Wittgenstein terms. A number of subjects make transitory appearances, never to return. Phenomenology, for one, is a constant Wittgensteinian concern, mostly for interpreters of all Wittgensteins who bicker over the very ascription of phenomenology to Wittgenstein's thought, accompanied by their attempt to define Wittgenstein's use of the term. But it is the middle Wittgenstein that phenomenology makes a literal appearance, typically in the phenomenology of grammar chapter in the big typescript. Mathematics and Wittgenstein's original thoughts on it can undoubtedly be seen as another investigated anchor in the middle Wittgenstein, although it is clear that mathematics was of great interest to him in the Tractatus. His thoughts on it became more enigmatic precisely in the middle period. Several isms are attributed to his view on mathematics here: verificationism, formalism, and finitism, along with recognition of a calculus conception of mathematics. Intuitionism, a favorite label for interpreters of Wittgenstein's mathematics, is only identified in the remarks on the foundation of mathematics, and after in the later Wittgenstein. While phenomenology and mathematics stand out as almost quirky and perhaps suspiciously unclear subjects making their idiosyncratic appearance in the middle Wittgenstein. The more evident Wittgenstein constructs of the period are, of course, logic, language, and method. Unsurprisingly, some remarks on logical form in 1929 heralds the transition from the early to later Wittgenstein, moving from ideal formal logic to the rules of use of grammar. Language is also viewed as the connecting factor between the earlier and later Wittgenstein, either by discovering still representational aspects in the description of its use by deciphering roots on the private language arguments in the Wittgensteinian musing, other times analysis of linguistic phenomenon as language games rather than tools of logic provides what we have always acknowledged as paradigmatic transitions from earlier to later Wittgenstein. These all involve methodology. Wittgenstein espouses a method of doing philosophy that is different from the Tractus, but still not the plurality of methods proposed in philosophical investigations. Furthermore, the method proposed is the turn to grammar as a backturning on dogmatism and of metaphysics. David Stern calls the early Wittgenstein's views on logic, language, and method logical atomism, and the later Wittgenstein practical holism, tagging the middle Wittgenstein as a logical holism. Between logical atomism and practical holism seems to lie a drastic divide, but seeing logical holism as bridging the divide gives us a perception and understanding of a natural development between them, as spelled out by Merle Engelman in 2013. This development can then also encompass all the above elements in a comprehensive transition gesturing towards an anthropological view. After the Tractus, it has been submitted that the writings of the period from 1946 until his death in 1951 constitute a distinctive phase of Wittgenstein's thought. These writings include, in addition to the second part of the first edition of Philosophical Investigations, text edited and collected in volumes such as Remarks on Color, Remarks on the Philosophy of Psychology, Zettel and Uncertainty, and parts of Remarks on the Foundation of Mathematics. The Philosophy of Psychology, a fragment, is the locus classicus of a key Wittgensteinian term, seeing aspects, where two uses of the word see are elaborated. The second use, where one sees a likeness in two objects, is the one that has given rise to the question of aspect perception and the attendant phenomenon of aspect dawning and change of aspect. I observe a face and then suddenly notice its likeness to another. I see that it has not changed, and yet I see it differently. I call this experience noticing an aspect. Aspect seeing involves noticing something about an object, an aspect of the object that one hadn't noticed before, and thereby seeing it something different. Importantly, it also arises as a result of the change of context of our perceptions. This immensely insightful discovery by Wittgenstein and its successive development has been the subject of a multitude of discussions dealing with questions of objectivity versus subjectivity, conception versus perception, and psychology versus epistemology. It also highlights the move from dogmatic formalism, universalism to open humanistic, contextual-laden behavior, aptly reverberating in the to and fro of seeing aspects. Uncertainty is generally accepted as a work of epistemology, as opposed to philosophy of psychology, a fragment, which is usually recognized as dealing with psychology, though even that distinction is called into question with some interpretation. It tackles skeptical doubts and foundational solutions, but is in typical Wittgenstein fashion a work of therapy which discounts presuppositions common to both. As always before in the interpretive game, the general view sees Wittgenstein as landing on the non-skeptical side of epistemological debate, choosing instead to pursue a hinged propositions. These are propositions about which doubt cannot be entertained, but whether this is due to their being epistemically foundational, naturally certain, or logically unavailable to doubt is still a matter for philosophical explanation, as the question of Wittgenstein's object of critique, Cartesian or radical skepticism, or in some quarters, the very assumption of his unequivocal anti-skepticism. This is intimately related to another of Uncertainty's theme, the primacy of deed in the world, or in Wittgenstein's philosophical investigation terminology, of a form of life to logos. Remarks on Color is a collection of remarks composed by Wittgenstein during the last years and a half of his life. In these remarks, he attempts to clarify the language we use describing our experience and impression of colors, sameness of colors, saturated colors, light and shade, brightness and opaqueness of surfaces, transparency, etc. These reflections present us with a geometry of colors, though Wittgenstein makes it clear that due to the indefiniteness in the concept of color, the logic of color concepts should be given piecemeal. When we consider colors, there is merely an inability to bring the concepts into some kind of order. The investigation is therefore directed not merely to color phenomenon and the language we use to describe them, but also the philosophical methodology in comparison with scientific inquiry and to what is taken to be conceivable and what is not. It is also unique in reminding us of a hint by Wittgenstein that this was prompted by John Wolfgang van Gogh's On the Theory of Color in 1810. The general tenor of all the writings of the last period can thence be viewed as, on the one hand, a move away from the critical, some would say destructive proposition of the investigation to a more positive perspective of the same problems that have been facing him since his early writings. On the other hand, this move does not necessarily bespeak of a break from the later period, but might be more properly viewed as its continuation in a new light. In other words, the grand question of interpreting Wittgenstein, the question of continuities or breaks, remains at the forefront of understanding Wittgenstein. Okay, so there you got it. Wittgenstein is one of the most important philosophers of the 20th century. So Bertrand Russell, probably the most well-known. Wittgenstein, said like it's hard to interpret, and is more, as the culmination of Frege and Russell in Wittgenstein as kind of logic, philosophy, metaphysics as a grammar, a syntax that doesn't actually decipher truth. That the task of logic, the logicalism of Frege and Russell to reduce mathematics to logic, and then to try to adapt that to science, to tell truths, to say that philosophy and metaphysics can't actually do anything, that it's just a format, a language, and that if you understand the language, it is really just reduced to definitional games, and definitional games are the product of metaphysics, and metaphysics is unclear its use. And but Wittgenstein becomes the foundation for science and logical empiricism of the Vienna Circle, and much of the modern conception today of, so to say, truth, scientific realism, that we'll see later as we continue the series. So we're doing some of that heavy lifting today, doing Wittgenstein. We covered Russell and Frege, and now that see Wittgenstein is the formulation of the post-war, postmodernist understanding of metaphysics and the anti-metaphysical position, as Wittgenstein represents the transition from heavy metaphysics to anti-metaphysics. And so Duvid is a metaphysician. So I'm just covering Wittgenstein because he's one of the most important people in the turn against metaphysics, as opposed to Kant, who is the essential metaphysician. And then, we'll look at Bolzano, who is like an alternative metaphysician, similar or critical to Kant, is a student to Kant, a writer and interpreter of Kant. So let me pour a drink, and then we'll continue with Immanuel Kant. Okay, so as I said in this first episode, we're doing some serious heavy lifting. Like the most major of the heavy lifting is really being done in the very first episode. These are like the big names, the most complicated and difficult of all the metaphysicians. It's not necessarily going to get easier from here, but I'm just throwing out some of the most heaviest, difficult things in the first episode. And like I said, like I'm do the series on metaphysics, but just to understand metaphysics purely is near impossible. Just, how do you study metaphysics? So, that's why I decided to just do, even philosophy in general, philosophy of science, I decided to do profiles of the famous metaphysicians. So Immanuel Kant is a tinkle, God bless. Let's do some, like Immanuel Kant is the father of all metaphysicians. Like to some extent, the most important of Western philosophers is Immanuel Kant. Like you have Galileo, Descartes, and Newton, and Immanuel Kant provides the framework for the formulation of modern science. That, afterwards you have the neo-Kantians and then the Vienna Circle and logical empiricism that somewhat go against Kant with, what we had Wittgenstein, where you have the anti-metaphysical stance. So, now let's go back to now that we've seen Wittgenstein, the Frege, who was just the logician to Bertrand Russell, with his atheism, saying Bertrand Russell is an atheist, somewhat also, that you don't need metaphysics, to Wittgenstein, who lays out the framework for the modern world of kind of atheistic science. Let's go back to Kant. And, like a lot of these concepts in Kant are the single most important concepts in all of metaphysics, like the a priori and the synthetic and transcendental. And a lot of these things are extremely complicated. Like I've been studying Kant for decades. Like I read Kant when I was in high school. On a week in review, I have turned to Kant tens of times, like in the truth theory, and I'm constantly coming back and forth to Kant. And so, let's just do this. Jump right in. The overview of Kant, kind of like the godfather of metaphysics. Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, is the central figure in modern philosophy. He synthesized early modern rationalism and empiricism, set the terms for much of the 19th and 20th century philosophy, and continues to exercise a significant influence today in metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, political philosophy, aesthetics, and other fields. The fundamental idea of Kant's critical philosophy, especially his three critiques, the critique of pure reason, the critique of practical reason, and the critique of the power of judgment, is human autonomy. He argues that human understanding is the source of the general laws of nature that structure all of our experience, and that human reason gives itself to moral law, which is the basis for our belief in God, freedom, and immortality. Therefore, scientific knowledge, morality, and religious belief are mutually consistent and secure because they all rest on the same foundation of human autonomy, which is also the final end of nature, according to the theological worldview of reflecting judgment that Kant introduces to unify the theoretical and practical parts of his philosophical system. So there'll be a little introduction, then we'll look at the critique of pure reason, transcendental idealism, transcendental deduction, morality and freedom, the highest good, and the unity of nature. Life and works. Kant's parents were pietists, and he attended pietist schools at the Collegium from ages 8 through 15. Pietism was the evangelical Lutheran movement that emphasizes conversion, reliance on divine grace, the experience of religious emotions, and personal devotions involving regular Bible study, prayer, and introspection. Kant reacted strongly against the forced soul-searching to which he was subjected at the Collegium, in response to which he sought refuge in the Latin classics, which were central to the school's curriculum. Later in the mature Kant's emphasis on reason and autonomy, rather than emotion and dependence on either autonomy or grace, may in part reflect his youthful reaction against pietism. But although the young Kant loathed his pietist schooling, he had deep respect and admiration for his parents, especially his mother's, whose genuine religiosity he described as not at all enthusiastic. According to his biographer, Manfred Kuhn, Kant's parents probably had influenced him much less through their pietism than through their artisan value of hard work, honesty, cleanliness, and independence, which they taught him by example. Kant attended the University of Königsberg, known as the Albertina, where his early interest in classics were quickly superseded by philosophy, which all first-year students studied, in which encompassed mathematics and physics, as well as logic, metaphysics, ethics, and natural law. Kant's philosophy professor exposed him to the approach of Christian Wolff, whose critical synthesis of the philosophy of Leibniz was then very influential in German universities. But Kant was also exposed to a range of German and British critics of Wolff, and there were strong doses of Aristotelian and pietism represented in the philosophy faculty as well. Kant's favorite teacher was Martin Nutzen, a pietist who was heavily influenced by both Wolff and the English philosopher John Locke. Nutzen introduced Kant to the work of Isaac Newton, and his influence is visible in Kant's first published work, Thoughts on the True Estimation of Living Forces, 1947, which was a critical attempt to mediate a dispute on natural philosophy between Leibnizians and Newtonians over the proper measurement of force. After Kant spent 6 years as a private tutor to young children outside Königsberg, by this time both of his parents had died and Kant's finances were not yet secure enough for him to pursue an academic career. He finally returned to Königsberg in 1954 and began teaching at the Albertina the following year. For the next 4 decades, Kant taught philosophy there until his retirement from teaching in 1796 at the age of 72. Kant had a burst of publishing activity in the years after he returned from working as a private tutor. In 1954 and 5, he published 3 scientific works, one of which, Universal Natural History and the Theory of the Heavens, was a major book in which, among other things, he developed what later became known as the nebular hypothesis about the formation of the solar system. Unfortunately, the printer went bankrupt and the book had little immediate impact. To secure qualifications for teaching at the university, Kant also wrote 2 Latin dissertations, the first entitled A Concise Outline of Some Reflections on Fire, earned him the magister degree, and the second, New Elucidation of the First Principles of Metaphysical Cognition, entitled him to teach as an on-salary lecturer. The following years he published another Latin work, The Employment in Natural Philosophy and Metaphysics combined with Geometry, of which sample 1 contains the physical monadology, in hopes of succeeding Knudsen as associate professor of logic and metaphysics, though Kant failed to secure this position. But the New Elucidation, which was Kant's first work, concerned mainly with metaphysics and the physical monadology, further developed the position of the interaction of finite substances that he first outlined in Living Forces. Both works depart from Leibniz-Wolffian views, though not radically. The New Elucidation in particular shows the influence of Christian August Crasius, a German critic of Wolff. As an on-salary lecturer at the Albertina, Kant was paid directly by the students who attended his lectures, so he needed to teach an enormous amount and to attract many students in order to earn a living. Kant held the position from 1755 to 1770, during which period he would lecture on an average of 20 hours per week on logic, metaphysics, and ethics, as well as mathematics, physics, and physical geography. In his lectures, Kant used textbooks from by Wolffian authors such as Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten and George Friedrich Mayer, but he followed them loosely and used them to structure his own reflections, which drew on a wide range of ideas and contemporary interest. These ideas often stem from British sentimentalist philosophers such as David Hume and Francis Hutchinson, some of whose texts were translated into German in the mid-1750s, and from the Swiss philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who published a flurry of works in the early 1760s. From early in his career, Kant was a popular and successful lecturer. He also quickly developed a local reputation as a promising young intellectual and cut a dashing figure in Königsberg society. After several years of relative quiet, Kant unleashed another burst of publications in 1962 to 64, including 5 philosophical works, The False Subtlety of the Four Syllogistic Figures, rehearsed criticisms of Aristotelian logic that were developed by other German philosophers, The Only Possible Argument in Support of a Demonstration of the Existence of God, is a major book in which Kant drew on his earlier work in Universal History and New Elucidation to develop an original argument for God's existence as a condition for the internal possibility of all things, while criticizing other arguments for God's existence. The book attracted several positive and some negative reviews. In 1762, Kant also submitted an essay entitled Inquiry Concerning the Distinctiveness of the Principle of Natural Theology and Morality to a prize competition by the Prussian Royal Academy, though Kant's submission took second place to Moses Mendelssohn's winning essay and was published with it in 1764. Kant's prize essay, as it is known, departs more significantly from Leibniz-Wolffian views than his earlier work and also contains his first extended discussion of moral philosophy in print. The prize essay draws on British sources to criticize German rationalists in 2 respects. First, drawing on Newton, Kant distinguishes between the methods of mathematics and philosophy, and second, drawing on Hutchinson, he claims that an unanalyzable feeling of the good supplies the material content of our moral obligations, which cannot be demonstrated in a purely intellectual way from the formal principle of perfection alone. These themes reappear in an attempt to introduce the concept of negative magnitudes into philosophy, 1763, whose main thesis, however, is that the real opposition of conflicting forces, as in causal relations, is not reducible to the logic relations of contradiction, as Leibnizians held. In the negative magnitudes, Kant also argues that the morality of our action is a function of the internal forces that motivate one to act, rather than the external physical actions or their consequences. Finally, observations on the feeling of the beautiful and the sublime, 1764, deals mainly with alleged differences in the taste of men and women and of people from different cultures. After it was published, Kant filled his own interleaved copy of the book with often unrelated handwritten remarks, many of which reflect the deep influence of Rousseau on his thinking about the moral philosophy of the mid-1760s. These works helped to secure Kant a broader reputation in Germany, but for the most part, they were not strikingly original. Like other German philosophers at the time, Kant's early works were generally concerned with using insights from British empiricist authors to reform or broaden the German rationalist tradition without radically undermining its foundation. While some of its early works tend to emphasize rationalist ideas, others have a more empiricist emphasis. During this time, Kant was striving to work out an independent position, but before the 1770s, his views remained fluid. In 1766, Kant published the first work concerning the possibility of metaphysics, which later became a central topic of his mature philosophy. Dreams of a Spirit Seer Elucidated by Dreams of Metaphysics, which he wrote soon after publishing a short essay on maladies of the mind, 1764, was occasioned by Kant's fascination with the Swedish visionary Immanuel Swedenborg, who claimed to have insight into the spirit world that enabled him to make a series of apparently miraculous predictions. In this curious work, Kant satirically compares Swedenborg's spirit visions to belief of rational metaphysicians in an immaterial soul that survives death, and he concludes that philosophical knowledge of either is impossible because human reason is limited to experience. The skeptical tone of dreams is tempered, however, by Kant's suggestion that moral faith nevertheless supports belief in an immaterial and immortal soul, even if it's not possible to attain metaphysical knowledge in this domain. In 1770, at the age of 46, Kant was appointed to the chair of logic and metaphysics at the Albertina. After teaching for 15 years as an on-salary lecturer and working since 1766 as a sub-librarian to supplement his income, Kant was turned down for the same position in 1758, but later, as his reputation grew, he declined chairs in philosophy at Erlangen and Jena in hopes of attaining one in Königsberg. After Kant was finally promoted, he gradually extended his repertoire of lectures to include anthropology. Kant was the first such course in Germany and became very popular. Rational theology, pedagogy, natural right, and even mineralogy and military fortifications. In order to inaugurate his new position, Kant also wrote one more Latin dissertation concerning the form and principles of the sensible and intelligible world, which is known as the inaugural dissertation. The inaugural dissertation of 1770 departs more radically from both Wolffian rationalist and British sentimentalism than Kant's earlier work, inspired by Crucius and the Swiss natural philosopher Johann Heinrich Lambert. Kant distinguishes between two fundamental powers of cognition, sensibility, and understanding, intelligence, where the Leibniz Wolffian regarded understanding, intellect, as the only fundamental power. Kant therefore rejects the rationalist view that sensibility is only a confused species of intellectual cognition, and he replaces this with his own view that sensibility is distinct from understanding and brings to perception its own subjective forms of space and time, a view that developed out of Kant's earlier criticism of Leibniz's relational view of space and concerning the ultimate ground of the differentiation of directions in space of 1768. Moreover, as the title of the inaugural dissertation indicates, Kant argues that sensibility and understanding are directed at two different worlds. Sensibility gives us access to the sensible world, while understanding enables us to grasp a distinct intelligible world. These two worlds are related in that what the understanding grasps in the intelligible world is the paradigm of noumenal perception, which is a common measure for all other things insofar as they are realities. Considered theoretically, this intelligible paradigm of perfection is God. Considered practically, it is moral perfection. The inaugural dissertation thus develops a form of Platonism, and it rejects the British view of sentimentalists that moral judgments are based on feelings or pleasure of pleasure or pain, since Kant now holds that moral judgments are based on pure understanding alone. After 1770, Kant never surrendered his view that sensibility and understanding are distinct powers of cognition, that space and time are subjective forms of human sensibility, and that moral judgments are based on pure understanding of reason alone. But his embrace of Platonism in the inaugural dissertation was short-lived. He soon denied that our understanding is capable of insight into an intelligible world, which cleared the path towards his mature position in the Critique of Pure Reason of 1781, according to which the understanding, like sensibility, supplies forms that structure our experience of the sensible world to which human knowledge is limited, while the intelligible or noumenal world is strictly unknowable to us. Kant spent a decade working on the Critique of Pure Reason and published nothing else of significance between 1770 and 1781. But his publication marked the beginning of another burst of activity that Kant's most important and enduring works, because early reviews of the Critique of Pure Reason were few, and in Kant's judgment on comprehending, he tried to clarify its main points in the much shorter prolegomena to any future metaphysics that will be able to come forward as a science in 1783. Among the major books that rapidly followed are the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, 1785, Kant's main works on the fundamental principle of morality, the metaphysical foundations of natural science, 1786, his main work on natural philosophy in what scholars call his critical period from 1781 to 1798, the second and substantially revised edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, 1787, and the Critique of Practical Reason, 1788, a fuller discussion of topics in moral philosophy that builds on and in some way revises the groundwork, and the Critique of Power of Judgment, 1790, which deals with aesthetics and theology. Kant also published a number of important essays in this period, including An Idea for Universal History with a Cosmopolitan Aim, 1784, and Conjectural Beginning of Human History, 1786. His main contributions to the philosophy of history, An Answer to the Question, What is Enlightenment, 1784, which broaches some of the key ideas of his later political essays, and What Does It Mean to Orient Oneself in Thinking, 1786. Kant's intervention in the pantheism controversy that raged in the German intellectual circles after Jacobi accused the recently deceased Lessing of Spinozism. With these works, Kant secured international fame and came to dominate German philosophy in the late 1780s, but in 1790, he announced that the Critique of Power of Judgment brought his critical enterprise to an end. By then, Reinhold, whose letters on the Kantian philosophy, 1786, popularized Kant's moral and religious ideas, had been installed in a chair devoted to Kantian philosophy at Jena, which was more centrally located than Königsberg and rapidly developing into the focal point of the next phase of German intellectual history. Reinhold soon began to criticize and move away from Kant's views. In 1794, his chair at Jena passed to Fichte, who had visited the master in Königsberg and whose first book, Attempt at a Critique of All Revelation, 1792, was published anonymously and initially mistaken for a Kant work himself. This catapulted Fichte to fame, but soon he too moved away from Kant and developed an original position quite at odds with Kant, which Kant finally repudiated publicly in 1799. Yet while German philosophy moved on to assess and respond to Kant's legacy, Kant himself continued publishing important works in the 1790s, among those of Religion Within the Boundaries of Mere Reason, 1793, which drew a censure from the Prussian king when Kant published the book after its second essay was rejected by the censor. The Conflict of the Faculties, 1798, a collection of essays inspired by Kant's troubles with the censor and dealing with the relationship between the philosophical and theological faculties of the university, on the common saying that may be correct in theory, but is of no use in practice, 1793, Towards Perpetual Peace, 1795, and on the Doctrine of Right, the first part of the Metaphysics of Morals, 1797. Kant's main work in the political philosophy, the Doctrine of Virtue, and the second part of the Metaphysics of Morals. Kant's most mature work in moral philosophy, which he had been planning for more than 30 years, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, 1798, based on Kant's anthropology lectures. Several other compilations of Kant's lecture notes from other courses were published later, but these were not prepared by Kant himself. Kant retired from teaching in 1796. For nearly 2 decades, he had lived a highly disciplined life, focusing primarily on completing his philosophical system, which began to take a definite shape in his mind only in middle age. After retiring, he came to believe that there was a gap in this system separating the metaphysical foundation of natural science from physics itself, and he set out to close this gap in a series of notes that postulate the existence of an ether or caloric matter. These notes, known as opus posthumum, remained unfinished and unpublished in Kant's lifetime, and scholars disagree on the significance in relation to his earlier work. It is clear, however, that some of these late notes show unmistakable signs of Kant's mental decline, which became tragically precipitous around 1800. Kant died in February 12, 1804, just short of his 80th birthday. Hey, God bless, Lisa. Okay, Jenny, welcome back. Hi, T. Kant's project in the Critique of Pure Reason. The main topic of the Critique of Pure Reasoning is the possibility of metaphysics, understood in a specific way. Kant defined metaphysics in terms of the cognition after which reason might strive independently of all experience. And his goal in the book is to reach a decision about the possibility or impossibility of a metaphysics in general and the determination of its sources as well as its extent and boundaries, all however from principles. Thus, metaphysics for Kant concerns a priori knowledge, or knowledge whose justification does not depend on experience, and he associates a priori knowledge with reason. The project in the critique is to examine whether, how, and to what extent human reason is capable of a priori knowledge. The crisis of the Enlightenment. To understand the project of the critique better, let us consider the historical intellectual context in which it was written. Kant wrote the critique toward the end of the Enlightenment, which was then in a state of crisis. Hindsight enables us to see that the 1780s was a transition decade in which the cultural balance shifted decisively away from the Enlightenment towards Romanticism, but Kant did not have the benefit of such hindsight. The Enlightenment was a reaction to the rise of the successes of modern science in the 16th and 17th centuries. The spectacular achievements of Newton in particular engendered widespread confidence and optimism in the power of human reason to control nature and to improve human life. One effect of this new confidence in reason was the traditional authorities were increasingly questioned. Why should we need political or religious authorities to tell us how to live or what to believe if each of us has the capacity to figure these things out for ourselves? Kant expresses this Enlightenment commitment to the sovereignty of reason in the critique. Our age is the age of criticism, to which everything must submit. Religion, through its holiness, and legislation, through its majesty, commonly seek to exempt themselves from it, but in this way they excite a just suspicion against themselves and cannot lay claim to the unfeigned respect that reason grants only to that which has been able to withstand its free and public examination. Enlightenment is about thinking for oneself rather than letting others think for you. According to What is Enlightenment, in this essay, Kant also expresses the Enlightenment faith in the inevitability of progress. A few independent thinkers will gradually inspire a broader cultural movement which ultimately will lead to a greater freedom of action and government reform. A culture of enlightenment is almost inevitable if only there is freedom to make public use of one's reason in all matters. The problem is that to some, it seemed unclear whether progress would in fact ensue if reason enjoyed full sovereignty over traditional authorities, or whether unaided reasoning would instead lead straight to materialism, fatalism, atheism, skepticism, or even libertinism and authoritarianism. The Enlightenment commitment to the sovereignty of reason was tied to the expectation that it would not lead to any of these consequences, but instead would support certain key beliefs that tradition had always sanctioned. Crucially, these included belief in God, the soul, freedom, and the compatibility of science with morality and religion. Although few intellectuals rejected some of or all of these beliefs, the general spirit of enlightenment was not so radical. The Enlightenment was about replacing traditional authorities with the authority of individual human reason, but it was not about overturning traditional moral and religious beliefs. Yet the original inspiration for the Enlightenment was the new physics, which was mechanistic. If nature is entirely governed by mechanistic causal laws, then it may seem that there is no room for freedom or soul or anything but matter in motion. This threatened the traditional view that morality required freedom. We must be free in order to choose what is right over what is wrong, because otherwise we cannot be held responsible. It also threatened the traditional religious belief in a soul that can survive death or be resurrected in afterlife. So modern science, the pride of the Enlightenment, the source of the optimism about the powers of human reason, threatened to undermine traditional moral and religious beliefs that free rational thought was expected to support. This was the main intellectual crisis of the Enlightenment. The Critique of Pure Reason is Kant's response to this crisis. Its main topic is metaphysics, because for Kant, metaphysics is the domain of reason. It is the inventory of all we possess through pure reason, ordered systematically, and the authority of reason was in question. Kant's main goal is to show that a critique of reason by reason itself, unaided and unrestrained by traditional authorities, establishes a secure and consistent basis for both Newtonian science and traditional morality and religion. In other words, free rational inquiry adequately supports all of these essential human interests and shows them to be mutually consistent, so reason deserves the sovereignty attributed to it by the Enlightenment. Kant's Copernican revolution in philosophy. To see how Kant attempts to achieve this goal in the Critique, it helps to reflect on his grounds for rejecting the Platonism in the inaugural dissertation. The inaugural dissertation also tries to reconcile Newtonian science with traditional morality and religion in a way, but its strategy is different from that of the Critique. According to the inaugural dissertation, Newtonian science is true of the sensible world to which sensibility gives us access, and the understanding grasp principles of divine and moral perfection in a distinct intelligible world, which are paradigms for measuring everything in the sensible world. So on this view, our knowledge of the intelligible world is a priori because it does not depend on sensibility, and thus a priori knowledge furnishes principles for judging the sensible world because in some way the sensible world itself conforms to the or imitates the intelligible world. Soon after writing the inaugural dissertation, however, Kant expressed doubt about this view, as he explained in February 21st, 1772, letter to his friend and former student Marcus Herz. In my dissertation, I was content to explain the nature of intellectual representations in a merely negative way, namely to state that they were not modifications of the soul brought about by the object. However, I silently passed over the further question of how a representation that refers to an object without being in any way affected by it can be possible. By what means are these intellectual representations given to us, if not by the way in which they affect us? And if such intellectual representations depend on our interactivity, whence comes the agreement that they are supposed to have with objects that are nevertheless not possibly produced thereby, as to how my understanding may form for itself concepts of things completely a priori, with which concepts the things must necessarily agree, and as to how my understanding may formulate real principles concerning the possibility of such concepts, with which principles experience must be in exact agreement, and which nevertheless are independent of experience. This question of how the faculty of understanding achieves this conformity with the things themselves is still left in a state of obscurity. Here Kant entertains doubts about how a priori knowledge of an intelligible world would be possible. The position in the inaugural dissertation is that the intelligible world is independent of the human understanding and of the sensible world, both of which in different ways conform to the intelligible world. But leaving aside questions about what it means for the sensible world to conform to an intelligible world, how is it possible for the human understanding to conform to or grasp an intelligible world? If the intelligible world is independent of our understanding, then it seems that we could grasp it only if we are passively affected by it in some way. But for Kant, sensibility is our passive or receptive capacity to be affected by objects that are independent of us. So the only way that we could grasp an intelligible world that is independent of us is through sensibility, which means that our knowledge of it could not be a priori. The pure understanding alone could at best enable us to form representations of an intelligible world. But since these intellectual representations would entirely depend on our interactivity, as Kant says to Herz, we have no good reason to believe that they would conform to an independent intelligible world. Such a priori intellectual representations could well be figments of the brain that do not correspond to anything independent of the human mind. In any sense, it is completely mysterious how there might come to be a correspondence between purely intellectual representations and an independent intelligible world. Kant's strategy in the Critique is similar to that of the inaugural dissertation, in that both works attempt to reconcile modern science with traditional morality and religion by relegating them to a distinct sensible and intellectual worlds respectively, but the Critique gives a far more modest and yet revolutionary account of a priori knowledge. As Kant's letter to Herz suggests, the main problem with his view in the inaugural dissertation is that it tries to explain the possibility of a priori knowledge about the world that is entirely independent of the human mind. This turned out to be a dead end, and Kant never again maintained that we can have a priori knowledge about an intelligible world precisely because such a world would be entirely independent of us. However, Kant's revolutionary position in the Critique is that we can have a priori knowledge about general structure of the sensible world because it is not entirely independent of the human mind. The sensible world or the world of appearances, is constructed by the human mind from a combination of sensory matter that we receive passively and from a priori forms that are supplied by our cognitive faculties. We can have a priori knowledge only about aspects of the sensible world that reflect from the a priori forms supplied by our cognitive faculties. In Kant's words, we can cognize of things a priori only what we ourselves have put into them. So according to the critique, a priori knowledge is possible only if and to the extent that the sensible world itself depends on the way the human mind structures its experience. Kant characterizes this new constructivist view of experience in the critique through an analogy with the revolutionary wrought by Copernicus in astronomy. Up to now, it has been assumed that all our cognition must conform to the objects, but all attempts to find out something about them a priori through concepts that would extend our cognition have, on this presupposition, came to nothing. Hence, let us try whether we do not get further with the problems of metaphysics by assuming that the objects must conform to our cognition, which would agree better with the requested possibility of a priori cognition of them, which is to establish something about objects before they are given to us. This would be just like the first thoughts of Copernicus, who, when he did not make good progress in the explanation of the celestial motion, if he assumed that the entire celestial host revolves around the observer, tried to see if he might not have greater success if he made the observer revolve and left the stars at rest. Now, in metaphysics, we can try in a similar way regarding the intuition of objects. If intuition has to conform to constitution of objects, then I do not see how we can know anything of them a priori. But if the object, as an object of the senses, conforms to the constitution of our faculty of intuition, then I can very well represent this possibility to myself. Yet because I cannot stop with these intuitions, if they are to become cognitions, but must refer them to as representations to something as their object and determine this object through them. I can assume either that the concepts through which I bring about their determination also conform to the objects, and then I am once again in the same difficulty about how I could know anything about them a priori, or else I assume that the objects, or what is the same thing, the experience in which alone they can be cognized as given objects, conforms to those concepts, in which I immediately see an easier way out of this difficulty, since experience itself is a kind of cognition requiring the understanding, whose rule I have to presuppose in myself because any object is given to me, hence a priori, which rule is expressed in concepts a priori, to which all objects of experience must therefore necessarily conform, and with which they must agree. As this passage suggests, what Kant has changed in the critique is primarily his view about the role and powers of understanding, since he already held in the inaugural dissertation that sensibility contributes the forms of space and time, which he calls pure or a priori intuitions, to our cognition of the sensible world, but the critique claims that pure understanding too, rather than giving us insight into an intelligible world, is limited to providing forms, which he calls pure or a priori concepts, that structure our cognition of the sensible world. So now both sensible and understanding work together to construct cognition of the sensible world, which therefore conforms to the a priori forms that are supplied by our cognitive faculties, the a priori intuitions of sensibility, and the a priori concepts of the understanding. This account is analogous to the heliocentric revolution of Copernicus in astronomy, because both require contributions from the observer to be factored into explanations of the phenomenon, although neither reduces phenomenon to the contributions of observers alone. The way celestial phenomenon appears to us on Earth, according to Copernicus, is affected by both the motions of celestial bodies and the motion of the Earth, which is not stationary body around which everything else revolves. For Kant, analogously, the phenomenon of human experience depends on both the sensory data that we receive passively through sensibility and the way our mind actively processes this data according to its own a priori rules. These rules supply the general framework in which the sensible world and all the objects or phenomena in it appears to us. So the sensible world and its phenomenon are not entirely independent of the human mind, which contributes its basic structure. How does Kant's Copernican revolution in philosophy improve on the strategy of the inaugural dissertation for reconciling modern science with traditional morality and religion? First, it gives Kant a new and ingenious way of placing modern science on an a priori foundation. He is now in position to argue that we can have a priori knowledge about the basic laws of modern science because those laws reflect the human mind's contribution to structuring our experience. In other words, the sensible world necessarily conforms to a certain fundamental laws, such as that every statement has a cause because the human mind constructs it according to those laws. Moreover, we can identify those laws by reflecting on the conditions of possible experience, which reveals that it would be impossible for us to experience a world in which, for example, any given event fails to have a cause. For this, Kant concludes that metaphysics is indeed possible in the sense that we can have a priori knowledge that the entire sensible world, not just our actual experience, but any possible human experience, necessarily conforms to certain laws. Kant calls this immanent metaphysics, or the metaphysics of experience, because it deals with the essential principles that are immanent to human experience. But second, if we can cognize the things a priori only what we ourselves have put into them, then we cannot have a priori knowledge about things whose existence and nature are entirely independent of the human mind, which Kant calls things in and of themselves. In his words, from the deduction of our faculty of cognizing a priori, there emerges a very strange result, namely that with the faculty we can never get beyond the boundaries of possible experience, and that such cognizing reaches appearances only, leaving the thing in itself as something actual for itself, but uncognized by us. That is, Kant's constructivist foundation for scientific knowledge restricts science to the realm of appearances and implies that transcendental metaphysics, a priori knowledge of things in themselves that transcend possible human experience, is impossible. In the critique, Kant thus rejects the insight into an intelligible world that he defended in the inaugural dissertation, and he now claims that rejecting knowledge about things in themselves is necessary for reconciling science with traditional morality and religion. This is because he claims that belief in God, freedom, and immortality have a strictly moral basis, and yet adopting these beliefs on moral grounds would be unjustified if we could know that they were false. Thus, Kant says, I had to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith, restricting knowledge to appearances and relegating God and the soul to an unknowable realm of things in themselves guarantees that it is impossible to disprove claims about God and the freedom or immortality of the soul, which moral arguments may therefore justify us in believing. Moreover, the determinism of modern science no longer threatens the freedom required by traditional morality, because science and therefore determinism apply only to appearances, and there is room for freedom in the realm of things in themselves, where the self or soul is located. We cannot know theoretically that we are free because we cannot know anything about things in themselves, but there are especially strong moral grounds for the belief in human freedom, which acts as the keystone supporting other morally grounded beliefs. In this way, Kant replaces transcendental metaphysics with a new practical science that he calls the metaphysics of morals, and thus turns out that two kinds of metaphysics are possible: the metaphysics of experience or nature, and the metaphysics of moral, both of which depend on Kant's Copernican revolution in philosophy. Oh, thanks a lot, Mark. God bless. Got to do the big lifting. Got to get your Kant right. Always returning to Kant. Yeah, Lisa's commenting on Twitter. I do not think that reason would be advantageous if coupled with moral responsibility. Religion, in my view, is inherent in one's ancestral family and could be incorporated with society if kept in check. The freedom to believe is one's ancestral God is inherent and should not be forced, Kant's ideas on experience notwithstanding. So, that's not exactly what Kant's saying. I mean, your thoughts might be more popular in today, but, Kant is looking at the faculty of reason to determine scientific laws, also applied to other things like morality and, essentially the same metaphysics. Transcendental idealism. Perhaps the central and most controversial thesis of the critique of pure reason is that human beings experience only appearances, not things in themselves, and that space and time are only subjective forms of human intuition that would not subsist in themselves if one were to abstract from all subjective conditions of human intuition. Kant calls this thesis transcendental idealism. One of his best summaries of it is arguably the following. We have therefore wanted to say that all of our intuition is nothing but the representation of appearances, that the things that we intuit are not in themselves what we intuit them to be, nor are their relations so constituted in themselves as they appear to us, and that if we remove our own subject, or even only the subjective constitution of the senses in general, then all constitutions, all relations, objects in space and time, indeed space and time themselves, would disappear. And as appearances, they cannot exist in themselves, but only in us. What may be the case with objects in themselves and abstracted from this receptivity of our sensibility remains entirely unknown to us. We are acquainted with nothing except our way of perceiving them, which is peculiar to us, and which therefore does not necessarily pertain to every being, though to be sure it pertains to every human being. We are concerned solely with this. Space and time are its pure form, sensation in general, its matter. We can cognize only the former a prior to all actual perception, and they are therefore called pure intuition. The latter, however, is that our cognition that is responsible for its being called a posterior cognition, empirical intuition. The former adheres to our sensibility, absolutely necessary, whatever sort of sensations we may have. The latter can be very different. Kant introduces transcendental idealism in the part of the critique called the transcendental aesthetic, and scholars generally agree that for Kant, transcendental idealism encompasses at least the following claims. In some sense, human beings experience only appearances, not things in themselves. Space and time are not things in themselves, or determinations of things in themselves that would remain if one abstracted from all subjective conditions of human intuition. It is at least a crucial part of what it means by calling space and time transcendental the ideal. Space and time are nothing other than the subjective forms of human sensible intuition. Space and time are empirically real, which means that everything that can come before us externally as an object is in both space and time, and that our internal intuitions of ourself are in time. But scholars disagree widely on how to interpret these claims, and there is no such thing as the standard interpretation of Kant's transcendental idealism. Two general types of interpretations have been especially influential. However, this section provides an overview of these two interpretations, although it should be emphasized that much important scholarship on transcendental idealism does not fall neatly into either of these two camps. The two object interpretation. The two objects reading is the traditional interpretation of Kant's transcendental idealism. It goes back to the earliest review of the critique, the so-called Gottlob review by Christian Garve and J.G. Fetter, and it was the dominant way of interpreting Kant's transcendental idealism during his own lifetime. It has been a live interpretive option since then and remains so today, although it no longer enjoys the dominance that it once did. According to the two object interpretation, transcendental idealism is essentially a metaphysical thesis that distinguishes between two classes of objects, appearances and things in themselves. Another way for this view is the two worlds interpretation, since it can also be expressed by saying that transcendental idealism essentially distinguishes between a world of appearances and another world of things in themselves. Things in themselves, on this interpretation, are absolutely real in the sense that they would exist and have whatever properties they have, even if no human beings were around to perceive them. Appearances, on the other hand, are not absolutely real in that sense because their existence and properties depend on human perceivers. Moreover, whenever appearances do exist, in some sense they exist in the mind of human perceivers. So appearances are mental entities or mental representations. This, coupled with the claim that we experience only appearances, makes transcendental idealism a form of phenomenalism on this interpretation, because it reduces the object of experience to mental representation. All of our experiences, all of our perceptions of objects and events in space, even those objects and events themselves, are and all non-spatial but still temporal thoughts and feelings fall into the class of appearances that exist in the mind of human perceivers. These appearances cut off entirely from the reality of things in themselves, which are non-spatial and non-temporal. Yet Kant's theory on this interpretation nevertheless requires that things in themselves exist because they must transmit to us the sensory data from which we can construct appearances. In principle, we cannot know how things in themselves affect our senses because our experience and knowledge is limited to the world of appearances constructed by and in the mind. Things in themselves are therefore a sort of theoretical posit whose existence and role are required by the theory but are not directly verifiable. The main problem with the two-object interpretation are philosophical. Most readers of Kant who have interpreted his transcendental idealism in this way have been often very critical of it for reasons such as the following. First, at best, Kant is walking a fine line in claiming, on the one hand, that we can have no knowledge about things in themselves, but on the other hand, that we know that things in themselves exist, that they affect our senses, and that they are non-spatial and non-temporal. At worst, his theory depends on the contradictory claim about what can and cannot be known about things in themselves. This objection was influentially articulated by Jacobi when he complained that without the presupposition of things in themselves, I could not enter into the system, but with it, I could not stay within it. Second, even if the problem is surmounted, it has seemed that many of Kant's theory interpreted in this way implies a radical form of skepticism that traps each of us within the content of our own minds and cuts us off from reality. Some versions of this objection proceed from the premise that Kant rejects. One version maintains that things in themselves are real while appearances are not, and hence that on Kant's view, we cannot have experience or knowledge of reality. But Kant denies that appearances are unreal. They are just as real as things in themselves, but are in a different metaphysical class. Another version claims that truth always involves a correspondence between mental representation and things in themselves, from which it would follow that on Kant's view, it is impossible for us to have true beliefs about the world. But just as Kant denies that things in themselves are the only or privileged reality, he also denies the correspondence with things in themselves is the only kind of truth. Empirical knowledge are true just in case they correspond with the empirical objects in accordance with the a priori principles that structure all possible human experience, but the fact that Kant can appeal in this way to an objective criterion of empirical truth that is internal to our experience has not been enough to convince some critics that Kant is innocent of an unacceptable form of skepticism, mainly because of his insistence on our irreparable ignorance about things in themselves. Third and finally, Kant's denial that things in themselves are spatial or temporal struck many of the readers as incoherent. The role of things in themselves on the two object interpretation is to affect our senses and thereby to provide the sensory data from which our cognitive faculties construct appearances within the framework of our a priori intuitions of space and time and a priori concepts such as causality. But if there is no space, time, change, or causation in the realm of things in themselves, then how can things in themselves affect us? Transcendental affection seems to involve a causal relation between things in themselves and our sensibility. If this is simply the way we unavoidably think about transcendental affection, because we can give positive content to this thought only by employing the concept of a cause, well, it is nevertheless strictly false that things in themselves affect us causally. Then it seems not only that we are ignorant of how things in themselves really affect us, it seems rather to be incoherent that things in themselves could affect us at all if they are not in space and time. And Lisa on Twitter, appearances would only be apparent only to the individual observer, whereas things themselves would be apparent to all observers. Um, I'm not sure. I'm saying appearance, everything is an appearance to an individual mind. So there is no collective, all observers, all mind. There's only, so things in themselves and their interaction with individual minds. And then the possibility that all individual minds somehow could agree upon um, a common language to describe natural laws or some sort of Platonic forms to say that the natural laws are not a product of mind, but are the universal forms that are discovered. So I mean, the Kant is deep and like Kant is still leaning on dualism, where possibly the thing in of itself is a material form and mind is a non-material entity, and therefore you're talking about the interaction of the two separate realms of mind and matter, although Kant is not decisively clear in his dualistic language. And we'll see this more when we get into the neo-Kantians. Um, yeah, we'll see this more when we get into the neo-Kantians and become an important. Just not sure if my internet dropped out for a second. Hope I'm still live without any problem. Okay, sorry about that. Somehow my internet got temporarily disconnected. Hopefully, okay. So apologize about that. A temporary internet disconnection. Thank God it didn't ruin the stream, so we could jump right back in. So um, it looks like we're still live, and we just had a few minute outbreak there. So I apologize about that. Okay, so whatever happened due to a temporary internet loss. Okay, so the two aspect interpretation. The two aspect reading attempts to interpret Kant's transcendental idealism in a way that enables it to be defended against at least some of these objections. On this view, transcendental idealism does not distinguish between two classes of objects, but rather between two different aspects of one and the same class of objects. For this reason, it is also called the one-world interpretation, since it holds that there is only one world in Kant's ontology, and that at least some objects in that world have two different aspects, one aspect that appears to us and another aspect that does not appear to us. That is, appearances are aspects of the same object that also exist in themselves. So, in this reading, appearances are not mental representations, and transcendental idealism is not a form of phenomenalism. There are at least two main versions of the two aspect theory. One version treats transcendental idealism as a metaphysical theory according to which objects have two aspects in the sense that they have two sets of properties, one set of relation properties that appear to us and are spatial and temporal, and another set of intrinsic properties that do not appear to us and are not spatial or temporal. This property dualist interpretation faces epistemological objections similar to those faced by the two object interpretation because we are no better positioned to acquire knowledge about properties that do not appear to us than we are to acquire knowledge about objects do not appear to us. Moreover, this interpretation also seems to imply that things in themselves are spatial and temporal, since appearances have spatial and temporal properties. But in this view, appearances are the same objects as things in themselves, but Kant explicitly denies that space and time are properties of things in themselves. The second version of the two aspect theory departs more radically from the traditional two objects interpretation by denying that transcendental idealism is at the bottom of a metaphysical theory. Instead, it interprets transcendental idealism as a fundamentally epistemological theory that distinguishes between two standpoints of the objects of experience: the human standpoint, from which objects are viewed relative to epistemic conditions that are peculiar to human cognitive faculties, namely the a priori forms of our sensible intuition, and the standpoint of intuitive intellect, from which the same objects could be known in themselves and independently of any epistemic conditions. Human beings cannot really take up the latter standpoint, but can form only an empty concept of things as they exist in themselves by abstracting from all the content of our experiences and leaving only the purely formal thought of an object in general. So, transcendental idealism on this interpretation is essentially the thesis that we are limited to the human standpoint and the concept of a thing in itself plays the role of enabling us to chart the boundaries of human standpoint by stepping beyond them in abstract but empty thought. One criticism of this epistemological version of the two aspect theory is that it avoids the objection to other interpretations by attributing to Kant a more limited project than the text the critique warrants. There are passages that support this reading, but there are also many passages in both editions of the critique in which Kant describes appearances as representations in the mind, and in which his distinction between appearances and things in themselves is given not only epistemological but metaphysical significance. It is unclear whether all these texts admit a single consistent interpretation. So, whether Kant actually properly had a full formulation of um, full complete theory without inconsistencies. So Kant has inconsistencies. So an attempt to reinterpret Kant without these inconsistencies is somewhat failed, and that's what we'll get when we get into the neo-Kantian. So okay, Kant has some incredible important ideas that lay out the grounds for basically all modern metaphysics. However, there's problems and inconsistencies, and we'll look more at that when we look at Bolzano, hopefully also today. Okay, no problem, Jen. So, glad you're listening. The transcendental deduction. The transcendental deduction is a central argument of the Critique of Pure Reason and one of the more complex and difficult texts in the history of philosophy. Given its complexity, there are naturally many different ways of interpreting this deduction. This brief overview provides one perspective on some of its main ideas. The transcendental deduction occurs in the part of the critique called an analytic of concepts, which deals with the a priori concepts that, on Kant's views, our understanding uses to construct experiences together with the a priori forms of our sensible intuition, space and time, which he discussed in Transcendental Aesthetic. Kant calls these a priori concepts categories, and he argues elsewhere that the so-called metaphysical deductions that they include such concepts as substance and cause. The goal of the transcendental deduction is to show that we have a priori concepts or categories that are objectively valid or that apply necessary to all objects in the world that we experience. To show this, Kant argues that the categories are necessary conditions of experience or that we could not have experience without the categories. In Kant's words, the objective validity of the categories as a priori concepts rest on the fact that through them alone is experience possible as far as the form of thinking is concerned, for they are related necessarily and prior to objects of experience, since only by means of them can any object of experience be thought at all. The transcendental deduction of all a priori concepts, therefore, has a principle towards which the entire investigation must be directed, namely this, that they must be recognized as a priori conditions of the possibility of experiences, whether of the intuition that is encountered by them or of the thinking. Concepts that supply the objective ground of the possibility of experience are necessary just for that reason. The strategy Kant employs to argue that the categories are conditions of experience is the main source of both the obscurity and the ingenuity of the transcendental deduction. His strategy is to argue that the categories are necessary specifically for self-consciousness, for which Kant often uses the Leibnizian term apperception. Self-consciousness. One way to approach Kant's argument is to contrast his view of self-consciousness with two alternative views that he rejects. Each of these views, both Kant's and those he rejects, can be seen as offering competing answers to the questions: what is the source of our knowledge of an ongoing and invariable sense self that persists throughout all of the changes in our experience? The first answer to this question that Kant rejects is that self-consciousness arises from some particular content being present in each of one's representations. This material conception of self-consciousness, as we may call it, is suggested by Locke's account of personal identity. According to Locke, it being the same consciousness that makes a man be himself to himself, personal identity depends on that only, whether it be annexed only to one individual substance or can be continued in a succession of several substances. What Locke calls the same consciousness may be understood as some representational content that is always present in my experience and that both identifies any experience as mine and gives me a sense of a continuous self by virtue of its continual presence in my experience. One problem with this view, Kant believes, is that there is no such representational content that is invariably present in experience. So the sense of an ongoing self cannot possibly arise from the non-existent content, what Locke calls consciousness, being present in each of one's representation. In Kant's words, self-consciousness does not yet come about by my accompanying each representation with consciousness, but rather by my adding one representation to the other and being conscious of their synthesis. Therefore, it is only because I can combine a manifold of given representation in one consciousness that it is possible for me to represent the identity of the consciousness in these representations. Here Kant claims against the Lockean view that self-consciousness arises from combining or synthesizing representations with one another regardless of their content. In short, Kant has a formal conception of self-consciousness rather than a material one. Since no particular content of my experience is invariable, self-consciousness must derive from my experience having an invariable form or structure, and consciousness of the identity of myself through all of my changing experiences must consist in awareness of the formal unity and law-governed regularity of my experience. The continuous form of my experience is the necessary correlate for my sense of a continuous self. There are at least two possible versions of the formal conception of self-consciousness, a realist and an idealist version. On the realist version, nature itself is law-governed, and we become self-conscious by attending to its law-governed regularities, which are also make this an empiricist view of self-consciousness. The idea of an idealist self that persists throughout all experience on this view arises from the law-governed regularity of nature, and our representations exhibit order and regularity because reality itself is ordered and regular. Kant rejects this realist view and embraces a conception of self-consciousness that is both formal and idealist. According to Kant, the formal structure of our experience is utility and law-governed regularity. It is achievement. It is an achievement of our cognitive faculties rather than a property of reality itself. Our experience has a constant form because our mind constructs experience in a law-governed way. So self-consciousness for Kant consists in awareness of the mind's law-governed activity of synthesizing or combining sensible data to construct a unified experience. As he expresses it, the unity of consciousness would be impossible if in the cognition of the manifold, the mind could not become conscious of the identity of the function by means of which the manifold is synthetically combined into one cognition. Kant argues for this formal idealist conception of self-consciousness and against the formal realist view on the ground that we can represent nothing as combined in the object without having previously combined it ourselves. In other words, even if reality in itself were law-governed, its laws could not simply migrate over to our mind or imprint themselves on us while our mind is entirely passive. We must exercise an active capacity to represent the world as combined or ordered in a law-governed way, because otherwise we could not represent the world as law-governed, even if it were law-governed by in itself. Moreover, the capacity to represent the world as law-governed must be a priori, because it is a condition of self-consciousness, and we would already have to be self-conscious in order to learn from our experience that there are law-governed regularities in the world. So it is necessary for self-consciousness that we exercise an a priori capacity to represent the world as law-governed. But this would also be sufficient for self-consciousness if we could exercise our a priori capacity to represent the world as law-governed, even if reality in itself were not law-governed. In that case, the realist empiricist conception of the self-consciousness would not be false, and this formal idealist view would be true. Kant's confidence that no empiricist account could possibly explain self-consciousness may be based on his assumption that the sense of self each of us has, the thought of oneself as identical throughout all of one's changing experience involves necessarily and universality, which on his view are the hallmarks of the a priori. This assumption is reflected in what we may call Kant's principle of apperception, that I think must be able to accompany all my representations, for otherwise something would be represented in me that could not be thought at all, which is as much as to say that the representation would either be impossible or at least would be nothing for me. Notice the claims about necessity and universality embodied in the words must and all here. Kant is saying that for a representation to count as mine, it must necessarily be accessible to conscious awareness in some perhaps indirect way. I must be able to accompany it with, I think. All of my representations must be accessible to consciousness in this way, but they need not actually be conscious, because, again, that is simply what makes a representation count as mine. Self-consciousness for Kant therefore involves a priori knowledge about the necessity and universal truth expressed in this principle of apperception, and a priori knowledge cannot be based on experience. Kant may have developed this thread of his argument in the Transcendental Deduction after reading Johann Nicholas Tietjens, rather than through a direct encounter with Locke's text. On the subject of self-consciousness, Tietjens was a follower of Locke and also engaged with Hume's arguments for rejecting a continuing self. So Kant's actual proponents of the deduction may have been Lockean and Humean positions as represented by Tietjens, as well as a rationalist view that Kant would have encountered directly in text by Leibniz, Wolff, and some of their followers. Okay, so just objectivity and judgment. On the basis of this formal idealist conception of self-consciousness, Kant's argument, at least one central thread of it, moves through two more conditions of self-consciousness in order to establish the objective validity of the categories. The next condition is that self-consciousness requires me to represent an objective world distinct from my subjective representations, that is, distinct from my thoughts about and sensations of that objective world. Kant uses this connection between self-consciousness and objectivity to insert the categories into his argument. In order to be self-conscious, I cannot be wholly absorbed in the contents of my perceptions, but must distinguish myself from the rest of the world. But if self-consciousness is an achievement of the mind, then how does the mind achieve this sense that there is a distinction between the I that perceives and the contents of its perceptions? According to Kant, the mind achieves this sense by distinguishing representations that necessarily belong together from representations that are not necessarily connected, but are merely associated in a contingent way. The point here is that we must successfully identify which representations necessarily belong together and which are merely associated contingently, but rather that to be self-conscious, we must at least make this general distinction between objective and merely subjective connections of representations. At this point, Kant introduces the key claim that judgment is what enables us to distinguish objective connections of representations that necessarily belong together from merely subjective and contingent associations. A judgment is nothing other than the way to bring given cognitions to the objective unity of a perception. This is the aim of the copula, is in them to distinguish the objective unity of given representations from the subjective. For this word designates the relation of the representations to the original apperception and its necessary unity. Kant is speaking here about the mental acts of judging that results in the formation of a judgment. Judging is an act of what Kant calls synthesis, which he defines as the action of putting different representations together with each other and comprehending their manifoldness in one cognition. In other words, to synthesize is in general to combine several representations into a single more complex representation, and to judge is specifically to combine concepts into a judgment, that is, to join a subject concept to a predicate concept by means of the copula, as in the body is heavy or the house is four-sided. Judgments need not be true, of course, but they always have a truth value, true or false, because they make claims to objective validity. Kant's inference to the necessary unity of apperception and self-consciousness is the quotation above means at least that the action of judging is the way our mind achieves self-consciousness. We must represent an objective world in order to distinguish ourselves from it. And we must represent an objective world by judging that some representations necessarily belong together. Moreover, recall that for Kant, we must have an a priori capacity to represent the world as law governed, because we can represent nothing as combined or connected in the object without having previously combined it ourselves. It follows that objective connections in the world cannot simply imprint themselves on our mind. Rather, experience of an objective world must be constructed by exercising an a priori capacity to judge, which Kant calls the faculty of understanding. The understanding constructs experience by providing the a priori rules or the framework's necessary laws in accordance with which we judge representations to be objective. These rules are the pure concepts of the understanding of categories, which are therefore conditions of self-consciousness, since they are the rules for judging about an objective world, and self-consciousness requires that we distinguish ourselves from an objective world. Kant identifies the categories with what he calls the metaphysical deduction, which precedes the transcendental deduction. Very briefly, since the categories are a priori rules for judging, Kant argues that an exhaustive table of categories can be derived from a table of the basic logical forms of judgment. But since categories are not mere logical functions, but instead are the rules for making judgments about objects of an objective world, Kant arrives at his table of categories by considering how each logical function would structure judgments about objects within our spatial temporal forms of intuition. For example, he claims that categorical judgments express a logical relation between subject and predicate that corresponds to the ontological relation between substance and accident, and the logical form of a hypothetical judgment expresses a relationship that corresponds to cause and effect. Taken together with this argument, then the transcendental deduction argues that we become self-conscious by representing an objective world of substances that interact according to causal laws. Okay, yeah, Jenny, God bless. Glad you're feeling better. The lawgiver of nature. The final condition of self-consciousness that Kant adds to the preceding condition is that our understanding must cooperate with sensibility to construct one unbounding and unified space-time to which all our representations may be related. To see why this further condition is required, consider that so far we have seen why Kant holds that we must Okay, sorry about that again. Very unfortunate internet outage. So I hope that doesn't happen again. I mean, I could also sometimes um, add from my cell phone. So if that happens again, I will probably try to finish up on Kant, even just from my cell phone. So sorry. Um, okay, so let me continue on. Sorry about it. Second internet outage. Duvid pays like $100 a month for the best internet service available in my area. Occasionally happens. Sorry about that. To see why this further condition is required, consider that so far we have seen why Kant holds that we must represent an objective world in order to be self-conscious, but we could represent an objective world even if it were not possible to relate all of our representations to this objective world. For all that has been said so far, we might still have unruly representations that we could not relate in any way to the objective framework in our experience. On Kant's view, this would be a problem because, as we have seen, he holds that self-consciousness involves universality and necessity. According to his principle of a perception, that I think must be able to accompany all my representations. Yet, if on the one hand I had representations that I could not relate in some way to an objective world, then I could not accompany those representations with I think or recognize that any of my representations, because I can say I think about any given representation only by relating to it to an objective world, according to an argument just discussed. So I must be able to relate any given representation to an objective world in order for it to count as mine. On the other hand, self-consciousness would also be impossible if I represented multiple objective worlds, even if I could relate all of my representations to some objective world or another. In that case, I could not have become conscious of an identical self that was, say, representation one in spacetime, A in representation 2 in space-time B. It may be possible to imagine disjointed spaces and times, but it's not possible to represent them as objectively real. So self-consciousness requires that I can relate all of my representations to a single objective world. The reason why I must represent this one objective world by means of a unified and unbounded space-time is that, as Kant argued, in the transcendental aesthetic, space and time are the pure forms of human intuition. If we had different forms of intuition, then our experience would still have to constitute a unified whole in order for us to be self-conscious, but this would not be a spatial temporal whole, given that space and time are our forms of intuition. However, our understanding must still cooperate with sensibility to construct a spatial temporal whole of experience, because once again, we can represent nothing as combined in the object without having previously combined it to ourselves, and all combination is an action of the understanding. So Kant distinguishes between space and time as pure forms of intuition, which belong solely to sensibility, and the formal intuitions of space and time, which are unified by the understanding. These formal intuitions of the spatial temporal whole within which we understand constructs experience in accordance with the categories. The most important implication of Kant's claim that the understanding constructs a single whole of experience to which all of our representations can be related is that, since he defines nature regarded materially as the sum total of all appearances, and he has argued that the categories are objectively valid of all possible appearances, on his view it follows that our categories are the source of fundamental laws of nature regarded formally. So Kant concludes on this basis that the understanding is the true lawgiver of nature. In his words, all appearances in nature, as far as their combinations are concerned, stand under the categories on which nature, considered merely as nature and grounds, depends on the original ground of its necessary lawfulness as nature regarded formally. More strongly, we ourselves bring into the appearances that order and regularity that we call nature, and moreover, we would not be able to find it there if we or the nature of our mind had not originally put it there. The understanding is thus not merely a faculty of making rules, though the comparison of the appearances, it is itself the legislation for nature. Without understanding, there would not be any nature at all. I'll have to look in, like, I just upgraded my internet. I mean, I think it's even like 10G. Like I got the new 10G modem. And it's supposed to be like 64 gig, like I forget the exact details, but it's the highest speed they offer, and I just got it upgraded like a week ago. But it still occasionally cuts out. The highest speed doesn't change that it cuts out occasionally. Morality and freedom. Having examined two central parts of Kant's positive project in theoretical philosophy from the Critique of Pure Reason, Transcendental Idealism, and the Transcendental Deduction, let us now turn to the practical philosophy of the Critique of Practical Reason. Since Kant's philosophy is deeply systematic, this section begins with a preliminary look at how his theoretical and practical philosophy fit together. Theoretical and practical autonomy. The fundamental idea of Kant's philosophy is human autonomy. So far, we have seen this in Kant's constructivist view of experience, according to which our understanding is the source of the general laws of nature. Autonomy literally means giving the law to oneself, and on Kant's view, our understanding provides laws that constitute the a priori framework of our experience. Our understanding does not provide the matter of content of our experience, but it does provide the basic formal structure within which we experience any matter perceived through the senses. Kant's central argument for this view is that transcendental deduction, according to which it is a condition of self-consciousness that our understanding constructs experience in this way. So we may call self-consciousness the highest principle of Kant's theoretical philosophy, since it is at least the basis for all our a priori knowledge about the structure of nature. Kant's moral philosophy is also based on the idea of autonomy. He holds that there is a single fundamental principle of morality of which all specific moral duties are based. He calls this moral law, as it is manifested to us, the categorical imperative. The moral law is the product of reason for Kant, while the basic laws of nature are products of our understanding. There are important differences between the senses in which we are autonomous in constructing our experience and in morality. For example, Kant regards understanding and reason as different cognitive faculties, although he sometimes uses reason in a wide sense to cover both. The categories are, and therefore the laws of nature, are dependent on our specifically human forms of intuition, while reason is not. The moral law does not depend on any qualities that are peculiar to human nature, but only on the nature of reason and such, although its manifestation to us as a categorical imperative, as a law or duty, reflects the fact that human will is not necessarily determined by pure reason, but is also influenced by other incentives rooted in our needs and inclinations, and our specific duties deriving from the categorical imperative do reflect human nature and the contingencies of human life. Despite these differences, however, Kant holds that we give the moral law to ourselves, and we also give the general laws of nature to ourselves, though in a different sense. Moreover, we each necessarily give the same moral law to ourselves, just as we each construct our experiences in accordance with the same categories. To summarize, theoretical philosophy is about how the world is. Its highest principle is self-consciousness, on which our knowledge of the basic laws of nature is based. Given sensory data, our understanding of constructs experience according to these a priori laws. Practical philosophy is about how the world ought to be. Its highest principle is the moral law, from which we derive duties that command how we ought to act in specific situation. Kant also claims that reflection on our moral duties and our need for happiness leads to the thought of an ideal world, which he calls the highest good. Given how the world is, theoretical philosophy, and how it ought to be, practical philosophy, we aim to make the world better by constructing or realizing the highest good. So both parts of Kant's philosophies are about autonomously constructing a world, but in a different sense. In theoretical philosophy, we use our categories and forms of intuition to construct a world of experiences of nature. In practical philosophy, we use the moral laws to construct an idea of a moral world or a realm of ends that guides our conduct, and ultimately to transform the natural world into the highest good. Finally, transcendental idealism is the framework within which these two parts of Kant's philosophy fit together. Theoretical philosophy deals with appearances, to which our knowledge is strictly limited, and practical philosophy deals with things in themselves, although it does not give us knowledge about things in themselves, but only provides rational justification for certain beliefs about them for practical purposes. To understand Kant's arguments that practical philosophy justifies certain beliefs about things in themselves, it is necessary to see them in context of his criticism of German rationalist metaphysics. The three traditional topics of Leibniz-Wolfian special metaphysics were rational psychology, rational cosmology, and rational theology, which dealt respectively with the human soul, the whole world, the world whole, and God. In the part of the Critique of Pure Reason called the Transcendental Dialectic, Kant argues against the Leibniz-Wolfian view that human beings are capable of a priori knowledge in each of these domains, and he claims that the errors of Leibniz-Wolfian metaphysics are due to an illusion that has its seat in the nature of human reason itself. According to Kant, human reason necessarily produces ideas of the soul, the whole world whole, and God, and these ideas unavoidably produce the illusion that we have a priori knowledge about transcendental objects corresponding to them. This is an illusion. However, because in fact we are not capable of a priori knowledge about any such transcendental objects, nevertheless Kant attempts to show that these illusory ideas have a positive practical use. He thus reframes Leibniz-Wolfian special metaphysics as a practical science that he calls the metaphysics of morals. On Kant's view, our ideas of the soul, the world whole, and God provide the content of morally justified beliefs about human immortality, human freedom, and the existence of God, respectively, but they are not proper objects of speculative knowledge. Freedom. The most important belief about things in themselves that Kant thinks only practical philosophy can justify concerns human freedom. Freedom is important because, on Kant's view, moral appraisal presupposes that we are free in the sense that we have the ability to do otherwise. If this was not within his control at the time, then while it may be useful to punish him in order to shape his behavior or to influence others, it nevertheless would not be correct to say that his action was morally wrong. Moral rightness and wrongness applies only to free agents who control their action and have it in their power at the time of their actions either to act rightly or not. According to Kant, this is just common sense. On these grounds, Kant rejects a type of compatibilism that he calls the comparative concept of freedom and associates with Leibniz. On the compatibilist view, as Kant understands it, I am free whenever the cause of my action is within me. So I am unfree only when something external to me pushes or moves me, but I'm free whenever the proximate cause of my body's movement is internal to me as an acting being. If we distinguish between involuntary convulsions and voluntary bodily movements, then on this view, free actions are just voluntarily bodily movements. Kant ridicules this view, subterfuge that tries to solve an ancient philosophical problem with a little quibbling about words. This view, he says, freedom of turn split or a projectile in flight, or of the motion of the proximate cause of these motions are internal to the turn split, the projectile, and the clock at the time of the movement. This cannot be sufficient for moral responsibility. Okay, God forbid. I'm entering back from my phone. So, unfortunately, I'm having problems. So, yeah, I want to finish up with the Kant. And yeah, I really apologize about this, but hopefully, um, hopefully I'll be able to finish up from my phone. And let me see if I can connect both of my computers from my phone. Otherwise, I'll have to wait for um, I'll have to wait for my internet to come back in. Okay, yeah, really sorry about this. Um, yeah, I mean sometimes the internet just goes out. I can't do anything about it, so it's annoying. Like I stream pretty often. Doesn't happen that often. Who knows what it is? Like I could call Comcast or whatever, but let me just try to get through the Kant and hope that I'll be able to finish up with the Kant, and then we'll have to skip Bolzano for next time. So sorry anybody watching for the inconvenience. It's kind of annoying. At least I was able to connect my cell phone. Um, Although I'm not sure I could connect both my computers to to it. So I think my internet. I think when the internet goes out, if there's no problem, like it takes like 2 or 3 minutes to reload, which is still pretty long and annoying. So okay, yeah, I'm enjoying going through the Kant. Like there's a lot of important material there. Um, yeah, it doesn't seem to want to let me connect both computers to my cell phone because I'm using two different computers here. Well, the Apple for my voice, and then the screen share on my other one. I could do the screen share on this one also if but then I don't have the highlighter program. So yeah, unfortunately for my situation here, apologize for the wait, but I do want to finish up the Kant. So anybody watching, just give, hopefully the internet will pop back on in a minute. And I'm just keeping this going by using my cell phone right now. So I guess, Jenny, you're the only one in the chat. Okay, let me say my prayer while I'm waiting. Apologize to anybody watching. And I do want to at least finish up with Kant. Okay, so hopefully it's working now. Oh, you got to pray for the internet. Message from God. I'm so caught up in my thinking, like I want to get distracted in my thought because I was on, just trying to concentrate on these deep metaphysic concepts and the material realm crashing down, the current situation of the material realm. So I might have to reset my internet, but like sometime I have to look. I mean, very, very rarely does it go down. I mean, occasionally the internet goes down for a few hours. One time I had internet problems and it turned out like a squirrel had been eating through my cord and they replaced it and it was fixed. But this is probably a local issue. And like I could check my phone. I have the Xfinity app on my phone that okay, so the internet app is telling me I have to plug and unplug my internet. Something happened with my modem. Okay, so I reset my internet. Looks like hopefully it's coming back up. Okay, Oswald, thanks for tuning in too. So my internet's still not reloaded, but it looked like it was. I saw the green light blinking, so it should be popped up in a minute. But check. Okay, you God forbid. Okay, well, it's flashing green, so hopefully that means it's going to be back on in a second. So, in my cell phone, thank God my cell phone, I'm able to give myself internet to my computer from my cell phone. So, Mark, KL, I think they have Comcast, Xfinity, and AT&T. So Comcast Xfinity is what I use. They have that's the main service in this area. So I already. Well, it's flashing green like it should be coming back on any minute, but hasn't happened yet. So I don't know why my PC is not being able to connect to my phone. Okay, sorry for the. It'd be a shame not to finish the Kant here. I could just read it without the screen share. Also, okay, I guess if I can't get it back up, just to finish, I might just read the Kant without finish the Kant without the screen share. Okay, well, I try unplugging and plugging in one last time. Otherwise, I'll probably just finish reading the rest of the Kant without the screen share. Unfortunate. Okay, well, appreciate people tuning in, sticking with Duvid and his internet issues. Okay, so sorry about that. Um, looks like we're back. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. But so sorry about that. Thanks for sticking with anybody who was watching. So yeah, let's finish up the Kant, and then I guess I'll have to put the Bolzano to next week. So why not? The reason Kant says it is ultimately the causes of these movements occur in time. This is essentially part of Kant's Newtonian worldview and is grounded in the a priori laws, specifically the category of cause and effect. In accordance with our understanding constructs experience, every event has a cause that begins with an earlier time. If that cause too was an event occurring in time, then it must also have a cause beginning in a still earlier time. All natural events occur in time and are thoroughly determined by causal change, so that there is no room for freedom in nature, which is deterministic in a strong sense. The root of the problem for Kant is time. On Kant's view, this is why his actions would not be in his control in the present if they are determined by events in the past. Even if he could control these past events in the past, he cannot control them now. But in fact, past events were not in his control in the past either, if they were determined by events in the more distant past, because eventually the causal antecedents of his actions stretch back before his birth, and obviously events that occurred before his birth were never in his control. In that case, it would be a mistake to hold him morally responsible for it. Compatibilism, as Kant understands it, therefore locates the issue in the wrong place. Even if the cause of my action is internal to me, if it is in the past, for example, if my action today is determined by a decision I made yesterday or from the character I developed in my childhood, then it is not within my control now. The real issue is not whether the cause of my action is internal or external to me, but whether it is in my control now. For Kant, however, the cause of my action can be within my control now only if it is not in time. This is why Kant thinks the transcendental idealism is the only way to make sense of this kind of freedom that morality requires. Transcendental idealism allows that the cause of my action may be a thing in itself outside of time, namely my noumenal self, which is free because it is not part of nature, no matter what kind of character I have developed or what external influence act on me. On Kant's view, all of my intentional voluntary actions are immediate effects of my noumenal self, which is causally undetermined. My noumenal self is uncaused, caused outside of time, which is therefore is not subject to the deterministic laws of nature in accordance with which our understanding constructs experience. Many puzzles arise out of this picture that Kant does not resolve. For example, if my understanding constructs all appearances in my experience of nature, not only in appearances of my own actions, then why am I responsible only for my actions, but not for everything that happens in the natural world? Moreover, if I'm not alone in the world, but there are many noumenal selves acting freely and incorporating their free actions into the experience they construct, then how do multiple transcendentally free agents interact? How do you integrate my free actions into the experience that your understanding constructs? In spite of these unsolved puzzles, Kant's hold that we can make sense of moral appraisal and responsibility only by thinking about human freedom in this way, because it is the only way to prevent natural necessity from undermining both. Finally, since Kant invokes transcendental idealism to make sense of freedom, interpreting his thinking about freedom leads us back to the disputes between two objects and two aspect interpretations of transcendental idealism. On the face of it, the two object interpretation seems to make better sense of Kant's view of transcendental freedom than the two aspect interpretation. If morality requires that I'm transcendentally free, then it seems that my true self and not just an aspect of myself must be outside of time. According to Kant's argument, the two object interpretation to freedom raises problems of its own, since it involves making a distinction between noumenal and phenomenal selves that does not arise on the two aspect view. If only my noumenal self is free and freedom is required for moral responsibility, then my phenomenal self is not morally responsible. But how are my noumenal and phenomenal selves related, and why is it punishment inflicted on phenomenal selves? It is unclear whether and to what extent appealing to Kant's theory of freedom can help us to settle disputes about the proper interpretation of transcendental idealism, since there are serious questions about the coherence of Kant's theory on either interpretation. The fact of reason. Can we know that we are free in this transcendental self? Kant's response is tricky. On this one hand, he distinguishes between theoretical knowledge and morally justified belief. We do not have theoretical knowledge that we are free or about anything beyond the limits of possible experience, but we are morally justified in believing that we are free in the sense. On the other hand, Kant also uses stronger language than this when discussing freedom. For example, he says that among all the ideas of speculative reason, freedom is the only one the possibility of which we know a priori, though without having any insight into it, because it is the condition of the moral law which we do know. In a footnote in this passage, Kant explains that we know freedom a priori because were there no freedom, the moral law would not be encountered at all in ourselves. And on Kant's view, everyone does encounter the moral law a priori. For this reason, Kant claims that the moral law proves the objective, though only practical, unbounded reality of freedom. So Kant wants to say that we do have knowledge of the reality of freedom, but that this is practical knowledge of a practical reality or cognition only for practical purposes, by which he means to distinguish it from theoretical knowledge based on experiences or reflection on the conditions of experience. Our practical knowledge of freedom is based instead on the moral law. The differences between Kant's stronger and weaker language seems mainly to be that his stronger language emphasizes that our belief or practical knowledge about freedom is unshakable, and that it in turn provides support for other morally grounded beliefs in God and the immortality of the soul. Kant calls our consciousness of the moral law, our awareness of that the moral law binds us or has authority over us, the fact of reason. So in his view, the fact of reason is the practical basis for our beliefs of or practical knowledge that we are free. Kant insists that this moral consciousness is undeniable, a priori, and unavoidable. Every human being has a common sense grasp of morality, and a firm conviction that he is morally accountable. We may have different beliefs about the source of morality's authority, God's social convention, human reason. We may arrive at different conclusions about what morality requires in specific situations, and we may violate our own sense of duty, but we are all have a conscious and an unshakable belief that morality applies to us. According to Kant, this belief cannot and does not need to be justified or proved by any deduction. It is just a ground level fact that human beings that we hold ourselves morally accountable, but Kant is making a normative claim here as well. It is also a fact which cannot and does not need to be justified that we are morally accountable, that morality does have authority over us. Kant holds that philosophy should be in the business of defending this common sense moral belief, and that in any case we could never prove or disprove it. Kant may hold that the fact of reason or our conscious of moral obligation implies that we are free on the grounds that ought implies can. In other words, Kant may believe that it follows from the fact that we ought morally to do something that we can or are able to do it. He judges, therefore, that he can do something because he is aware that he ought to do it and cognizes freedom within him, which without the moral law would have remained unknown to him. This is a hypothetical example of an action not yet carried out. It seems that pangs of guilt about the immorality of an action that you carried out in the past on this reasoning would imply more directly that you have at least had the ability to act otherwise than you did, and therefore that you are free in Kant's sense. The categorical imperative. In the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Moral and the Critique of Practical Reason, Kant also gives a more detailed argument for the conclusion that morality and freedom reciprocally imply one another, which is sometimes called the reciprocity thesis. On this view, to act morally is to exercise freedom, and the only way to fully exercise freedom is to act morally. Kant's argument for this view differs in these texts, but the general structure of his argument in the Critique of Practical Reason may be summarized as follows. First, it follows from the basic idea of having a will that to act at all is to have some principle, or what Kant calls a maxim. A maxim is a subjective rule or policy of action. It says what you are doing and why. We may be unaware of our maxims. We may not act consistently on the same maxims, and our maxims may not be consistent with one another. But Kant holds that since we are rational beings, our actions always aim at some sort of end or goal which our maxims expresses. The goal of an action may be sometimes as basic as gratifying desire, or it may be something more complex, such as becoming a doctor or a lawyer. In any case, the cause of our actions are never our desires or impulses, or on Kant's views. If I act to gratify some desire, then I choose to act on a maxim that specifies the gratification of the desire as the goal of my action. Second, Kant distinguishes between two basic kinds of principles or rules that we can act on, what he calls material and formal principles. Corresponding to material principles on Kant's views are what he calls hypothetical imperatives. A hypothetical imperative is a principle of rationality that says I should act in a certain way if I choose to satisfy some desire. If maxims in general are rules that describe how one should act, then imperatives in general prescribe how one should act. An imperative is hypothetical if it says how I should act only if I choose to pursue some goal other than to gratify a desire. In contrast to material principles, formal principles describe how one should act without making reference to any desires. This is easiest to understand through the corresponding kind of imperative which Kant calls the categorical imperative. A categorical imperative commands unconditionally that I should act in some way. So while hypothetical imperatives apply to me on the condition that I have and set the goal of satisfying the desire that they tell me how to satisfy, categorical imperatives apply to me no matter what the goals and desires may be. Kant regards moral laws as categorical imperatives, which apply to everybody unconditionally. Moral laws do not have such conditions, but rather apply unconditionally. That is why they apply to everyone in the same way. Third, insofar as I act on material principles or hypothetical imperatives, I do not act freely, but rather I act only to satisfy some desire that I have, and what I desire is not ultimately within my control. To some limited extent, we're capable of rationally shaping our desires, but insofar as we choose to act in order to satisfy desires, we're choosing to let nature govern us rather than governing ourselves. We are always free in the sense that we always have the capacity to govern ourselves rationally instead of letting our desires set our ends for us, but we may freely fail to exercise that capacity. Moreover, since Kant holds that desires never cause us to act, but rather we always choose to act on a maxim, even when that maxim specifies the satisfaction of a desire as the goal of our action. It also follows that we are always free in the sense that we freely choose our maxims. Nevertheless, our actions are not free in the sense of being autonomous if we choose to act only on material principles, because in that case, we do not give the law to ourselves, but instead we choose to allow nature in us, our desires, to determine the law for our actions. Finally, the only way to act freely in the full sense of exercising autonomy is therefore to act on formal principles or categorical imperatives, which is also to act morally. Kant does not mean that acting autonomously requires that we take no account of our desires, which would be impossible. Rather, he holds that we are typically formulate maxims with a view to satisfy our desires, but that as soon as we draw up maxims or the will for ourselves, we become immediately conscious of the moral law. In other words, to assess morally permissibility of my maxims, I ask whether everyone could act on it or whether it could be willed as a universal law. This issue is not whether it would be good for everybody if everyone acted on my maxim, or whether I would like it, but only whether it would be possible for my maxim to be willed as a universal law. This gets at the form, not the matter of the content of the maxim. A maxim has morally permissible form for Kant only if it could be willed as a universal law. If my maxim fails this test, as this one does, then it is morally impermissible for me to act on it. If my maxim passes the universal law test, then it is morally permissible for me to act on it, but I fully exercise my autonomy only if my fundamental reason for acting on this maxim is that it is morally permissible or required that I do so. Imagine that I am moved by a feeling of sympathy to formulate the maxim to help someone in need. In this case, my original reason for formulating this maxim is that a certain feeling moved me. Such feelings are not entirely within my control and may not be present when someone actually needs my help. Thus, this maxim passes Kant's test. It could be willed as a universal law that everybody helps others in need from motives of sympathy. So it would not be wrong to act on this maxim when the feeling of sympathy so moves me. But helping others in need would not fully exercise my autonomy unless my fundamental reason for doing so is not that I have some feeling or desire, but rather that it would be right or at least permissible to do so. Only when such a purely formal principle supplies the fundamental motive for my action do I act autonomously. So the moral law is an act of autonomy in the sense that freedom and unconditional practical law reciprocally imply each other. Even when my maxims are originally suggested, but my feelings and desires, if I act only on morally permissible or required maxims because they are morally permissible or required, then my actions will be autonomous. And the reverse is true as well for Kant. This is the only way to act autonomously. Okay, God forbid I lose all my viewership. Okay, the highest good and practical postulates. So let's finish this up. The highest good and practical postulates. Kant holds that reason unavoidably produces not only consciousness of the moral law, but also the idea of a world in which there are both complete virtue and complete happiness, which he calls the highest good. Our duty to promote the highest good, on Kant's view, is the sum of all moral duties, and we can fulfill this duty only if we believe that the highest good is possible state of affairs. Furthermore, we can believe that the highest good is possible only if we also believe in the immortality of the soul and the existence of God. According to Kant, on this basis, he claims that it is morally necessary to believe in the immortality of the soul and the existence of God, which he calls postulates of pure practical reason. This section briefly outlines Kant's view of the highest good and his argument for the practical postulates in the Critique of Practical Reason and other works. The highest good. In the previous section, we saw that in Kant's view, the moral law is purely formal principle that commands us to act only on maxims that have what he calls law-giving form, which maxims have only if they can be willed as universal laws. Moreover, our fundamental reason for choosing to act on such maxims should be that they have this law-giving form rather than the acting on them would achieve some end or goal that would satisfy a desire. For example, I should help others in need, not at bottom because doing so would make me feel good, or even if it would, but rather because it is right, and is right or permissible to help others in need because this maxim can be willed as a universal law. Although Kant holds that the morality of an action depends on the form of its maxim rather than its end or goal, he nevertheless claims that both that every human action has an end and that we are unavoidably concerned with the consequences of our action. This is not moral requirement, but simply part of what it means to be a rational being. Moreover, Kant also holds the stronger view that it is an unavoidable feature of human reason that we form ideas not only about the immediate and near-term consequences of our actions, but also about the ultimate consequences. This is the practical manifestation of reason's general demand for what Kant calls the unconditioned. In particular, since we naturally have desires and inclinations, and a reason has the commission to attend to the satisfaction of desires and inclinations, on Kant's view, we unavoidably form an idea of the maximal satisfaction of our inclinations and desires, which he calls happiness. This idea is indeterminate, however, since nobody can know what he really wishes and wills, and thus what would make him completely happy. We also form the idea of a moral world or realm of ends in which everybody acts only in accordance with maxims that can be universal laws. But neither of these ideas by itself expresses our unconditionally complete end as human reason demands in its practical use. A perfectly moral world by itself would not constitute our whole and complete good, even in the judgment of an impartial reason, but because it is human nature also to need happiness, and happiness by itself would not be unconditionally good, because moral virtue is a condition of worthiness to be happy. So our unconditionally complete end must combine both virtue and happiness. In Kant's words, virtue and happiness together constitute possession of the highest good in a person, and happiness distributed in exact proportion to morality, as the worth of a person has worthiness to be happy, constitutes the highest good of a possible world. It is this idea world combining complete virtue with complete happiness that Kant normally has in mind when he discusses the highest good. Kant says that we have a duty to promote the highest good. Taken in this sense, he does not mean, however, to identify some new duty that is not derived from the moral law, in addition to all the particular duties we have that are derived from moral law. For example, he's not claiming that in addition to my duties to help others in need, not to commit theft, I also have the additional duty to represent the highest good as the final end of all moral conduct combined with happiness, and to promote that end. Rather, as we have seen, Kant holds that it's an unavoidable feature of human reasoning instead of a moral requirement that we represent all particular duties as leading towards the promotion of the highest good. So the duty to promote the highest good is not a particular duty at all, but the sum of all our duties derived from the moral law. It does not increase the number of morality's duties, but rather provides these with a special point of reference for the unification of all ends. Nor does Kant mean that anyone has a duty to realize or actually bring about the highest good through their own power, although his language sometimes suggests this. Rather, at least in his later work, Kant claims that only the common striving of an entire ethical community can actually produce the highest good, and that the duty of individuals is to promote but not single-handedly produce this end with all of their strength by doing what the moral law commands. Finally, according to Kant, we must conceive of the highest good as a possible state of affairs in order to fulfill our duty and to promote it. Here, Kant does not mean that we unavoidably represent the highest good as possible, since his view is that we must represent it as possible only if we are to fulfill our duty of promoting it, and yet we may fail at doing our duty. Rather, we have a choice about whether to conceive of the highest good as possible, to regard it as impossible, or to remain non-committal. But we can fulfill our duty of promoting the highest good only by choosing to conceive of the highest good as possible, because we cannot promote any end without believing that it is possible to achieve that end. So fulfilling the sum of our all moral duties to promote the highest good requires believing that a world of complete virtue and happiness is not simply a phantom of the mind, but could actually be realized. The postulates of pure practical reason. Kant argues that we can comply with our duty to promote the highest good only if we believe in the immortality of the soul and the existence of God. This is because to comply with that duty, we must believe that the highest good is possible, and yet to believe that the highest good is possible, we must believe that the soul is immortal and that God exists, according to Kant. Consider Kant's first moral argument for a belief in immortality. The highest good, as we have seen, would be a world of complete morality and happiness, but Kant holds that it is impossible for a rational being of the sensible world to exhibit complete conformity of dispositions with the moral law, which he calls holiness, because we can never extricate the propensity of our reason to give priority to the insensitives of inclination over the insensitive of duty, the incentive of duty, which propensity Kant calls evil. Kant claims that the moral law nevertheless requires holiness however, and that it is therefore can only be found in an endless progress towards that complete conformity or progress that goes to infinity. This does not mean that we can substitute endless progress towards complete conformity with the moral law for holiness in the concept of the highest good, but rather that we must represent that complete conformity as an infinite progress towards the limit of holiness. Kant continues this endless progress is, however, possibly only on the presupposition of the existence and personality of the same rational being continuing endlessly, which is called the immortality of the soul. Hence, the highest good is practically possible only on the presupposition of the immortality of the soul, so that this, as inseparable with the moral law, is a postulate of pure practical reason. Kant's idea is not that we should imagine ourselves attaining holiness later, although we are not capable of it in this life. Rather, his view is that we must represent holiness as continual progress through complete conformity of our dispositions with the moral law that begins with this life and extends into infinity. Kant's moral argument for belief in God in the Critique of Practical Reason may be summarized as follows. Kant holds that virtue and happiness are not just combined, but necessarily combined in the idea of the highest good, because only possessing virtue makes one worthy of happiness, a claim that Kant seemed to regard as part of the content of the moral law, but we can represent virtue and happiness as necessarily combined only by representing virtue as the efficient cause of happiness. This means that we must represent the highest good, not simply as the state of affairs in which everybody is both happy and virtuous, but rather as one in which everyone is happy because they are virtuous. However, it is beyond the power of a human being, both individually and collectively, to guarantee that happiness results from virtue, and we do not know any law of nature that guarantees this either. Therefore, we must conclude that the highest good is impossible unless we postulate the existence of a cause of nature, distinct from nature, which contains the grounds of this connection, namely the exact correspondence of happiness with morality. This cause of nature would have to be God, since it must have both understanding and will. Kant probably does not conceive of God as the efficient cause of a happiness that is rewarded in a future life to those who are virtuous in this one. Rather, his view is probably that we represent our endless progress towards holiness, because with this life and extending into infinity as the efficient cause of our happiness, which likewise begins in this life and extends to a future one, in accordance with the teleological laws that God authors and causes to harmonize with efficient causes in nature. Both of these arguments are subjective in the sense that rather than attempting to show how the world must be constituted objectively in order for the highest good to be possible, they purport to show you only how we must conceive of the highest good in order to be subjectively capable of both representing it as possible and of fulfilling our duty to promote it. But Kant also claims that both arguments have an objective basis. First, in the sense that it cannot be proven objectively either that immortality or God's existence are possible, and second, in the sense that both arguments proceed from a duty to promote the highest good that is based not on the subjective character of human reason, but on the moral law which is objectively valid for all rational beings. So while it is not strictly speaking a duty to believe in God or immortality, we must believe both in order to fulfill our duty to promote the highest good, given the subjective character of human reason. To see why, consider what would happen if we did not believe in God or immortality. According to Kant and the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant seems to say that this would leave us without any incentive to be moral, and even that the moral law would be invalid without God and immorality. But Kant later rejects this view. His mature view is that our reason would be in conflict with itself if we did not believe in God and immortality, because pure practical reason would represent the moral law as authoritative for us and so present us with an incentive that is sufficient to determine our will, but pure theoretical, speculative reason would undermine this incentive by declaring morality an empty ideal, since it would not be able to conceive of the highest good as possible. In other words, the moral law would remain valid and provide any rational being with sufficient incentive to act from duty, but we would be incapable of acting as rational beings, since it is a condition of having reason at all that its principles and affirmations must not contradict one another. The only way to bring speculative and practical reason into that relation of equality in which reason in general can be used purposely is to affirm the postulates on the ground that pure practical reason has primacy over speculative reason. This means Kant explains that if the capacity of speculative reason does not extend to establishing certain propositions affirmatively, although they do not contradict it, as soon as the same propositions belong inseparably to the practical interest of pure reason, it must accept them, being mindful, however, that these are not insights, but are yet extensions of its use from another, namely a practical perspective. The primacy of practical reason is a key element of Kant's response to the crisis of the Enlightenment, since he holds that reasons observe the sovereign authority entrusted to it by the Enlightenment only on this basis. The unity of nature and freedom. This final section briefly discusses how Kant attempts to unify the theological and practical parts of his philosophical system in the critique of the power of judgment, the Great Chasm. In the preface and introduction to Critique of the Power of Judgment, Kant announces that his goal in this work is to bring his entire critical enterprise to an end by bridging the gulf or chasm that separates the domain of his theoretical philosophy, discussed mainly in Critique of Pure Reason, and the domain of his practical philosophy, discussed mainly in his Critique of Practical Reason. In his words, the understanding legislates a priori for nature as object of the senses for theoretical cognition of it in a possible experience. Reason legislates a priori for freedom and its own causality as the supersensible in the subject for an unconditional practical cognition. The domain of the concept of nature under the one legislation and that of the concept of freedom under the other are entirely barred from any mutual influence that they could have on each other by themselves, each in accordance with the fundamental laws by the great chasm that separates the supersensible from the appearances. One way to understand the problem Kant is articulating here is to consider it once again in terms of the crisis of the Enlightenment. The crisis was that modern science threatened to undermine traditional moral and religious belief, and Kant's response was to argue the fact that these essential interests of humanity are consistent with one another, where when reason is granted sovereignty and practical reason is given primacy over speculative reason, but the transcendental idealist framework within which Kant develops this response seems to purchase the consistency of these interests at the price of sacrificing a unified view of the world and our place in it. If science applies to the appearances, while moral and religious beliefs refer to things in themselves or supersensible, then how can we integrate these into a single conception of the world that enable us to transition from the one domain to the other? Kant's solution is to introduce a third, a priori cognitive faculty, which he calls the reflecting power of judgment. That gives us a theological perspective on the world. Reflecting judgment provides the concept of a theology or purposefulness that bridges the chasm between nature and freedom, and thus unifies the theoretical and practical parts of Kant's philosophy into a single system. It is important to Kant that a third faculty, independent of both understanding and reason, provides this mediating perspective because he holds that we do not have adequate theoretical grounds for attributing objective theology to nature itself, and yet regarding nature as theological solely on moral grounds would only heighten to disconnect between our scientific and moral ways of viewing the world. Theoretical grounds do not justify in attributing objective theology to nature because it is not a condition of self-consciousness that our understanding constructs experience in accordance with the concept of theology, which is not among Kant's categories or the principles of pure understanding that the grounds of fundamental laws of nature. That is why his theoretical philosophy licenses us only in attributing mechanical causation to nature itself. To this limited extent, Kant is sympathetic to the dominant strain in modern philosophy that banishes final causes from nature and instead treats nature as nothing but matter in motion, which can be fully described mathematically. But Kant wants somehow to reconcile this mechanistic view of nature with a conception of human agency that is essentially teleological. As we saw in the previous section, Kant holds that every human action has an end and that sum of all moral duties is to promote the highest good. It is essential to Kant's approach, however, to maintain the autonomy of both understanding in nature and reason and morality without allowing either to encroach on the other's domain and yet to harmonize them in a single system. This harmony can be orchestrated only from the independent standpoint from which we do not judge how nature is constituted objectively, that is, the job of understanding, or how the world ought to be, the job of reason, but from which we merely regulate or reflect on our cognition in a way that enables us to regard it as a systematically unified. According to Kant, this is the task of reflecting judgment, whose a priori principle is to regard nature as purposive or teleological, but only as a regular principle of the faculty of cognition. The purposelessness of nature. In his critique of the power of judgment, Kant discusses four main ways in which reflecting judgment leads us to regard nature as purposeful. First, it leads us to regard nature as governed by a system of empirical laws. Second, it enables us to make aesthetic judgment. Third, it leads us to think of organisms as objectively purposive. And fourth, it ultimately leads us to think about the final end of nature as a whole. First, reflecting judgment enables us to discover empirical laws of nature by leading us to regard nature as if it were the product of intelligent design. We do not need reflecting judgment to grasp the a priori laws of nature based on our categories, such that every event has a cause. But in addition to these a priori laws, nature is also governed by particular empirical laws, such as that fire causes smoke, which we cannot know without consulting experience. To discover these laws, we must form hypotheses and devise experiments on the assumption that nature is governed by empirical laws that we can grasp. Reflecting judgments make this assumption through its principle to regard nature as purposive for our understanding, which leads us to treat nature as if its empirical laws were designed to be understood by us. Since this principle only regulates our cognition but is not constitutive of nature itself, this does not amount to assuming that nature really is the product of intelligent design, which, according to Kant, we are not justified in believing on theoretical grounds. Rather, it amounts only to approaching nature in the practice of science as if it were designed to be understood by us. We are justified in doing this because it enables us to discover empirical laws of nature, but it is only a regular principle of reflecting judgment, not genuine theoretical knowledge, that nature is purposive in this way. Second, Kant thinks that aesthetic judgments about both beauty and sublimity involve a kind of purposiveness, and that beauty of nature in particular suggests to us that nature is hospitable to our ends. According to his aesthetic theory, we judge objects to be beautiful not because they gratify our desires, since aesthetic judgments are disinterested, but rather because apprehending their form stimulates what he calls the harmonious free play of our understanding and imagination, in which we take a distinctive aesthetic pleasure. So beauty is not a property of objects, but a relation between their form and the way our cognitive faculties work. Yet we make aesthetic judgments that claim intersubjective validity because we assume that there is a common sense that enables all human beings to communicate aesthetic feelings. Beautiful art is intentionally created to stimulate this universally communicable aesthetic pleasure, although it is effective only when it seems unintentional. Natural beauty, however, is unintentional. Landscapes do not know how to stimulate the free play of cognitive faculties, and they do not have the goal of giving us aesthetic pleasure. In both cases, then, beautiful objects appear purposive to us because they give us an aesthetic pleasure in the free play of our faculties, but they also do not appear purposive because they either do not or do not seem to do so intentionally. Kant calls this relationship between our cognitive faculties and the formal qualities of objects that we judge to be beautiful, subjective purposiveness. Although it is only subjective, the purposiveness exhibited by natural beauty in particular may be interpreted as a sign that nature is hospitable to our moral interest. Moreover, Kant also interprets the experience of sublimity in nature as involving purposiveness. But in this case, it is not so much the purposiveness of nature as our own purpose or vocation as moral beings that we become aware of in the experience of the sublime, in which the size and power of nature stand in vivid contrast to the superior power of our reason. Third, Kant argues that reflecting judgment enables us to regard living organisms as objectively purposive, but only as a regular principle that compensates for our inability to fully understand them mechanistically, which reflects the limitations of our cognitive faculties rather than any intrinsic theology in nature. We cannot fully understand organisms mechanistically because they are self-organizing beings whose parts are combined into whole by being reciprocally the cause and effect of their form. The parts of a watch are also possible only through their relation to the whole, but that is because the watch is designed and produced by some rational being. An organism, by contrast, produces and sustains itself, which is inexplicable to us unless we attribute to organism purposes by analogy with human art. But Kant claims that it is only a regular principle of reflecting judgment to regard organisms in this way, and that we are not justified in attributing objective purposelessness to organisms themselves, since it is only because of the peculiar constitution of my cognitive faculties that I cannot judge about the possibility of those things and their generation except by thinking of a cause for these acts in accordance with intention. Specifically, we cannot understand how a whole can be the cause of its own parts because we depend on sensible intuition for the content of our thought, and therefore must think in the particular intuition first by subsuming it under the general, a concept, to see that this is just a limitation of the human discursive intellect. Imagine a being with an intuitive understanding whose thought does not depend, as ours does, on receiving sensory information passively, but rather creates the content of its thought in the act of thinking it. Such a divine being could understand how a whole can be the cause of its part, since it could grasp the whole immediately without first thinking particulars and then combining them into a whole. Therefore, since we have a discursive intellect and cannot know how things would appear to a being with an intuitive intellect, and yet we can only think of organisms teleologically, which excludes mechanism. Kant now says that we must think of both mechanisms and teleology only as regular principles that we need to explain nature, rather than as constitutive principles that describe how nature is intrinsically constituted. Fourth, Kant concludes the critique of the power of judgment with a long appendix arguing that reflecting judgment supports morality by leading us to think about the final end of nature, which we can only understand in moral terms, and that conversely morality reinforces a teleological conception of nature once it is granted on a theoretical grounds that we must understand certain parts of nature organisms teleologically, although only as a regular principle of reflecting judgment. Kant says we may go further and regard the whole of nature as a teleological system, but we can regard the whole of nature as a teleological system only by employing the idea of God, again only regulatively, as an intelligent designer. This involves attributing what Kant calls the external purposiveness to nature, that is, attributing purposes to God in creating nature. What then is God's final end in creating nature? According to Kant, the final end of nature must be human beings, but only as moral beings. This is because only human beings use reason to set and pursue ends, using the rest of nature as a means to their ends. Moreover, Kant claims that human happiness cannot be the final end of nature because, as we have seen, he holds that happiness is not unconditionally valuable. Rather, human life has value not because of what we passively enjoy, but only because of what we actively do. We can be fully active and autonomous, however, only by acting morally, which implies that God created the world so that human beings could exercise moral autonomy. Since we also need happiness, this too may be admitted as the condition and consequent end, so that reflecting judgment eventually leads us to the highest good. But reflection on conditions of the possibility of the highest good leads us again to Kant's moral argument for belief in God's existence, which in turn reinforces the teleological perspective on nature with which reflecting judgment begins. Thus, Kant argues that although theoretical and practical philosophy proceed from separate and irreducible starting points, self-consciousness as the highest principle for our cognition of nature and the moral law as the basis for our knowledge of freedom, reflecting judgment unifies them into a single theological worldview that assigns permanent value to human autonomy. Okay, so yeah, that internet outage was pretty disturbing, but we got through it, so we finished Kant. I'm going to do an introduction to Bolzano, and then we'll do the full Bolzano next time. And just to think, Kant um, has some of the same realities um, as Descartes, where Descartes tries to create this dualistic system and create a material mechanistic science of universal laws described by mathematical equations, and eventually the spiritual aspect gets discarded. However, Descartes' conception of a materialistic science with universal laws described by mathematics becomes accepted. So also Kant, in his conception of you're trying to save the world from the mechanistic turnings that are coming, um, and tries to save the spiritual aspect, the morality fails. However, the system for connecting moral laws with natural laws with reaction um, is largely saved in the sense that that Kant successfully created the system that science, the metaphysics of science, that eventually led to the rejection of metaphysics is based on. And so a little complication there, where what Kant was attempting to do largely becomes rejected. However, um, Kant's philosophy of science, metaphysics behind science, that eventually led to the rejection of metaphysics, becomes canonized, and that comes from the editions that we saw, like Frege and Russell and Wittgenstein, that in some extents are based on the Neo-Kantian. So we'll see a little bit more of this. So we got through the heavy lifting of the totality of Kant's thought, the full introduction of all of the critiques of although these days it's more than just the first one, the critique of pure uh, judgment that is related to science, and the other two critiques on the more moral and spiritual aspects are not as widely read anymore. Although categorical imperative, these are all things important that people who study philosophy know, but in terms of the philosophy of science, it's more the first part. But glad that I've read through. So we won't be doing Bolzano this week, although Bolzano is so complicated and has a lot of conceptions. Hopefully next time I'll do kind of the precursors of science and the unification of science and mathematics, and maybe we'll look at Helmholtz, maybe Leibniz. I'll have to see. But let's just look quickly at this Wikipedia overview of Bolzano, because Bolzano's very important. He's also still important to today for some of what he did in mathematics and logic, although his metaphysics isn't as important anymore. But for Duvid, I want to return to Kant and Bolzano and the logical empiricism view of metaphysics, and a dualism for philosophy of mind. So do the due diligence. So let's just look briefly at Bolzano, some of the overview of his ideas, and then I'll wrap it up. So appreciate people in the chat. So even Jenny, you're still there. God bless. Mathematical work. Bolzano made several original contributions to mathematics. His overall philosophical stance was that, contrary to much of the prevailing mathematics of the era, it was better not to introduce intuitive ideas such as time and motion into mathematics. To this end, he was one of the earliest mathematicians to begin instilling rigor into mathematical analysis. Philosophical work. Theory of science. In his 1837 Wissenschaftslehre, Bolzano attempted to provide logical foundations for all sciences, building on abstractions like part relation, abstract objects, attributes, sentence shapes, ideas and propositions in themselves, sums and sets, collections, substances, adherence is subjective ideas, judgments, and sentence occurrences. These attempts were an extension to his earlier thought in the philosophy of mathematics, for example, his 1812 Biography, where he emphasizes the distinction between the objective relation between logical consequences and our subjective recognition of these connections. For Bolzano, it was not enough that we merely have confirmation of natural or mathematical truths, but rather it was the proper role of the sciences, both pure and applied, to seek out justification in terms of the fundamental truths that may or may not appear to be obvious in our intuitions. The introduction to his Wissenschaftslehre, Bolzano begins his work by explaining what he means by the theory of science and the relation between our knowledge, truths, and science. Human knowledge, he states, is made of all truths or true propositions that men know or have known. However, there is very little small fraction of all these truths that exist, although still too much for one human being to comprehend. Therefore, our knowledge is divided into more accessible parts, such a collection of truths in what Bolzano calls the science of Wissenschaft. It is important to note that not all true propositions of a science have to be known to all men. Hence, this is how we can make discoveries in a science. To better understand and comprehend the truths of a science, men have created textbooks, which of course contain only the truth propositions of the science known to men. But how to know where to divide our knowledge, that is, which truths belong together, Bolzano explains that we will ultimately know this through some reflection, but that the resulting rules of how to divide our knowledge into sciences will be a science in itself. This science that he tells us which truths belong together and should be explained in a textbook is the theory of science. Metaphysics. Bolzano is mainly concerned with three realms. 1, the realm of language consisting in words and sentences. 2, the realm of thought consisting in subjective ideas and judgment. 3, the realm of logic consisting in objective ideas or ideas in themselves and propositions in themselves. Bolzano devotes a great part of his Wissenschaftslehre to an explanation of these realms and their relation. Two distinctions play a prominent role in the system. First, the distinction between parts and wholes. For instance, words are parts of sentences, subjective ideas are parts of judgments, objective ideas are parts of propositions in themselves. Second, all objects divide into those that exist, which means that they are causally connected and located in time and space, and those that do not exist. Bolzano's original claim is that the logical realm is populated by objects of the latter kind. Sachin Sikh, proposition in itself. Bolzano does not give a complete definition of proposition in itself, but he gives us just enough information to understand what he means by it. A proposition in itself has no existence, that is, it has no position in time and place. It is either true or false, independent of anyone knowing or thinking that it's true or false, and is regarded as what is grasped by thinking beings. So a written sentence grasps a proposition in itself, namely the proposition. The written sentence does not have existence. It is a certain location at a certain time and expresses the proposition in itself, which is in the realm of in itself. Bolzano's use of the term an sich differs greatly from that of Kant. For Kant's use of the term, every proposition in itself is composed out of ideas in themselves. For simplicity, we will use propositions to mean propositions in itself, and idea to refer to an objective idea or idea of itself. Ideas are negatively defined as those parts of a proposition that are themselves not propositions. A proposition consists of at least three ideas, namely a subject idea, a predicate idea, and the copula has or another form to have. Though there are propositions which contain propositions, Bolzano identifies certain types of ideas. They are simple ideas that have no parts. As an example, Bolzano uses something, but there are also complex ideas that consist of other ideas. Bolzano uses the example of nothing, which consists of the idea of not and something. Complex ideas can have the same context, the same parts, without being the same because their components are differently connected. The idea is different from another idea, though the parts of both ideas are the same. Ideas and objects. It is important to understand that an idea does not need to have an object. Bolzano uses objects to denote something that is represented by an idea. An idea that has an object represents that other object, but an idea that does not have an object represents nothing. Sensation and simple ideas. Bolzano has a complex theory on how we are able to sense things. He explains sensation by means of the term intuition, in German called Anschauung. An intuition is a simple idea. It only has one object, but besides that, it is also unique. Bolzano needs this to explain sensation. Intuitions are objective ideas. They belong to the an sich realm, which means that they don't have existence. As said, Bolzano's argumentation for intuitions is by an explanation of sensation. Logic. The major role in Bolzano's logical theory is played by the notion of variations. Various logical relations are defined in terms of the changes in truth value that propositions occur when their non-logical parts are replaced by others. Logically analytical propositions, for instance, are those in which all the non-logical parts can be replaced without changes of truth value. The two propositions are compatible with respect to one of their component parts if there is at least one term that can be inserted that would make both true. A proposition is deducible from the proposition with respect to a certain of their non-logical parts if any replacement of those parts that makes the proposition true that makes the part true also makes the proposition true. If a proposition is deducible from another with respect to all its non-logical parts, it is said to be logically deducible. Besides the relation of deducibility, Bolzano also has a stricter relation of grounding This is an asymmetric relation that obtains between true propositions when one of the propositions is not only deducible from, but also explained by the other. Truth. Bolzano distinguishes 5 meanings of the word true and truth have in common usage, all of which Bolzano takes to be unproblematic. The meanings are listed in order of their properness. 1. Abstract objective meaning. Truth signifies an attribute that may apply to a proposition, primarily to a proposition in itself, namely the attribute on the basis of which the proposition expresses something that in reality is as is expressed, similar to the correspondence theory of truth. 2. Concrete objective meaning. Truth signifies a proposition that has an attribute truth in the abstract objective meaning. 3. Subjective meaning. The truth signifies a correct judgment, the antonym of a mistake. 4. Collective meaning. Truth signifies a body or multiplicity, true propositions or judgments. 5. Improper meaning. True signifies that some object is in reality what some denomination states it to be. Bolzano's primary concern is with the concrete objective meaning, with concrete objective truths or truths in themselves. All truths in themselves are kinds of propositions in themselves. They do not exist. They are not spatial temporally located as thought and spoken propositions are. However, certain propositions have the attribute of being a truth in itself. Being a thought proposition is not part of the concept of a truth in itself, notwithstanding the fact that given God's omniscience, all truths in themselves are also logical truths. The concept of truth in itself and thought truth are interchangeable as they apply to the same objects, but they are not identical. Bolzano offers the correct definition of abstract objective truth. A proposition is true if it expresses something that applies to its object. The correct definition of a concrete objective truth must thus be: a truth is a proposition that expresses something that applies to its object. This definition applies to truths in themselves rather than to thought or known truths, as none of the concepts figuring in this definition are subordinate to concept of something mental or known. In judgments and cognitions, a known truth has its parts, a truth in itself and a judgment. A judgment is a thought which states a true proposition. In judging, at least when the matter of the judgment is a true proposition, the idea of an object is being connected in a certain way with the idea of a characteristic. In true judgments, the relationship between the idea of the object and the idea of the characteristic is an actual existent relation. Every judgment has as its matter a proposition, which is either true or false. Every judgment exists, but not for such. Judgments, namely, in contrast with propositions in themselves, are dependent on subjective mental activity. Not every mental activity, though, has to be a judgment. Recall that all judgments have a matter propositions as matter propositions, and hence all judgments need to be either true or false. Mere presentations of or thoughts are examples of mental activities which do not necessarily need to be stated, and so are not judgments. Judgments that have as a matter of true propositions can be called cognitions. Cognitions are also dependent on the subject, and so opposed to truths in themselves. Cognitions do permit degrees. A proposition can be more or less known, but it cannot be more or less true. Every cognition implies necessarily a judgment, but not every judgment is necessarily cognition, because there are also judgments that are not true. Bolzano maintains that there are no such thing as false cognitions, only false judgments. Okay, so next week we'll do the whole Bolzano, and Bolzano is very important for the multiple truth hypothesis. His concept of logic and truth value and the use of probability has a lot of foresights into the eventual direction of Frege and then Wittgenstein and then Russell and Wittgenstein, and will also be very important for Duvid's eventual multiple truth hypothesis. So sorry for the power outage. It looks like we still got 6 hours. So we still got over 6 hours of content here, with about 10 minutes or so wasted because of the power outage, and we apologize about that. But I'm probably not going to do a stream next week because it was very time consuming. I got other stuff to do this week. So hopefully 2 weeks from now, I'll probably do another stream of the biographies, portraits, and then maybe I'll return to metaphysics. So I'll take a 1 week break, and then God willing, 2 weeks from now, I will do another one of biographies, and then I'll go hopefully to some metaphysical ideas. So yeah, Jenny, go ahead and stream on your channel. I'm happy to be a guest. You're welcome to pop on Week in Review if you want to talk, or we set up an interview or something if it's applicable. But appreciate you being active in the chat. So hopefully this information was useful to people. The power outage kind of wrecked my train of thought, but God sends messages in the way that God sends messages. So I wasn't prepared for a power outage, but that's what God had in store. So that's what happened. So as I said at the beginning of this, to go along with the metaphysics and philosophy of science, a lot of it is about personalities, and the personalities had a lot of thoughts on a lot of different ideas, and some of those ideas are so if you're trying to explain like just a single concept like cause and effect, and you're going to have a whole list of like this guy said this and this guy said this and that guy said that, and so on and so on, and it becomes hard to keep track of. And then also a lot of times like various thinkers say certain things because they have a comprehensive philosophy. So we say like, well, what was Kant's view of cause and effect or something like that? If you put that in totality of his whole system, hopefully it'll become easier to understand. And the due diligence of ideas, usually like the historical review, is connected to personalities. Like you have to give the review. And, I was just watching like Bill Ackman on Lex Friedman and the plagiarism scandal. And like these days, the academic, use of plagiarism, but like no one's really done the due diligence to have really, known, are their ideas unique, where do they come from, the whole historical analysis. Like there's a certain, basis of quoting and former ideas, and it's more like pragmatic if you're talking like the sciences. But, to really have done the due diligence, well, what did Aristotle and Plato and, the great thinkers of the world traditions think on the subject, beyond the expectation that anybody is going to be able to do that much research or that much quotations, to the question, what does even plagiarism mean, if you can't expect someone to do that due diligence. But Duvid wants to do that due diligence because I think I'm onto something big with the multiple truth hypothesis. And, these names like I covered today, Kant, Bolzano, Frege, Wittgenstein, Russell, are some of the most important precursors for what will be the logical aspect of it, even the non, Kabbalistic, the Western conceptualization of the multiple truth hypothesis. So just putting out the due diligence and, keep at it. So, it's been a long time, 6 hours. Sorry about the power outage. I'll add the timestamps. We'll see you on Sunday for Week in Review. If Jenny, you want to join Week in Review, or you're going to stream on your channel, let me know. Happy to join. And, everyone who was in the chat, KL, Mark, Last Australian, Oswald, appreciate that. Hope you're gaining from this. Feel free to make comments. And, hopefully as the series goes forward, this due diligence will really start paying off. You'll have some deep insight into some things that are not well understood. As I said, like the first one, I went straight for the heavy lifting. We didn't get to like the full Bolzano. Bolzano is some like serious heavy lifting. But like next week, we'll try even a little bit more of the heavy lifting into the foundation of science. And I didn't cover, like really the mathematical logical notation. Because like really like if you study math and science or logic, eventually you're just looking at a book of symbolic notation, kind of like a chess player or something like that. You really like when you're looking at a high level chess book, it's mostly just notation. There might be a few sentences here and there, but it's more about notation and analysis. So like logic and mathematics, it's also, as you get the more in depth, it's mostly just notation. And so it's like that becomes Wittgenstein. How can you reduce common language into logical form? And then you have these definitional regresses. So even if you could have reduce something into logical form, how do you have proper definitions? So proper definitions is the realm of metaphysics. So you have the, universal laws of nature described by mathematics, where you could have predictability through universal laws such as Newtonian physics of like mass, acceleration, velocity. However, the terms themselves are not well defined. And so that's the realm of metaphysics. And then you have to understand why metaphysics has been rejected. And then Duvid coming back to say it was incorrect to reject metaphysics and to bring back metaphysics. And, so that's why I kind of started backwards, where instead of starting with Kant, I started with Bertrand Russell because Bertrand Russell is more indicative. And then, as the series goes on, I'm going to cover the major thinkers of the Vienna Circle. We'll go with like Carnap and Hempel and Schlicht and Ayer. And I already covered in Popper. I covered Popper in my Philosophy of Science series. Okay, so I got a minion now finally, but I'm going to sign off anyways. So God bless. Appreciate people tuning in. Like, share, leave comments, reach out on social media. And yeah, Jenny, I'm looking forward to when you start streaming. So let me know.